What is the biggest OFAC, I'm dead thing you've done at work, but nobody ever found out? It was university. They had this really expensive piece of equipment and I can't remember exactly what it measured or how it worked. What I remember is this: you completed a circuit to power the thing, meaning you plugged a wire into 5 volts or whatever came out of the wall and another wire into the ground and plugged both of them into the device. Alligator clips baby. What you got out of the wall was way too much current, so you had to put a resistor between the wire from the wall and the device. The thing cost something ridiculous like 25k at the time. It was made out of diamonds or gold or something else faked up. Anyways, I got really pissed at my lab partner, just took over the experiment and plugged the thing directly into the wall without a resistor. I basically fried the thing in a second. I smelt burning and could see smoke come out of it immediately and knew exactly what I'd done. As I literally thought, oh fuck, I'm dead, and started realizing the gravity of my actions. This dude in a huge trench coat thing walks by my lab table, gets his coat caught in it, and pulls the thing off the table. It lands on the ground and smashes into a million pieces. Dude was walking with the guy who ran the labs, and that dude loses it on him. I just sat in silence. I felt guilty, but like I dodged the biggest bullet of my life. I didn't know definitively that I'd broke it, but I knew definitively that that dude had, and I was too much of a coward to say anything. It was the night before I was scheduled to have a tense meeting with my boss and a client. The meeting was supposed to be a sort of peace talk because of tension growing between my staff and the client, who was an emotional and difficult person to work with. The night before, my wife and I opened a bottle of wine with dinner and managed to finish it off before bed. This didn't seem like too much at the time, but the next morning I woke up sicker than I have ever been. I still had this difficult meeting, so I got up, got dressed, managed to choke down some Advil and a glass of water. The minute I get on the highway to work, I feel my stomach twisting. There is nothing between where I'm now and where my office is, except highway with almost no shoulder. Halfway to work I feel that feeling in my throat, like a tightening, and my bowels are starting to make terrible noises. I realize I'm going to throw up and look around my car for anything to throw up in. I spot McDonald's baggies on the floor, so I grab it. Hoping I don't need to use it, I speed up trying to get to my exit so I can pull over and Ralph. No dice. I held the bag up to my mouth going 85 miles per hour and throw up red wine into the McDonald's bag, which had the strength of tissue paper, because my hot acid puke punched right through the bag and into my lap. By some miracle I had extra business slacks in my car. I stopped at a gas station and changed in the bathroom. I looked into the mirror and a haggard sallow man with flops wet and sunken eyes stared back at me. Even with the wardrobe change I smelled faintly of booze and vomit. I went to the meeting and my boss noticed something was up. He rescheduled with the client, telling me, I don't think you're up to it this morning. I for sure thought he was going to fire me for being a huge drunk, but nothing happened. I don't drink wine anymore. I was a bus driver. I had worked at one place for about 2 years driving. I move cities and start driving for another place. I drive this route on my first day that I had trained once on in training. In the directions they give you, it says turn on. Let's say Smith Saint. I get to the intersection I was supposed to turn at. I had gone through it in training and thought, I feel like this is the intersection, but there is no sign saying Smith Street anywhere. Not on the traffic light, not on the corner, nothing. Just a sign that says Highway 175. This must not be it. As a side note, I drove back to that intersection in my spare time, and indeed it does not say Smith Street, it just says Highway 175. You're just supposed to know that it's also Smith Saint anyways. So on my route I passed Smith Street. I drive down the wrong way for a while, see no bus stops, and nothing looks familiar. I radio to dispatch I'm lost. They realize where I am and tell me to take a L here, a L here, and a R, and end up back on Smith Street, further than where I was supposed to be. I get back on Smith Street and continue on. I'm now super late. I pick up this guy who immediately gave me lip and was visibly angry. Something like, what's the problem? Why are you so late? I said it's my first day at this place and the intersection back there has no sign saying this is Smith Street. He was like, yeah, whatever. Went and sat down. I had a policy driving not to move without making sure everyone was sitting down, for fear someone's face would get shoved into a bar or something. Ick now. I was considerate. So the guy who was mad, let's call him tie-dyed shirt guy, because he was wearing one, says something like, why are you making sure everyone is sitting down before moving? I ignore him. I'm super stressed. It's my first day here. I'm already getting a lot of bad attitude from this guy and I just want to concentrate and be safe and get through this. He pulls out his phone and gets up and stand next to me behind the line, but he leans to get close to me. He's like, yeah, customer service? I just want to report this horrible driver. He is the worst driver you guys have. He is a young guy, describes me, and he was 20th late when he picked me up. Plus he makes sure everyone is sitting down first before moving. You guys need to fire him. He actually said this. And also I love how he describes how safe I am. I'm like, thanks. In my head. Anyways, so it seemed like forever till I got to his stop. He had gone and sat down in the back of the bus near the back door when it was his stop. I open all doors at the stop as every stop, and he gets up. I see him in my mirror. I think thank God he's leaving. Probably will use the back door, since he's right next to it. He passes the back door, and comes to the front. I'm like, damn it, he's gonna walk by me to give me just a little more hell. He gets next to me, looks me right in the face, and is pointing at me, and is like, you are the worst driver XXXX has ever had. I can't wait till you're fired. You lowly piece of shit. Fuck you. Blah blah rah rah rah. And he is just unloading on me, cussing, etc. I simply said, sir, please step off the bus. Repeated it, sir, please step off the bus. I never met him at his level. I just stayed calm, stated the same thing, then picked up my radio handset and said, I'm calling security now. And he stepped off, still pointing and yelling. So, this bus being new to me, I hit the switch I think is gonna close the back door, not the front, which he is standing partially in, 1 foot on the sidewalk, 1 foot on the bus, because he is slowly backing off the bus after my threat of calling security. I accidentally hit the switch to close the front door, not the back as I was intending. It closes on his face. He's like, AHH sheet. I'm like, this is it. I really am fired now. I've assaulted him, by mistake. He's gonna have my hide. He's never gonna let this go. I quickly hit the switch again, and open the door back up and profusely apologize. Like, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that. I was trying to close the other door. He shrugs his shoulders, did not expect this reaction, and brushes it off, like it's no biggie. Once the doors are open again, he continues, anyways, you're a piece of shit. Pick me up late, let everyone sit down, fuck you, and all that. He did not care about the door shutting on his face. That still gets me. As soon as his other foot was off the bus and I could safely shut the front door, I did so and drove off, with him still yelling and screaming. I still work at the same agency. I did not get fired. I can't believe that happened. Edit. Thank you everyone for the positive responses. It was not the end of my crazy times at that job. Still enjoyed it though. I used to work for a big box pet store taking care of the animals that lived in the store. There was a rotation of the animals getting their accessories changed out and cleaned. That is water bottles, food bowls, plastic huts, every day. So each day the morning person cleaned that day's habitats and the closer did the dishes in the sink and set them to dry and be put back in rotation for use. It was sometimes difficult to complete any of these tasks while also dealing with customers. The sink we did dishes in was very deep and company policy stated that the dishes had to soak in a cleaning solution for a certain amount of time, so it took a long time to fill up the sink with the solution to soak everything. It was common to turn the water on to fill up the sink and go see if anyone needed help in the store while you waited. Not long after I started working there I was performing this task and got pulled into a long conversation with a customer. Normally I'd duck in the back and turn off the faucet if I thought the conversation would take a while, but this night I just completely forgot the sink was on. Cue like 20 minutes later walking in the back to ankle deep water. The sink had overflowed and was filling the back space. The door had a rubber stopper at the bottom keeping it from going into the store. I took a squeegee thing and started herding the water into a drain on the floor on the back side of the fish wall, but it took a long time. I was so frantic and still had to pay attention to customers out on the floor. Luckily no one else ever went into the back, unless you worked in that department, and I was working alone. So I managed to herd most of the water into the fish drain and the rest dried overnight before the opener came in. No one ever knew I flooded the backspace. Few months later I realized flooding was a common occurrence and my manager flooded it at least once a year. Long story. Basically, I got raided by the feds one afternoon. They took some stuff, but did not arrest me. At the time, I worked in government and knew if they found out, or if I got charged, then I would be fired. 3 months later, my lawyer tells me that the Fed said they had enough to file charges against me. He didn't know what the charges would be, so he couldn't tell me if I was looking at time or probation, or if it was even going to be state or federal law when charges would be filed. It would be tomorrow or another year. I quit my government job and take one in corporate. I was most worried about the background check, but since I hadn't been charged, I passed with flying colors. Now I'm in a good spot. I have my $27 an hour job and hopefully I get probation and my job will never know. 1 year later, I'm arrested. Fortunately it's state charges. The DA is a liberal, and I hire a former DA to take my case and bail out. Stressful, but hopeful. 3 months later, I plead guilty to 1 felony and get a suspended sentence and probation. Still have my cushy corporate job, save tons of money. No one knows about my legal woes. Not my job or my family or neighbors. I start to move on with my life and things are going back to normal, maybe even better than before. Then out of the blue, my boss tells us in a staff meeting that we all have to get notary licenses. There is no faking way I'm going to pass a background check now that I have a nasty felony on my record. She goes further in saying that getting the license is mandatory, which was her nice way of saying to get it or you won't have a job. What happened? The other staff threw a fit over it. They argued they would be burdened with notarizing documents all day instead of doing their jobs, so the idea was dropped. That was 2 years ago. Things are okay. I'm off probation in June. This wasn't really a job-ending experience, but I was definitely shocked for a good minute after it happened. I spent a few months interning for a tech company in Boston in my early 20s. I was a marketing intern, and one of my jobs was to call a long list of people who were going to be attending an industry convention in Las Vegas, and invite them to attend an evening party we were hosting at one of the hotels. I'm working my way down the list and checking off RSVPs, often having to route through a main switchboard before reaching either the person on my list or their machine. Then I hit a name that connects me through 3, 4, maybe as many as 5 different people before the call is picked up by the person on my list. Mr. X, hello. Me cheery female voice. Hi, Mr. X, my name is @GWENSILVER, and I work with Company Y. We are going to be hosting a party at the Z convention in Las Vegas this weekend, and I wanted to extend an invitation to you to join us while you're in town for the convention. Mr. X definitely sounds confused. Sure. Can you tell me how you got this number? Me confused too. Oh, I called into the main switchboard and was rerouted to you. Mr. X, this is my personal line at the Pentagon. No one is supposed to have this number. The rest was me stammering about how I had no idea this was a private Pentagon line, and promising I had just been rerouted and didn't have the real number, and wishing him a good day. I stared at my desk for a full minute wondering what had just happened. I have no idea if he went to the Vegas party or not. Too late to this thread for anyone to see this, so here goes. I worked at a supermarket when I was 19 years old. It was a smaller independently run shop, so we didn't really have designated departments or jobs. We all just did a bit of everything. The place ran pretty smoothly because all of the staff knew how to do all of the jobs. One day I was entering new products into our system, which verifies details against a corporate database and can autofill most of the information needed. Halfway through the tedium of my assigned task I arrived upon a box of desiccated coconut. You know the stuff, sold in bags in the cooking aisle, used for the maintenance and stuff. The database auto-filled all of the information for me, and I almost just kept going, but I couldn't help noticing that the item description was brand name, shredded C/nut. I had a CD look around and thought it would be funny to change the item description to brand name, shredded C/unt for a bit of a laugh. Told myself I'd have a giggle at the ticket when it printed out and then change it back. I ended up getting sidetracked with another job for the rest of the day and didn't get back to it. Every time an old lady bought a bag of coconut shredded C/unt would pop up on the screen and be on their receipt. I was in the shop when visiting my hometown just a few weeks ago. It's still there. Was working as a computer tech at the biggest, most respected, non-big box computer store in town. I often traveled to customers to do work at their home/businesses and figured a nice laptop would benefit my workflow and productivity. My boss talked to the owner and got me a fancy new laptop, carrying case, the works. Cost maybe $1,000 and I was making probably $8/HR at the time. Leaving work the very same day, I was parked near our delivery entrance and another employee needed help carrying something, rolling in a cart, etc. I sat the laptop bag against the front wheel of my car and held open the door for them. I then hopped in my car and completely forgot about the new laptop. I started to back up, turned my wheels to exit the parking stall and heard a confusing crunching sound. That's when I remembered the laptop bag. As I recall, it was thoroughly crushed on one corner, not just a cracked screen. I guess the turned wheel knocked it over in just the right way to catch one corner under the tire as I backed up. That was a sucky walk back inside to my boss's office, carrying the 6 hours old destroyed laptop. I'm sure my face said it all. Thankfully, he was a former tech recently promoted to manager and apparently felt bad for me. We hid it under his desk, never told the owner, and I worked for that company for another 6+ years. When I was new at the restaurant I currently work at, I started as a busboy. Because it's in a nicer neighborhood and it's a higher end restaurant, we get a good amount of entitled rich folk who come in, so our service has to be quite tip top. We will go to the lengths of running out of the restaurant and chasing after customers that have left things behind, like coats, purses, to-go boxes, etc. Anyways, I bussed one table and the customer had left their to-go box. They were long gone, so I wasn't able to chase after them to get it to them. I cleared and reset the table and brought the box to the service station since I was starving. It was a barely eaten pizza with many slices unto shade, perfect for me and my coworkers. I go around to tell a few of the guys I was closer with street the time that we got a pizza to munch on. Because we ate during service, we weren't able to finish the slices fully in one try, so we'd take a few bites and leave it be until we had the chance to come back and eat more, and we'd close the lid each time so if a customer did see inside, it doesn't look like we were eating on the job. Here's where the fuck up comes in. The lady who had forgotten her pizza came back about 45 minutes after we left, and we were still in the process of consuming her nearly brand new pizza, so all the pieces had bites in them. The host comes up to me and asks if we still have her pizza, and I said yeah, it's in the service station somewhere I think, somehow forgetting a solid quarter of it was in my stomach. I don't know why I said that, but right as I did I remembered we were eating the damn thing and realized that, since we closed the lid, the host wouldn't check to make sure nobody was eating it, and the customer would open what she expected to be her perfect pizza, only to realize she bought someone dinner, resulting in some job losses. As the host walked away, one of the coworkers who I was sharing the pizza with looked at me and said, "You're so faked, dude." My heart sank. I accepted the fact that I was going to be fired and was already considering where else I could work once this whole ordeal was finished with. Somehow, the host didn't find the pizza, and I don't remember how, but I know it was still in the service station after the whole ordeal, cause we finished the rest later, but that's the closest I've ever gotten to getting fired from somewhere. I know, it's not super interesting, but it's one of the few times I've seen an Ask Reddit where I could actually respond, so I might as well put it out there. Wasn't me, but my supervisor Rai was in the car with on speakerphone. He was the parks director of a city, and I was a recreation superintendent. We often get phone calls from random citizens complaining about parks issues or random stupid concerns like someone left a mess in the girls' urinal at XXX park, or the lifeguard at the pool won't let me swim in jorts at the pool. Or my favorite, the contracted and likely 16-year-old umpire at this 8-year-old softball game missed a call. Come out here and fire them. I know the mayor. Yada yada, you get the picture. Anyways, my director gets a voicemail while driving from an elderly lady complaining about a walking trail having a down branch from the storm the night before, in which she proceeds to berate our quality of staff and talk about the lack of service she is getting from her taxpayer dollars. Keep in mind there are over 300 acres of park space, and she was on an obscure trail. So my director calls her on speakerphone and leaves a very professional voicemail in thanking her for reporting it and that we would get some staff out there to tend to the issue. He then presses the button to hang up and says something along the lines of, "You old bag of bones, I hope you trip over that branch and break a hip and get eaten by coyotes," and proceeds to complain about how stupid some citizens are and expectations. About a minute into his rant, an automated voice comes onto the speaker and says something like, "Your message has exceeded the voicemail maximum length," and he immediately seats at his cell phone and turns it off. He looks at me and says, "Oh shit, you think she got all of that? No doubt message was delivered. Never got a call back or complaint, but his butthole puckered up for sure." Not me, but my dad. He's a truck driver. He drove from Canada to the USA 3-day trip, there and back. They had no deliveries to be made, but a whole shipment had to be brought to Canada. So he took an empty trailer to the USA. Well, this is the best time to sleep, when they're loading up. Finally got back to drop off his shipment here in Canada. He's been driving to like 8 different locations in the US for like 20 years, so he thought he was going to a different location. He essentially parked his truck at the wrong place. No one told him. After he woke up in the USA, he drove all the way back with an empty trailer. My dad was like, "Oh fuck." Went to leave his trailer at work and get his paperwork to explain what happened and how he went to the wrong place, etc. But the dispatcher said, "Wow, that was the fastest delivery yet," and he got paid. Here's how no one found out. Some other guy did the same mistake, except picked up my dad's workload and brought it back to the right location. Eventually someone got caught with the mistake, but it definitely wasn't my dad. I remember this story because he keeps talking about it even to this day, about how he fluked out. So many more stories like this. But one when he was in the military. I was working as a programmer back in the late 90s and involved in a lengthy project to update this software we made for managing credit union accounts. I had become super jaded and was just not even trying anymore, but for some reason I ended up getting promoted to a position with a lot more responsibilities and overall trust within the company. When I found out a bunch of my friends in my old department were getting let go unnecessarily just to cut corners, we all devised a scheme, stolen from Superman 3, to install malware into the latest build of the coup software, to take the extra fractions of pennies the software usually rounded off when calculating interest into a secret account for us. It was such small amounts nobody would notice, but over time, would add up to a lot. Anyway, my buddy messed up with where he put the decimal in the code, and in just about a day we took over $300,000. Definitely not something that would be overlooked. After having the largest panic attack of my life, I eventually decided I would return the money and turn myself in, taking all the blame by sliding a note with a check under my boss's door. I totally expected to come to work the next day with cops waiting for me. However, when I pulled up, the whole building was on fire. A totally separate disgruntled employee apparently had enough and torched the place. Burned the check, confession, along with any evidence of what happened. As far as I know, the guy who burned it down never got caught, and I never saw him again. I actually ended up with a nice construction job courtesy of my friend and neighbor, and was much happier than sitting in a cubicle coding all day. Lost a key dongle that was worth $32K. This was 15-ish years ago in a different state and career. The dongle looked basically like a USB thumb drive. Was the only way to activate a multi-million-dollar security technology system for a hospital in a big city. The thing is, I was 100% sure I never had it, and that it was missing from the packaging from the manufacturer. Everyone I worked with also was not sure they ever saw it too. I was distraught and sick to my stomach at the possibility I screwed up somehow on something so stupid and costly, but ended up being convinced we never received it. The owner of the company I worked for, and our lawyers had to get involved with the vendor to make an agreement with them to send us a replacement for a relatively small fee. I'm not positive after all these years on this cost, but think it was around $5k. No one was happy, but we needed it, and it was done. Fast forward to years later. I'm living in a different state, now married and working for a different company in a different field, and I decide I want to use the backpack I used to use at the old job, where the dongle was lost. I still had some stuff in it, so I clean it out, turn it upside down, and shake it, and hear something rattling around. In the bottom of the big compartment of the bag, it looks like a solid piece. I dig my fingers around it, and was surprised to find it was a flap. I opened the flap and holy shit, it's the motherfucking missing $32k dongle. I was shocked, and for a second, felt so damn guilty. But then I just laughed as it was already taken care of, and years in the past. Still feel like a sheethead thinking about it all these years later just a little bit. I was asked to update a particular row of a table in a database in order to change the user scene name of a document. Because the front end of this database was cobbled together by people with qualifications such as I took a class in high school, there wasn't a good way to do this, so I did what I always did, and resorted to the direct way. The actual command I'd usually use looks something like this. What I instead did was this. For anyone who uses SQL, I did, in fact, set a change order in motion against every column in a table, because I'd remembered to target the table properly, but forgot one of those really important where qualifiers. This process normally completes before I've let my finger off of the key. Instead, it hung for a second, then another second. Tired as I was, I only started to question the hang about 5 seconds in. I glanced up at my command, saw my mistake, and killed the query. By then I'd overwritten thousands of records. A technical sergeant stepped in for damage control, rushing to read and correct the titles of as many entries as she could in reverse order that they'd come in. I, meanwhile, was sent out to find the one contractor responsible for all things database and drag him in so that he could restore things from backups. Several things saved my job. First, I was the only person in the entire organization who had any idea of how to run the system. I'd helped poorly build the damn thing and everyone else involved had moved on to other, better jobs. Second, I was on my 20th hour of continuous work and everyone of consequence knew it. Third, the entire episode happened at around 11 PM and was corrected by 2 AM the next day. But the most important reason was that I was in the army and there was this war thing going on, and in the grand scheme of stupid mistakes made by army privates, mine didn't even rate being yelled at. Fixing the issue and alerting all relevant people in the chain of command at the outset and giving them regular updates until resolved is probably why I kept the job and missed out on some kind of non-judicial punishment. I worked as a programmer for a high-frequency trading company. I'd been implementing some trading strategy algorithms and had handed over my work to the involved traders to test. They tested it on the internal simulation market server. It did fine. Then we put it on the production servers. Someone made a comment to me about a change that needed to be made. I made a change in the config file on the live server without having tested it on the simulation market. Then $60k was gone in 2 seconds before someone pushed the big red button. I found out that our config parser was locale dependent, and I used a comma instead of a dot, or vice versa, for a floating point setting, which therefore got parsed incorrectly. $60k gone in 2 seconds. I figured I could pack my things and go. Then my team lead walked up to me and said, "I hope this was a learning experience for you." I said, "Holy shit, I'm so sorry." He said, "Don't sweat it. My first time cost $120k. I didn't get away with it exactly, but they let me though." To put things in perspective, this was a company with 350 employees, including security and receptionists and all, that made €240 million profit in a single year. As far as I understood, this was about as much profit as the whole company of Adobe made in the same year, with 15,000 employees. Profit margins and automated high-frequency trading are insane. And they're faking up the entire world. Which is why I got out of it. But that's another story. This is an odd circumstance from about 15 years ago. I had a job at a payment center, where walk-in payments were accepted. People often pulled every unsavory stunt, or language, or outright threats over the balance of their accounts. One older male berated me so hard I told him to just pay half his balance, and be on his way. Incredibly, he stepped around the counter, and started yelling in my face, that he would only pay 1/3 of it, and his spit was flying into my face. I had no conscious thought at that moment, but I reached out in rage, grasped him under his arms, and picked him up, and shook him like a rag doll. As I was plopping him back on his feet, my brain screamed, "What have you done?" He ran out of the office, like he was on fire. He was a plump fellow, about 220 pounds. I'm tall, and about 240 lbs. While my heart finally slowed down, I decided I would just deny the incident, and really felt that nobody would believe his story. If he indeed said he was picked up and shaken, nothing ever came of it, and I noted his wife came in the next morning and paid their full balance due. It was a fight or flight moment, and I eventually forgave myself. I don't worry about what would happen anymore as to what would happen if anyone jumped me on the street. I seem to have a very aggressive and odd response if attacked. I was not a heavy weightlifter, but I did do this odd exercise, where I would lay on the floor flat on my back, reach up and grasp a 120-pound weight bar, and pick it up, and rotate in an arc to my thighs, and then rotate it back to the floor, all the while laying flat as possible. When I was 18 and just started working in the restaurant industry, I got a hookup from a family member to work as a food runner and eventually kitchen expediter for one of the most important celebrity chefs ever. This was in New York City. He has since closed his restaurant down to retire, but has a much smaller establishment on the first floor of his townhouse. I won't name names, but that guy was a dick. It was such a high stress environment we had one person actually commit suicide after a shift. We had 90+ hour work weeks, and one time I came in with a stomach virus, got out of bed and got there, and the manager told me if I didn't stop acting like a little bussy I could go work at a cafe and serve simple people and get days off when I felt bad, but then make sheet money. My mom had breast cancer, and I had to help the house upkeep. As an 18-year-old I was making $1,500 a week after taxes. I should have quit and lived my life like an 18-year-old, but I was there. It still anchors as an impressive bit on my resume, so I'm glad I didn't. Moms beat the cancers, by the way. People got fired there for clocking in 1 minute late for lunch service, and then called back later by a different managing partner/manager asking, "What the fuck are you doing? Where the fuck are you?" People got so stressed there. There was an instance an assistant waiter spit in his senior captain waiter's face mid-service, got to fists about it, and then finished service lol. Anyway, at a certain point, anyone who ordered the duck entree in their 6-course meal had a presentation at the table. As a food runner, I'd wheel this whole elaborate cart with select bread duck out to whoever ordered it, where a captain waiter would carve it in front of the table and explain its diet, where it's from, show the fat lining on the meat, etc. It would be then rolled back to the kitchen to be plated with its sides and sauces. On this particular day, I was really hungover and very strung out, maybe hour 80 or so in the week. I was faking upset with life. I'm wheeling this faking duck over and hit a bump on the Persian carpet. The duck falls under a credenza that held the wines by the glass and rolls to the other side. My family member on the other side, a captain waiter, looks over and laughs at me with a grin saying, "You faked up kid, lol." Then, in true solidarity, he kicks the duck back over like a soccer ball and tells me to pick it up before anyone notices. I pick it up. It's faking hairy with carpet sheet on it, LMFAO. I put it on the credenza and was pretty sure whatever I'd do would result in my termination. My family member jumps in and presents the duck at about a foot further than usual to the CEO of Sony, LMFAO. He gives the whole talk and carves displaying the fat and whatever, and then tells me to take the faking duck to the guest bathroom to wash it off of hair before returning it to the chef and the kitchen. I get the gist, roll it back, and pour some water on it, giving it a little napkin elbow grease too. The cart is parked outside the restroom. I walk out holding the duck and lo and behold the managing partner and manager is standing there. My blood pressure drops. All he says to me is, "You faking kids are messed up. I don't care what you did with the duck in there, but go in the kitchen and tell him it dropped on the floor or something. We are not serving that to the guest. Give the chef an apology and own this mistake. Got it?" I only kept my job because I was a hard worker and my manager thought I faked the duck. And he was sympathetic. I don't know, man. Restaurants are faking weird, lol. Working on a feature film, was in theaters a few years back. I was the assistant coordinator / travel coordinator for the show and had to fly an A-list actor from LA to where it was shooting. I went through the whole process of liaising with the actor's personal assistant who's been with them for years. Very cool guy. The big stipulation for this particular actor was first class, no bulkhead, first row, only aisle. On a typical flight this leaves 4 to 6 seats that can even be booked for them. Actor picked the flight, and I sent the travel agency the request for a quote. Got it. Got it approved by the line producer, and made the travel memo. Sent it out. Assistant copies receipt. We are all good to go. I get a call from the assistant the night before the actor is supposed to travel. Like, quite literally 8 hours ahead of time. "Hey, man. Just tried to check in actor. Airline website says a record locator isn't valid. Any idea if there was a typo on the travel memo?" Me, within a concern. "Since I normally check these things very thoroughly." "Oh, weird. Let me check on that right now, and I'll get back to you." This guy has been at it for years. Doesn't sweat the small stuff. All good. Let me know. I'm now in a bit of a panic. I scramble to check the emails on my phone. I had coincidentally just moved into a new place a couple days before, and I was waiting on the slow as internet company to get my service turned on. I find the quote email from the travel agent, but no confirmation email. My stomach drops out of my ass. I got the flight approved, and in all the hustle of the numerous other flights had never sent the purchase order and confirmed the booking. The record locator on the travel memo was in fact the travel agency's 6-character quote number. And of course, my very helpful and usually round the clock available travel agent was on her one vacation a year. I'm now at the mercy of the after hours service for the company. Some farmed out third party call center that sometimes can fuck more up than they help. Definitely fired. It was a good go, but there's no chance in hell I'm getting out of this one if there's not one of those first class, no bulkhead, aisle seats, 4 of them on this particular flight, available. I call the after hours line and literally run to grab my laptop and jump in my car so I can drive to the office and use the internet. The after hours number takes forever to actually get someone on the other end, and I race to the office listening to the repetitive drone of the hold music. I finally get someone. Just as I arrive at my desk, I word vomit the entire story, which was not completely necessary, but seemed to light a bit of a fire and convince this lady on the other end to help me. "Sir, I'm sorry. That flight is completely sold out in first class." I'm dead. Definitely fired. Fack. Sorry. Wait a secretary, hold on. Really? No way. What? What is it? You're not going to believe this, but I was going back to check other options and I just noticed a seat came open on that flight in first class. I guess somebody cancelled? For the love of Christ, hold that seat. Wait, which seat is it? Let's see. FML lady, tell me. Looks like 2B. Book it. Approved. It's $700 more than the price you were originally quoted. Yep, sounds great. And then a lot of thanking her profusely, but you get the point. Call the assistant back. "Oh, man. Can't believe there was a typo in that travel memo. I'm very embarrassed. Here's the correct number." "No worries, man. Thanks. See you guys tomorrow." The sigh of relief I felt was better than anything I had felt up to that point. Kindly revise the purchase order with no real description of why other than flight price change. Dropped it in accounting inbox. Went home. No one ever said anything, and I've never told any of them. I have worked with most of that production staff many more times to this day. Also worked with that actor again last year. Luckily I don't book travel anymore. TLDR. Faked up and forgot to book a flight for an A-list actor coming in to shoot their 3-day part in a multi-million-dollar feature film. Found out, got him on at the very last minute by complete luck. No one ever found out. I received an email from a friend with several funny pictures. I scrolled through a few, had a chuckle, and forwarded it to a coworker. He in turn forwarded along to other coworkers, including some in ours and some higher ups we had a good relationship with, and myself. I'm scrolling through his email, wondering if he added anything to it, and towards the bottom were some very NSFW images. I'll let him know that he probably should recall that email and just forward what I sent out. He replied he forwarded my email as he got it, and didn't add anything to it. Oh shit. I scroll through my original email, and realized the NSFW stuff was there at the bottom, like he said. I recalled my email, my coworker recalled his. Thankfully we both worked when the majority of the people he forwarded it didn't work, but we still were panicking. By some luck of the fates, one of the IT people happened to be working late that day. I asked him about how recalling emails worked, and was basically told, if it hadn't been opened it'll just disappear. I did a quick mental survey of who I knew was working that night, and realized I had about a 50/50 chance of getting away with it. Several days later I'm talking with one of the employees that had been included on the email. I had no idea she had been working that night. Got the email, opened it, scrolled through the pictures, and stopped just before getting to the bad stuff. She mentioned getting an email with funny pictures and opened it. Now I'm feeling very faked. I said I had already seen the email. She chuckled at a couple of the first pictures, then deleted it from her inbox. Huge sigh of relief. She was very much the kind of person to go screaming to ours, the board of directors, my boss, his boss, and generally fact sheet up for that kind of thing. I became very careful as a result of this experience on what I forward to coworkers, friends, family, etc. When I was 22, I worked at a restaurant as a cook, not going to name the restaurant. We had a piece of equipment that cooked food called an impinger, which was basically a very hot 425F conveyor belt that you could pass food through. We would cook ribs, fish, quesadillas, etc. through it. We had these impinger claps that you used to grip the metal trays with, so you never had to use your hands to touch hot surfaces. We were hella busy, and I was operating the impinger, making sure all the fish, ribs, etc. came out hot and fresh. I accidentally set the impinger grip on the conveyor belt but didn't notice, as I was moving very fast. The grip was stainless steel and very thick, so it got caught in the conveyor belt and stopped the belt from moving, but the mechanisms of the conveyor belt kept moving. This started bending the conveyor belt metal and made a horrible screeching metal on metal noise. The other cook I was working beside pointed it out, and I freaked out. So I force stopped the impinger operations and pulled the impinger grip out immediately with a towel. I quickly stepped away and pretended like nothing happened. Our general manager heard the commotion and came over. He looked at both the other cook and I and asked, "Who did this?" We both looked at each other nervously, but we both remained dead ass silent. My manager never found out, and I never got fired. That equipment is easily worth well over $20,000. I was on literally my last shift. I had already quit the job, and they'd found my replacement. At the time I was working as a hotel receptionist and the night hours were getting to me. At the time I was working 6 jobs, and decided the night ones had to go for my own mental health. This customer came to check in. We have parking on site, but it's not included, and we make sure that on our website and everywhere we advertise we stress that parking is $20 a night for guests. This means if you come in the morning of the day you're checking in we will let you park all day, all night and all day the next day too. We also charge $50 for non-guests to park there, and have a bus and tram right outside the premises and a train an 8-minute walk away, so we are very accessible with public transport. We as receptionists do have the right to offer free parking without additional approval if necessary. Say housekeeping messed up, and we've caused distress to guests we can apologize, and offer free parking. We can't do this willy-nilly cause we need to sign off on any free parking offered, and the big bosses had just gotten mad at us for offering too much free parking, since some of us just did it whenever guests were irate about the extra $20, and so we had been told not to do that anymore. This guy comes in and checks in. He's staying for 2 nights and has a car. I ask if he is going to be parking with us and explain the fee. He goes off. It starts off small. There was no fee advertised, which is wrong. I've checked. It is very explicit, and I apologize and ask where he had booked so I can check the webpage and rectify the situation. I also suggest that there is some street parking available if he wants to check. He goes on a tirade about how, if he had known about the extra fee, he would have stayed somewhere else. How there are other places better than our hotel that offer parking and are cheaper. Going on and periodically looking at me expectantly, as if he thinks I'm gonna waive the fee. I say I'm the receptionist here. I'm sorry, I don't set the prices, I just check people in. Will that be cash or credit? He goes on again, and after he pays and is checked in, he keeps grumbling and eventually says you'll be hearing about this in my review. Until I quit. I was actually the person who went through all the reviews, replied to them, followed up on them, and gave a report of guest feedback to my boss. And somehow this just made me mad, because we actually take our reviews very seriously and try to help guests and improve our service. This guy just didn't wanna pay $40 for 2 nights parking in the city. Most hotels charge $70. The only reason ours was so cheap was because we were new and had only been open for a year. So I snap. Okay, in your review make sure to mention me name. I can write that down for you if you like. You should know that right now you are being incredibly rude, and I would like you to please never stay with us again. Next time you are in town, please go to one of those better hotels you mentioned. Thank you and have a wonderful stay. He is shocked, seems to shrink down. Mind you, he is over 6 foot and quite large, and I'm a tiny skinny girl commonly mistaken for a 14-year-old despite being 24. He starts to walk away, turns back and says thank you for your frankness, but I don't think I was being rude. I reply please don't come again, in a cheerful voice with a fake smile plastered on my face. I thought shit would hit the fan when he reviewed and hoped that he would name me, so my bosses could say they fired me and I would never be in reception again and wouldn't blame anyone else for my snapping. But the funny thing is no review came. They actually talked me into doing a few more shifts after that, and I checked. No review about the mean receptionist or the overpriced parking. Even though after they were checked and there were some issues with the room with a leaky washing machine, I mopped up the water and offered to swap rooms, but they liked the original room better, and a huge huntsman. I came in, and with the help of the man and his wife caught the big guy and the wife, and I took him outside and released him. I honestly thought shit was gonna hit the fan big time, but it didn't, and I don't regret my actions. That guy was being just plain rude. And the funny thing is, when people are nice to me, I'm much more inclined to help them, and will often upgrade their rooms free of charge and comp their parking. Be nice to receptionists, they work hard, and don't deserve a lot of the crap thrown their way. I drove the beverage cart at a golf course. During our orientation, they warned us that, if we drove the cart into the water, we would be terminated immediately. It was no big deal to crash the carts though, that much was nearly unavoidable if you worked there long enough, and there were employees who worked on the course to repair broken carts. That was their whole job. The girls I worked with were also constantly texting while driving their carts, so crashes happened a lot. I know what you're thinking, and I didn't drive the cart into the lake, but it wasn't that much better what I did. I flipped the cart. I wasn't driving irresponsibly either. I was just cruising comfortably toward the end of my shift with the wind at my face and the sun at my back, when suddenly, I had drifted slightly to the left. I clipped the edge of a curb with my driver's side wheel. Before I even knew what was happening, my cart was in midair on its side. Luckily, it landed on the passenger side, and I just slided down the seat and landed on the side of my right thigh. I ended up with a massive bruise there. If the cart had landed on the driver's side, I might have died. Those carts weigh about 700 to 800 pounds. If it landed on me, it could have crushed me. I know this because there was a warning label in the cart with a visual image of a person being crushed. I just knew this was as bad as driving the cart into the lake. If you don't know this, beverage cart girls carry a T-sheet, so they know who they are serving and where they are in their rounds, at least on a private course. I knew from my T-sheet I had just served the last group of massive party who'd I'd been serving all weekend. They were all pretty cool, and I'd established a relationship with them. The group I just served was composed of 4 very large men. I left my cart and ran to them. They were on the last hole, almost gone back to the clubhouse. I sprinted toward them, waving my arms and shouting. They drove over to me to find out what was wrong. Short of breath, I told them I needed their help and they should follow me. I sprinted alongside their cart as they drove back to where I had come from. They asked what happened, and I told them. They asked if I was okay, and I said physically, yes. But I'm more worried about my job right now, so let's go. We get to the cart, and I ask if they think they can flip it. They say they think so. They line up, count to 3, and flip it like a flapjack, easy as pie. I thank them and tell them to get lost. I'm very grateful, but my product is scattered all over the greens, and I need to put my cart back together before anyone approaches. Their group comes to our course every year. I tell them, look, this is a great story. I know it is. You're going to be at dinner tonight at the club's restaurant having drinks, and you'll be itching to tell this story. Don't. Just wait until you get home. You can tell anyone you'd like, just don't speak word of it while you're on this property or I'll be found out, and this will have all been for nothing. Just wait until you get home to tell the story. They agreed and left. I don't know how long I spent there rinsing off all of the grass from the product and placing it back in the cart. But no one came around the corner while I did it. I finished in peace. Then I got in my cart, thinking I was home free, and I put my foot on the gas. Silence. The cart didn't move, the engine didn't rev, nothing happened, no noise came out. I looked up, and around the corner down the fairway came my boss and his boss. Golf pros often play golf. When they get off work, nothing odd about them being out for a round at this time in the day, like 6:30-7. Panic. I put my foot on the gas, and I just keep it there for, I don't even know how long. But after long enough, the engine sounded, and the cart began to move. My stomach sank. Thank God. I approached my bosses to ask if they needed anything. My boss's boss asks what happened to my knee. Without looking, I tell him I tripped over a case of Pepsi in the cart barn a few days back. That was true, and I had a massive scab on my knee. He says, no, you're covered in grass. I look down, and he's right. I laugh nervously and tell him I had just tripped a minute ago. Whoops. I drive away to finish my final round of the day, and my heart is racing. I've never felt so guilty in my life. A few days later, my boss asks me what happened to cart #2. I ask what he means. He takes me out to the cart barn and shows me that the metal frame is bent awry. My heart sinks. I tell him I scraped a tree while trying to pass a player's cart on the cart path, one of the most common ways to injure a cart, and I didn't think I needed to mention it to him because I hadn't noticed any damage at the time. I apologized for my absent-mindedness, and he said it was no problem. I had the best sales numbers of anyone, and I had proven my honesty and integrity when I didn't have to, so he had no reason to think to doubt me. I got away with it. But I hate to lie, and I think the guilt would have eaten me alive if I'd have stayed there. But, alas, I put in my 2 weeks like 1 to 2 weeks later, because I was moving for school. It was a shame. That was the only job I was sad to quit. It was, and remains to be, the best job I've ever had. Ladies, if you ever see an opening for a job as a cart girl at a golf course, take it. Finally scored a meeting with a potential client we had been chasing for years. This was a big one. Not only would my boss be there, but so would our VP of sales. Perfect opportunity to show them what I can do. The meeting was in a different state, requiring a flight out. My wife had suggested I fly out the day before, but I felt like staying home. To sleep in my own bed was the better idea. The flight was an early morning one, 6 a.m.-ish. So I made sure to set my alarm for 3 o'clock, giving me plenty of time to shower and get to the airport. I then sat at my desk and started going over the presentation for the meeting, finally dragging myself to bed around midnight. Later than I expected, but it's fine. I can sleep on the plane. The next morning I wake up, pick up my phone to check the time, and oh fuck, it's 6:20. When my 3 a.m. alarm went off. I had shut it off in a barely conscious state, and as a result I totally slept through my flight departure. I jump out of bed and start pacing around the hallway, trying to figure out how to explain this, and struggling to come to terms with the very strong chance that this will get me fired. I grab my phone, and before I call my boss, I check the United app. Flight delayed. It was only delayed 50 minutes, which means I'm still going to miss it, but maybe I can spin this. I sit at my desk, psycheing myself up for the phone call, and update the app again. Flight delayed further. Holy shit, I've never been so happy for a flight delay. Thank you United. Ultimately my flight out was so delayed that there was no way I could have made the connecting flight. Thus, United's terrible on-time record saved my ass. My most important takeaway from this situation was that I now leave my phone across the room when I have to be up earlier than normal, so I have to get out of bed to shut the alarm off. Years ago I was a printer. I was working on a Saturday morning on my own, health and safety, and was washing up the press. I was scraping the ink knife clean on the top roller, which is stupid, lazy, and dangerous, and I dropped the ink knife into the press. It made a horrendous shrieking and grinding noise and the press slowed down. I hit the emergency stop button, and in the 2 seconds it took me to realize what had happened I was already visualizing getting fired on Monday for wrecking a 125,000 pounds printing press. The rollers, blanket, and impression cylinder jacket were all faked, which cost a lot of money. Luckily we had a few sets of everything in stock, so I changed all of them, which took me ages, wrapped all the ruined parts in a bin bag, and took them to the local tip. I was convinced that I'd be found out and sacked on Monday morning, but the press seemed to be working okay. A week or so later the press was playing up a bit, so an engineer was called who changed a few cogs and links. He said to me backquote, "Has there been a bad jam in here or something?" To which I tried to look innocent and said backquote, No, I don't think so. A week or two after that they did a stock check and found there was a discrepancy with the amount of rollers, blankets, and impression cylinder jackets in stock. I managed to persuade my boss that I had changed them during routine maintenance a few days before I'd actually changed them, and that he must have forgotten to mark them out of stock. He was puzzled as he was pretty meticulous about paperwork, but in the absence of knowing what had actually happened he presumed that must have been what happened, and it was never mentioned again. In college I would pick various jobs here and there from people that I knew. One of my rugby teammates was a bouncer at the time. I needed a little cash, so for $100 I would bounce with him at a tattoo convention that was held at a hotel. It wasn't anything too serious. We would just walk through the lobby making sure people have the right colored wristbands for that day and that no one was getting belligerent. At night they hosted a live band with an open bar. I would stand at the entrance and make sure they had bought the right wristband for the night. People who were staying at the hotel but not attending the event were directed to the front to buy a wristband if they wanted to get into the bar. At 10:45 p.m. my boss leaves me there alone. People without a wristband would come to the bar, and instead of directing them to buy a wristband I would charge them $25 to get in. I did this to a handful of people. Then a group of 4 people come down, no wristbands, so I charge them $20 each. They start to ask if one can go in just to find someone. I tell them yeah sure. As they send in someone to find their friend my boss comes back. He sees someone is about to walk in for free. He stops him and asks, "What are you doing?" The guy, he let me go in real quick to grab someone real quick. My boss, "You need to buy a wristband if you want to go in," the whole group says. "Your bouncer told us it's 20 cash at the door." Meanwhile I'm just sitting there super quiet. My boss looks at me and then them and says, "You guys need to leave." After they leave he comes to me and says I hate dealing with drunk people and just walks away. Left that night with an extra $180 in my pocket. I had a client with a safe deposit box that had over 10 years in past due rents. They wanted to close it out, and in order to do so you have to pay the balance due. We escalated the situation to market management and nobody would approve closing the box without paying the fee, which was a little over $1,000. I did my best to explain to the client why they needed to pay the fee and how I have no power over the situation as a regular bank employee, but they were not very understanding. Eventually they agreed to pay, so I went through the closing procedures, and when everything was said and done the client said he would grab his checkbook and make the payment. Our systems at the bank were very out of date, so once I closed the box there was nowhere for me to access the record again. The client never returned to make his payment, and the only way anybody knew anything about that box was because of the physical card and contract. It was literally an inactive account for 10 years. I knew I was going to get in huge trouble because not only did I not collect rent before closing the box, but I also forgot to have him sign acknowledging the closure. I figured fuck it and just recycled the contract and entry card, which were blank anyways, and pretended I'd never knew anything that happened with the situation. A few months later we had a bank audit, and on the report the box record for closed accounts showed up. They didn't know who closed the box and nothing about a balance due was on that report. Since the account was missing the card, we did get a finding, but nobody was blamed, and the past due rent was never questioned. So I work with expensive camera equipment that is hired in for us to use on TV shows. A big part of my job is to look after it. Well, we have this massive lens that costs more than a very fancy, and I had left its flight case open to relieve condensation on the glass. I left it tucked under a table. A runner put a box of water above it, and later on a clumsy boom operator was helping himself to water, then just faking dropped the entire cup into the lens box by accident. He had a quiet word with me about it, but I thought he meant he'd dropped like a dribble. When I come to it later I find the box and the lens are soaked point, so I take it to K lamp and use it to warm up the lens and box to dry out. I inspect the lens and there's moisture inside the glass. Not good. I leave it to dry longer, but it doesn't change form at all, like, at all. I check to see if the foam in the case is dry yet, and leave my goddamn handprint in the now melted foam, rapidly diminishing my chances of covering my tracks. As it turns out, the condensation inside the lens was oil. It had come from the internal gearing of the lens, and had been there the entire shoot. The hire company should not have sent it out like that. They must have been too embarrassed or not noticed the foam, so I got away with that too. I still have that lens on other jobs from time to time, and my handprint is still in it. I work in a group home. The hours they have us working are insane. In this particular day, I was doing 2 12-hour shifts in a row, but didn't have 12 hours in between them. No, I had 9 hours between them. But it takes me 40 minutes to go to / from work, so I had more like 7. Plus I can't fall asleep without time to unwind. So I was operating on 5 or 4 hours of sleep on a 12-hour shift. 10 hours into it, I was driving with all the guys in the house van on the main road of the city in its later rush hour in the winter at night. Traffic was stop and go at best, would rapidly hit speed limit, and then immediately slam to a stop repeatedly. Well, I straight up fell asleep behind the wheel. Just nodded off with multiple individuals in my care while driving in this traffic. Slammed right into a woman in front of me, unsurprisingly. The workman even looked like a giant faked the front. Her car was somehow undamaged. I was 100% at fault. Had she called the cops I'd have been ticketed and would have been in deep shit from work. Luckily, she was up to something and wanted to get the hell out of it too. So, she took our info, never contacted, I didn't even think to get hers, and we left without calling the cops. Work was mad I violated procedure, but is too desperate for staff. My one writ-up for that leaves me 20 plus below some staff. So, I didn't get a ticket for hundreds of dollars, didn't have to take points on my license, and didn't have to pay for anything. All because I lucked out and hit a woman who wanted nothing to do with the cops. I blamed the accident on the abs failing, the brakes locking up. Black ice is common here, so it's reasonable that if your abs fails you can slide right into someone, and the accident had damaged the abs, so they couldn't tell otherwise. I'm pretty late, but I'll share this story anyways. The restaurant I worked at in high school was open every day of the year. I got stuck working Thanksgiving. After about 5 parties came in the moment we opened at 4, barely anyone else came in the rest of the night, but I was gonna be stuck there until at least 10. As the host, I had to just stand up at the front and wait for anyone to come in. It was getting very boring, and I started messing around with the phone. A little backstory, everyone that worked in the restaurant knew that the front phone didn't work for outgoing calls, it could only receive calls. Well, I tried showing off to a coworker and typed 911 and quickly hung up thinking nothing of it. Well, 15 seconds later it receives a call, and I'm immediately thinking oh shit. I answer it, and it's the 911 dispatcher telling me they received a call from that phone and asked if there was any emergency. I told them no there wasn't. They promptly hung up, and I thought I was in the clear until a cop car pulls into the parking lot. I almost shit my pants. The cop walks in, and I greet him, and he just tells me that he needs to talk to the manager. I grab the manager for him, they talk for a bit, and he leaves. I even held the door open for him and told him happy Thanksgiving on the way out, hoping I didn't look suspicious. The manager tells me how weird it is that the cops got a call from us and immediately rules me out as a suspect as the phone does not call out. Instead she suspects someone snuck into the locked manager's office and used that phone. What? I'm immediately relieved, and the only people that know about this there are me and that coworker, and he probably forgot about it a day later. Worked at a medical call center specializing in repatriations. Patient really sick in a European hospital, won't divulge where. We needed to stretch or repeat him back or he'd die. Made all the arrangements, everything set to go. Family fly back, doctor and repad team fly out. Doctor can't find patient's passport. I called up the brother to ask where he left it, and he said he had it with him back in the UK. The family had taken it with them and left him a photocopy. They thought that because he'd be flying on a private plane, tiny thing, he wouldn't need a passport. Now after working 10 hours of my 12-hour shift with only a 30-minute lunch and stress oozing out of every pore, I was pretty pissed. I meant to say in response something along the lines of why did you think he didn't need it? Instead my mouth blurted out before my brain could connect to you stupid. The brother had a huge go at me and demanded to speak to my manager, threatening all things under the sun. I put him on hold and told my manager the situation. Now we had a really high turnover, stressful job, poor pay, etc. So I was fully expecting to be cut, especially as customer service was number one. Instead my manager pissed himself and took the call like a champ. In the end the patient did get home okay, with some cooperation from customs, and the brother very sheepishly admitted in a later call that he might have reacted a bit strongly. I did apologize and did explain that it was a stressful situation and shit happens. I've been reading these for over an hour and forgot my own damn story. Anyways, I just remembered it. I was 21 working at a neuropsych lab as a psychology major undergrad. The grad students and boss treated us like trash. For instance, calling us retards for not understanding their ridiculous jargon. Anyways, this one grad student was cutting corners because she was strapped for time with the rats in surgery and said, "Hey, can you staple up the rats?" As in literally staple up their open stomachs while they are still passed out from surgery. My job was to weigh them, drug them, and hand them to her as she operated on them. So I was not qualified to staple them. To staple them up you had to hold an open staple with tweezers in one hand and squeeze them shut with tweezers in your other hand. It looked like I was hurting them and some of them twitched in their sleep. I felt awful about it, but stapled up 24 lab rats that each cost close to $1,000 each. She kept turning to me, snapping, "Oh my god you idiot, it's not like you can hurt them." She wasn't wrong. Anyways, I take my lunch break upstairs. I come back down, it's 4 floors down, and you have to suit up, which takes about 10 minutes before entering the lab. And there's the grad student. Ladies and gentlemen, I had never seen a black individual literally turn white until this moment. She was absolutely terrified and panicking, looking for me. She pulls me into the lab and the rats were all awake, walking around in their cages with their intestines wrapped around their feet and each other. Blood everywhere. They were squeaking like crazy. Maybe 2 over 24 of them had staples that held. She called me a bunch of names and didn't offer a plan. I panicked. The quickest thing I could think of was to drug them with a cotton ball quick to stop them from moving, stuff their insides back in, and staple them the right way. She silently followed suit. I had finished about 2 Her 3, and then, I forget the drug/chemical name, I dropped the entire bottle on the floor and she fainted. I don't know if it was the drug or from stress because I didn't feel faint at all. But I was left stuffing 20 rats by myself with no drugs. This entire time the veterinarian staff, who loathed the grad students but loved the undergrads, kept walking by smiling and waving at me in the hall. They could see me from the elbow up. I had to keep pretending everything was okay. I felt so guilty once it was over. It was my 21st birthday and I stayed 3 hours late just watching them in their cages while they slowly woke back up and ate their food like everything was okay. Of course I came home to a surprise party with a bunch of pissed off roommates waiting for me. The following Monday I got word only 2 of the rats passed away. I still felt so guilt. The big boss never found out. I lasted 3 more months and then quit. Only job I've ever quit in my life. Apparently they had hired and fired 7 students in the 3 weeks before I got the job, so they were pretty desperate. Also they didn't train me for anything there and always made up data and tried to get me to enter false data myself, which I never did. They got shut down 4 years later. I used to be the grave manager at a McDonald's. I was only ever scheduled with one other employee each night, and it would get busy at night because of how many stoners lived in my city. One night the other employee I was scheduled to work with just up and quit on me 30 minutes after their shift had started. Luckily there was one other worker scheduled until 12 AM, but after that I was on my own. I decided that I wasn't getting paid enough to run the entire restaurant by myself, so I closed the store after the other employee left for the night. Closing the restaurant was not something I was worried that I would get found out for, because the general manager refuses to check the camera footage. I left the drive-through headset on, so I could let customers know that we were closed due to a scheduling error. Everything was going fine and customers were being generally understanding until 2 in the morning when a van of what I thought were just teenagers pulled up to the drive-through. I shit you not, the first thing they said to me was giggles we're not on weed bro. Then the driver, who sounded like a teenage girl on pot, starts to order. That's where I stopped them and let them know that we were closed for the night. The conversation continued as follows. Driver, what do you mean you're closed? Teenagers giggling in the background. Me, I mean we are not taking orders right now. Driver, well you're in the restaurant aren't you? Teenagers still giggling in the background. Me, yes but. Driver, well then make us some food, it is your job, plus we will pay you, so you have to do what I say. Teenagers still giggle over God knows what. Note, at this point I could not serve them food even if they had convinced me to, because I turned everything off in the kitchen so I could sanitize it like I was required to every night. Me, I actually can't take your order right now. Driver, why not? Let me speak to your manager right now. Teenagers giggling begins to get louder. Me, you're already speaking to him. Driver, obviously not. Quit lying to me. Get your manager right now, or I will have you fired. Because teenagers giggling was so loud that I could hear most of what she said here. This McDonald's is always more teenagers giggling. Me, I'm sorry but I can't hear a word you're saying. Driver, yelling over the giggling, what the hell do you mean you can't hear me? I'm talking right into the microphone. Me, starting to get agitated. You know what? It is difficult to deal with teenagers stoned as fuck off their own ass. Go pester someone else about satisfying the munches, because I cannot and will not serve you stoned factards. I probably could been more creative with the insults, but I was multitasking. Driver, what the fuck did you just call my son? Teenagers still giggling through all of this. It was at this moment I realized that the driver was actually an adult and would probably call my general manager about this, and I got scared that through that call my general manager would find out that I closed the restaurant and fire my ass. I also started to get nervous that the teenagers were giggling because they might be recording the whole conversation. Me, in an intimidated tone, you're an adult? I opened the fuse box and got ready to shut off the outside lights of the restaurant along with the McDonald's street sign. Driver, yes, and you will now give me my whole order for free, or I will call the police. Teenagers giggling stopped. With this I got pissed. I hate it when customers demand free food. I was aggravated further by the threat to call the police. I hate it when customers try to force me to do what they want by threatening to get the police involved. Me, in an aggravated tone. Then act like an adult, you dumb SLUCHT driver. Well, I nev. I didn't let her finish her screaming. I cut off the power and went back to washing dishes, but I could hear her screaming through the walls. For the next half hour, probably less than that, but it felt like an eternity, because I was scared shitless. I figure that the driver never called the general manager, because I kept my job, until I found a better one, and gave my general manager the finger. End note, I wasn't worried about the police, because I always gave them their meals for free, and I knew them all pretty well. I feel like they probably would have had my back if she gave them a call and tried to make up some BS about me to get me arrested. I used to work at a big place with physically and mentally disabled people who were under my supervision and care. There were 20 houses and each house had 20 or so people, and some needed more care than others. I worked on a house where everyone needed constant supervision. I loaded up 6 residents with me into a golf cart to drive around campus and took them to the on-site library building, a big brick monstrosity that was a good 5-minute drive away. As I was trying to park at the front, I hit the gas instead of the brakes and slammed into the wall, shattering the headlights and throwing 2 of the residents out of the cart into the grass. I helped them back into the cart and checked them for any visible scrapes or scratches before looking around in fear. Miraculously, there was no other person in sight, even though there are over 750 people inside this fairly small area at all times. The residents I had with me were shaken up and were all looking at me like I was crazy, but I hurried back to the house with them in tow. Nobody was injured, but I was sure I would be fired, so I never said anything. The next day I came into work and the staff was berating one of the residents who had gotten into trouble for stealing the cart and smashing the headlights out, which he had been known to do in the past. Nobody ever said anything different, and one of the residents who had been in the wreck with me driving and knew the truth even approached me to let me know they never liked that guy because he always slapped them when nobody was around, so they were glad he got in trouble for it. I've always been happy nobody was injured, and it's just one of the craziest and most scared moments I've ever had at a job where I knew I had screwed up. When I was in high school, I worked at a really upscale private country club. We had these gas-powered utility carts that we would drive around the course as we completed tasks. They would go about 25 miles per hour and had no doors or windows. There was a spot on the back of the range that was secluded and always in the shade, so the grass stayed damp. We used to go full speed and then jerk the wheel to do 360-degree spins with the cart. Well, one day, the general manager's little 7-year-old and pretty annoying and whinny daughter wanted to tag along and ride in the range picker to collect golf balls with me. So we set out in the cart and headed toward the back of the range. As soon as we hit the wet grass, I jerked the wheel without thinking, and as the cart spun, the girl went flying out the side. Still spinning, the back wheels missed, running her over by inches as she hit the ground. She started crying, of course, and I did everything in my power to try to distract her by encouraging her that she was fine and we'd have fun picking up range balls. So we spent about 45 minutes driving around in the ball picker while I was stalling and she was complaining that her arm hurt. I was practically begging her not to tell her mom, the boss, but when we got back she immediately ran to the clubhouse and screamed the story to her mother. Since she was such a whiny little brat, her mom was used to it and didn't believe a word that came out of her mouth. Phew. So I had a private event at my place of business and the group that came and rented the space was incredible, kind and generous, and let me, the main staff, help myself to anything they had, which of course included alcoholic drinks, including alcoholic punch. Awesome. Thank you all so much. This was very kind of you and a great event. Please come back anytime. They are very kind, leaving help clean up everything. They even ask me if I would like the leftover alcoholic punch. Absolutely, that's great. Me and others will drink that up. I pour it into a pitcher and set it in the fridge expecting to drink it later. But by the time the event is fully over, I'm ready to get out of there. So I leave the punch and the pitcher in the refrigerator and don't think any more about it. 2 weeks later, I have completely forgotten about this bright pink alcoholic punch sitting in the pitcher in the fridge. And I show up to work later in the day for another event we have going on that evening. I'm there with one of my main coworkers who works many of our class events that we host through the week. So we are standing there chatting, and she's telling me about the children's class that she worked earlier that day and how the kids were all acting crazy by the end of the event. I said, no kidding, how strange. That's pretty rare. And she says yeah, after the snack time they all must have hit a sugar high or something. At which point I realized that we hadn't had a kids class since the private event, and that we served the kids Kool-Aid out of the same pitcher, and that I had never emptied that pitcher from the private party and the punch was bright pink just like the snack drink that we serve. I look up mortified. I tell her what happened. She mortified. We both immediately agree to never tell anyone at that organization about this or anyone else we know. This should really be in r/confessions. It just so bad. But thankfully each kid only had like half a cup. But Jesus, what the hell man. I'm so glad none of them were driving, and that no one ever found that out. I'm way late to this thread, but I never get to tell this story. I was interning as a systems administrator at a small software development studio. We had a 3-person IT department, including myself, responsible for all our desktop workstations, a couple dozen servers of various uses, and some networking and backup appliances. It took the better part of a year of working my butt off to get my 2 bosses to let me tackle a project of my own, build a new file server. They had already parted out all the components themselves, a totally beach-in super macro 4U chassis, with 24 3.5-inch bays, a dual-socket motherboard of the latest Xeon chipset, and an LSI RAID controller card that cost more than my car at the time sheet was cash, so all I had to do was put it together. I had built plenty of high-end, custom workstations for our devs and artists, so I knew how to handle each part, right? If you've ever built a computer before, you're familiar with the protective plastic cover that's installed over the socket the CPU eventually fits into on the motherboard. To this day, I had never gotten the hang of how to take them off correctly/gingerly. I always seem to end up jerkily and suddenly removing them after applying what seems like too much force. For AMD and some Intel CPUs, this isn't the biggest deal, as the motherboard socket is a hard square of plastic with a gridwork of teeny holes that the CPU's pins go into. On this motherboard sockets though, it was different. The Xeon processors we purchased didn't have pins, but instead a matrix of little circular contact pads. To match those pads were an intricate grid of obliquely lined, angled, and sloped triangular fins lining the inside of the sockets. Upon wrestling with, and eventually gruffly removing the protective cover of the first socket, I had consequently scrunched a quarter of those fins down. And there's not exactly a small number of them. Thankfully, I was doing all of this after hours at our build station, so my bosses weren't around to witness me destroy a $700 motherboard. They would be there the next morning though. After I finished keeping myself from throwing up, I realized I had no other options besides just stopping completely, so I went for the best idea I could think of, which would turn out to be the greatest Hail Mary yet achievement in my career that I've still yet to top. I grabbed a small spare twisty tire, the kind you'd find coiled around a cable that came with a new phone charger or something, stripped a bit of its jacket coating off, and used the resultant super thin piece of wire to painstakingly shunt the misaligned fins into place. It was so precise, it felt like surgery. The only way I could assess if the angle and tilt of each fin was back to its original dimensions was by shining a flashlight in all directions around the socket to compare its light reflection with that of the unbruised fins. After 3 hours, 2 Red Bulls, and 1 heart attack from an interloping custodian, I had them all repositioned as beat as I could managed. I emailed my bosses that I chose to work on a class assignment in the office that I'd forgotten about instead of the server, and that I'd pick up where I left off building it the next day, crossed my fingers, and left. The next day I proceeded to build the server, as if nothing went wrong. I took the second protective socket off with no less grace than the first, but at least with reassurance from my boss that it always happens to him too, and thankfully avoided the same catastrophe as the previous night. I installed both CPUs with no apparent weirdness when seating them, completed the build, and powered it with my 2 bosses in audience. Defying all tenets of how last-ditch efforts usually go, the bastard posted and eventually booted. I got free Del Taco as a reward for a job well done. I still remember how they tasted. I was working the phone when very polite lady called asking us for a price check. I tried to transfer her to the department and manager 3 times each. No response. I was incredibly frustrated because this lady was so nice. Her request was simple, and yet we were looking really bad and about to lose a sale. Before the call came back the 6th time, I hatched a plan to try and redeem the situation. I called the cashier supervisor to let me into the system despite it being a DOS system I was not confident with. Once the phone rang again and the supervisor left, I executed my plan. I have a large vocal range from mercenary badass to underage Japanese lolly, and people constantly mistake me for a woman. Knowing that I was trying harder to deepen my voice over the phone throughout the day, I took advantage of my one feature I otherwise hated. I used a fake name of no one who worked there and pretended to be a female manager and somehow managed to find the price for the lady. She was happy and was totally understanding about the inconvenience. However, it only occurred to me after I hung up that I wasn't sure if the calls were monitored or not, and since I was the only one working the phones at that specific time, I would be questioned. Luckily, I was never found out. I laughed about it with some other students who worked there and who I was on good terms with. It low-key inspires me to take up voice acting or do more theater. Oh man. When I was in high school I worked at a movie theater. On this day, I was cleaning theaters instead of working concessions, which was great. I vastly preferred cleaning crew to concessions/tickets. I was with this one other guy that night. We were taking some trash out to the trash compactor. We threw the trash in. He was a smoker, so he smoked a cigarette really quick while I swept up all the old cigarette butts in the area. He threw his still burning cigarette into the compactor and started it. We go clean a couple theaters and go back to throw the trash in the compactor and we see some smoke coming out of it. We open in and giant plumes of smoke come billowing out. The back door was propped open as there's no way to get in that way if it's closed. The smoke pours into the building. A manager comes running over with a fire extinguisher. There's no fire, just smoking trash/plastic trash bags. The manager opens all the doors and the smoke clears from the building before the alarms go off and before any more movers end, so nobody else sees it. The other guy said a customer must have thrown a cigarette in or something, since he saw some guys smoking out back. I guess nobody ever checked the security footage, because nobody ever said anything. I figured we'd both get fired. I didn't do it, but I still felt associated. Wasn't me, but I contributed to it. My American dad works for a Toyota plant in the US and gets sent on a lot of business trips. Usually they're out of the country, but he got sent to some other state this time. He and his Japanese coworkers who had been assigned the same business trip decided to drive rather than fly, and my dad offered to drive them all in his car. Whenever my dad drives, he likes to put his phone on shuffle and let everything play out, so there isn't any repetitive music or fighting over what channel to listen to on the radio. He usually buys a ton of classical music, like Beethoven or Mozart or whatever, so there's never any real issue with it. Now, I was pretty young at the time and was going through an anime phase. I had purchased several anime intros, most notably Attack on Titan, which automatically downloaded to my dad's phone via iCloud. My dad did not know this. So my dad and his 3 other crotchety old Japanese businessmen are maybe 30 minutes into their 4-hour-long drive to a professional company meeting when this operatic song starts playing over the car's sound system. My dad is trying to identify the song when suddenly C signed Das Essen und we signed Die Jagger blasts over the speakers, causing my dad to sheet his pants in embarrassment and fear. Apparently, though, his coworkers thought it was hilarious. Some of them even sang along too. Their kids watched the show, and it was pretty popular in Japan, so they knew all about it. My dad told me all of this after he got back. I'd never seen him so embarrassed in my life. I've had plenty of OFAC moments at work that nobody found out. In fact, for a few of them other people were blamed instead of me. Anyway, here's a few of them. smashed into and damaged a roller door with the forklift. One guy on afternoon shift was being a dick to me and my workmates, so just before going home noticed his 57 Corvette had the bonnet sitting wide open. So I walked up when nobody was looking and swapped 2 of the spark plug leads over. When he tried going home later in the evening, his car was running like a lawnmower and it took them a week and a trip to the mechanic to figure out the switcheroo of the cables. His father called up our boss and chewed his ass off over the phone, which in turn he held a meeting with all the staff and not knowing which one of us did it told all of us off, but couldn't punish anybody. My job as a forklift driver / storeman required me to pack and load trucks to deliver goods interstate. On one occasion I had 2 trucks come in. One was going to Queensland, in NSW, Australia by the way. The other was heading to Victoria. I loaded the QLD load on the Vic trailer and the Vic load on the QLD trailer. The mistake was discovered at the other end. The truck drivers were blamed considering they dropped the trailers off and left them unattended while I loaded them. So my boss thought the drivers took the wrong trailer since they were both from the same company, hence identical looking trailers. Filled up the metal recycling bin with a whole heap of scrap wooden pallets. Boss came out and seen one of the other workers next to the bin and blamed him, so he had to climb up into the bin and remove every single piece of timber from the bin. It took him hours to do it, and there's way more, but that's it for now. When I was at university I worked at a theme park and I had to send the trains from a roller coaster to the front when people exited so new people could get on. I was doing it for 4 hours non-stop and went in autopilot, and as someone was exiting the train I accidentally sent it round to the front and they fell out onto the tracks as a new one was coming, but they moved out of the way in time. I just said sorry and please don't tell anyone or I will be fired. They didn't tell anyone. I would also sometimes say over the speaker the lap bars are unlocked and they are all going to die when I worked on a drop tower ride. Then you'd hear them all scream before it dropped and then I'd hide in the booth when they exited the ride. When they left they found it funny nobody ever complained. I would also prowl the park after it closed picking up money, cameras, sunglasses, ECT point people lost on the rides. They tried to fire me on my last day when they found out I had a trick to get free drinks and food from the shops, as the vending machine always used to steal your money. So I would just tell them the machine stole my money so they'd give me the equivalent from the shop. I'm more responsible now. This was like 15 years ago. This was at secondary school a few weeks ago. It was only 100 days till school ended and the seniors always make it a big party. They were setting off smoke bombs and shit in the bathrooms and stuff. As we heard the seniors were bringing fireworks, I brought some small firecrackers on Monday. The 100-day party was on Friday. It's a full week of mayhem. Last year Homeland Security showed up on our school because someone put 17 heavy firecrackers, you could blow up concrete with them, in their locker. Anyways, after I brought some small firecrackers, the next day one of my friends brought an enormous firecracker. We were all freaking out about the blast it could deliver. We looked it up. Well, on Friday it was surprisingly calm. A few smoke bombs in the hallways. Much worse has happened. It was all nice until I returned from eating lunch and I gathered with the guy with the big firecracker. He was showing it around and offered to a freshman to set off. He didn't know how loud it was. At first he agreed, but then after he saw us all running away and laughing he did light it. Then one of the cool boys of my class offered to light it. We all got together and watched the bang. The fuse was really faking long because it's extremely loud. It was so long people even walked towards it before it exploded. And when it eventually exploded, there was an enormous bang which echoed around the building. Everyone put on their serious faces and turned their back on the site and walked away as fast as they could. A few staff members walked out the building immediately. They were mad. We quickly walked away to the toilets, and when we returned, a few people who were there, including the kid which set it off, were being questioned by the staff members. They threatened to get everyone expelled but no one broke. No one was punished, and the kid never got caught. It's kind of unfair, since a few months earlier a kid I'm friends with set off a small pool cracker which makes only a small amount of sound and is harmless. The kid got serious detention. At my first job out of college I was doing sales for a very large franchise that was honestly way above my skill level at the time. I was dealing with my first unhappy client who said that our services didn't work blah blah and refused to pay on time and the normal. Well, I was finally able to track down his wife and she agreed to pay, but I had to go pick it up at like 9:30 PM at their business. So I go pick it up, they give me the runaround and make me wait another 45 minutes. She asked the price and I tell her, well, the last two numbers were 85. She hands me the check, I glance at the numbers and it's correct and take it, just happy to get it over with. It was their last payment. I make it the 45-minute drive back home and take the check inside to get ready for the next day, and I realize that what the lady wrote on the check did not match up to what the numbers she wrote. Turns out, if you didn't know, the written word portion of a check trumps the numeral box on the right side. The lady did not put the 80 in there and just wrote 5. The $80 really wasn't a big deal, but it was the fact they jerked me around and then did this that made it so bad. My manager said screw it, we are going to take it to the bank and cash it ourselves and tell the bank the correct number, and if they want to argue over it we will. The owner was the real issue here because he has been on me as my manager for not being able to track these people down and get their money, so neither one of us wanted to tell him we got the check, but it was wrong because I didn't check it close enough. I really thought I was dead and my owner was going to lay into me, so thanks to my manager, who made sure he never found out about it. Worked at a call center. I was on a small team that dealt with returns and whatnot. Most of the department took direct calls about product, troubleshooting, etc. So our team dealt with that stuff like 2% of the time. Manager over the depth thinks it would be wise to create a line to get more directly to us for returns things, but the phone script prompts for where the customer wants to go. Press 1 for parts, 2 for service, 3 for sales, etc. Wasn't very clear, so actually like 5% of the calls on that came on the newly created line to us were actually dealing with returns. The other 95% needed to go to the main line /s. 90% of our job was email/paperwork, 10% was actually talking to customers about returns. However, when this happened it completely flipped, and we had no time to actually process returns, because we were talking to customers that came to our line incorrectly. We told management what was happening, and they said deal with it. Well, a few weeks go by and the main customer service people are getting more calls about issues with returns, because we were backed up taking their calls. Well, I was sick of that and needed to get work done, so I would mute my phone, answer call, put them on hold, then instantly transfer to main line. Customer didn't know any better and 95% of the people were getting where they needed to be in the same matter of time. My team was starting to get caught up and were like, we don't seem to be getting as many calls. We sat next to the people who randomly listened to calls for quality purposes, and after a few weeks I overheard them talking about something weird going with rock fans calls. I was like, oh crap, here it comes. Another week goes by and nothing happens. I'm still doing it cause I got crap to do. I'm pretty sure my supervisor knew about it, but he thought it was dumb too, so he just let it slide if he knew. I went to another job a few weeks later. I don't know how they dealt with taking all those calls after I left, haha. TLDR at bottom. Was working as a whitewater raft guide, and one of my jobs, on slow days, was to pick up tourists at the bottom of the river and deliver them to the boat ramp. River ended in a dammed lake, so the boat ramp was plus 1/4 mile of flat water, which is miserable to paddle across in the heat. So we used a motorboat to ferry them. Like any other similar day, I hitched the company boat and trailer to my truck, filled the gas jerry, and headed down the old gravel logging road to the boat ramp. It was maybe 5 to 7 miles of winding back road. I was very familiar with it, and, being young, I like to drive a little too fast, swerve on the gravel a little too close to the precipitous drops, and just possibly toe the line of safety. Well, one particularly fine day I'm zooming along, feeling like $1 million, and some slight movement catches a corner of my eye. It's my rear view mirror, and what I see there brings me right the fuck back to reality. The trailer, with 100 pounds aluminum boat, motor, etc. is riding on one wheel, the other wheel up in the air on the razor's edge between bouncing down or flipping over. If it flips, it's going over the edge, and down into the dense forest. It probably won't take me with it, but it will absolutely fuck up my truck and swerve me who knows where. So I ease off the gas slowly, turns a little to try and tilt that flying wheel back to earth, and thank God it works. You could have flipped a coin on the outcome. It was the Granny Smith faking speed limit the rest of the way down to the boat ramp and back. If my boss had ever found out I nearly wrecked his boat and trailer, I definitely would have been fired. TLDR, drove too fast a company trailer and aluminum boat, nearly flipped it off the side of a mountain. Oh man, I have one. It was literally like something out of American Pie. The wedding / I used to be a functions manager and we did weddings at our venue. I've done hundreds of these, and they were usually for couples on a budget. We had one wedding which was considerably more fancy, around 300 guests, 3-course meal, walk on the beach, string quartet the works. I spent months organizing their bloody day, started sleepwalking from the stress, but I digress. We had all the characters: high maintenance bride who called me on the hour every hour, submissive husband, nightmare mother-in-law, dying nana. The night before the day it was critical that the flowers for the wedding be stored in the wine cellar to keep cool. Unfortunately there was so many flowers and booze it wasn't possible, so we put them in the next best place, a glass room, closest to the ocean, air conditioning. It was chilly. Called the bride to tell her this, no problem. Now I left late that night and had to lock up the entire building. This place was massive and had wild animals, too doubly important to concentrate. Yeah, you see where this is going. On my autopilot looking at 4 hours sleep I didn't turn on the air conditioning. I turned on the heating. It was summer and a warm night. I came in at 6 AM the next day to be all prepped. Walk into tropical rainforest like humidity / heat and what looked like a garden center morgue. I honestly almost fainted. Every point faking flower destroyed. I contemplated just legging it back to my car, turning off my phone, and resigning myself to the sheet storm which was going to come, but I like to think I'm not an asshole. I called the head chef first, and then the area manager, and explained in the most basic, trying to not sound shrill voice that there had been an issue with the air conditioning. We had a serious problem, and, politely, we are faked. This was bollocks. The room was a sauna. Unless the place was haunted, the only person who faked this up was Moi. To cut a long story short, everyone went ballistic. I figured the only way to come across as innocent was to mirror them and blame the faulty old premises. Some of the explicit words I heard that day will forever haunt my memory. I did manage to somehow rectify the situation by contacting a local florist who I've worked with before and offered myself for their assistance, but the story did reach the local newspaper, or so I heard. I wasn't let go, but the day was such a loud screaming crying nightmare of problems I think they may have lost sight of the original catalyst problem, that or they just decided to bleach it from their memories. Looking back, I'm surprised I didn't have a stroke, or at the very least a panic attack, and/or murdered. Worked at a 3-person company. The owner finally decided to create an online store and wanted spread the word about his company to the public as opposed to continuing to rely on his industry-based B2B sales. He also didn't want to pay professionals to help him do this. So now I'm creating a website and running all the social media accounts you can think of using tips I got from Google. It's all well and good for a while. I'm younger and was into the challenge, knowing I was over my head as I was not trained to do this, but I knew enough to figure something out piece by piece, and our online sales doubled 3 years in a row. We weren't getting rich by any means, but we now had another decent little chunk of change to help out in other areas of the business. Well, one day I screwed up. I was updating some pictures on the front page and the sizing wasn't quite working. There were certain templates I was trying to plop our new pictures into, and they ended up coming out distorted. Eventually, instead of trying to change the size of my pictures, I decided I was capable of changing the templates themselves, and then my pictures will slide right in. Easy peasy. Anyways, I did what I did, and then reloaded our website to witness my brilliance, and the whole site was down. And even though I thought I had saved the previous working code, I hadn't. That was a fun few hours. Not me, but a person who worked under me in an office environment. We dealt with customer accounts and handled a lot of billing. We had scheduled up training, and part of that was getting folks adjusted to a pretty new shirt we'd thrown over our old grey blocky account management program. While walking the employees through the billing adjustment process instead of following our instructions, one of the employees decided he'd make up a number of his own. He applied a $999 account adjustment to this training account. No problem. It's not a live environment, right? Sort of. While the accounts in the training environment were not live, by some massive faking oversight the money moving around was live. Very live. It took all of 5 minutes before our site manager got an enraged call from a big fish in the accounting department of our client that basically went like this. Who the fuck just issued $1 million account adjustment from your site, and how the fuck is that even possible? To clarify, the most anyone at our site could apply was $10K. Anything over that went directly to the client for approval, and even then only our site manager could issue the $10K. Depending on your position, the amount of money you could issue varied. I'll tell you right now that even as a middle manager the largest amount I ever adjusted was $1K. Turns out when creating the new training environment they more or less just cloned a huge section of the live environment. While none of the accounts were real, the designers didn't disable the system's access to real world cache. As it was a training environment, none of the safeguards that prevent ground level employees from doing shit they are not qualified to do were activated. In a real world account, that amount would have been denied by the system outright. It all got sorted really fast, but there was about a 30-minute period where all the middle managers and higher ups were sheeting bricks and the employee was sheet scared he'd be fired. Luckily it all worked out. The training environment was shut down and reworked. Our client got some new pants to replace the ones they'd cheat in, and the employee got a gift card from the regional director of our client. He also got the nickname the $1 Million Man for the rest of the time he worked there. In my wisdom as a young person, I decided to work for a company as a graphic designer / it guy. Realistically, I was severely underqualified, and my boss was asking way too much of me. I needed to run the warehouse, run the office, sort out quotes, visit customers, and the last two, build a website, and fix every little problem that came up. Everything is going smoothly until my boss tells me that there is some problem with the server that they use for backup, software, emails. Pretty much everything runs off the back of this old Windows server. Me being young and stupid, think, well, it's Windows. How hard can it be? Oh wait, of course, it's nothing like regular Windows. Maybe you shouldn't run Windows updates. Wait for the computer to restart and figure out that you cannot get the server back up and running, and try as you might for the next couple of days, it's still never coming back. Naturally suspicion was raised, but I deflected and mentioned about the other jobs I'd been doing whilst never touching the server. I said I was going to look into it, and I'm still happy to, but yeah, it's not looking great. To be honest, that guy is an asshole. I was working in the office for 95% of my job. One day he gets me out in the yard moving carpets. He tells me to take off the carpet pole fork and attach the regular forks on the forklift. As I rest the carpet pole fork onto some pallet wood, it starts to crack. I get out to look, and the base plate, made of solid steel, drops down onto my office shoes, crushing my toes, breaking the majority. Wasn't until I saw blood oozing out of my shoe that I realized how bad it was. So screw it. Even if he had known about the server, he's still probably thanking me for never claiming against him for forcing me to work unprotected in a role that wasn't mine. I work at an animal hospital, and one of my duties is to walk all the dogs we have in the morning. I was taking out a particularly high energy dog one morning, and he was pulling a lot on the leash. The leashes we use are thin nylon little slip leads. They aren't very great, and if a big dog is pulling they can do damage to their necks. I prefer not to use them except for tiny dogs. I used one for this guy because I couldn't find my normal one. I bought my own, and the dog bolted after a squirrel the second I got outside. We don't have a fenced-in yard, so I'm always really careful when walking unruly dogs. But today this little hellion surprised me when he bolted, and because these leashes suck so much, you can't always have a solid grip on them. Think like walking a dog with a thin vinyl string. I was unprepared for the sudden tug and dropped it. He took off running straight for the main road. Now, I have a history working with animals and knew that you should never chase after a fleeing dog because they'll either get scared or think it's a game and run away, and they are much faster than you. So I got down super low and screamed more like his name super high pitched. He came back, and once he was close enough I grabbed him and picked him up. I turned around and saw my manager had just arrived and was sitting in the parking lot staring at me. She had seen the whole thing. All day that day I was just waiting for her to come in and fire me. She never said a word. But I will never use their leashes ever again. Better safe than sorry. Years ago during a system migration, at the site with my boss, their boss, conferenced in with the other departments. Everyone is doing the go/no go. We get around to documentation and the person goes, I accidentally deleted it all. I had spent months getting everything in compliance, ensuring every instruction worked, building in redundancies for manual workarounds. I still had it, but in dev lingo. I had worked with for 2 weeks getting it in company formatting, changing their mistakes, etc. They were not a nice person to begin with. So when they said they deleted it all, it came out. You did what? How faking stupid are you? Did you accidentally delete while trying to fuck the bartender last night while the rest of us were pulling a faking all-nighter? Or was it when you were drunk at? At that point my boss grabbed my arm and told me to go walk it off. Welp, I thought, time to go pack my clothes and get an early flight home. They call me back in and they both have this stern, I'm gonna rip you a new one look on their faces. For about 10 seconds. Then my boss's boss bursts out laughing. He shook my hand and told me he had muted us just before I went on my tirade. He goes, son, I saw that look in your eyes. If I was here there would have been a murder. Boss gave me a talking to, but otherwise business as normal. I was promoted shortly after, but my boss recommended I stay behind the scenes lol. This sort of qualifies, but doesn't. I was working for a large retail outlet of various gardening goods and tools. Outside the building there was a few rows of lawn mowers for sale, and a few that had been marked for repair. At this point, you might guess where this is going. An impatient customer is waiting for their lawnmower. It's about the 10th day that I'm there, and I have no idea about the entire process. Felt incredibly rushed, no supervisors or other personnel nearby, and in a moment of eureka I remembered part of the process. Took the card I had to take, matched it to the type of lawnmower, and helped the customer load that on. Within about 15 minutes, after he left I realized what a fuck up I'd just made. Someone's lawnmower was going to be missing, and that guy was going to be pissed he was given a broken lawnmower after he'd said he'd already driven 100 miles to get there. South Dakota is a beach. I had the next day off, and I sat on it. Got called that the next day I had to come and I wasn't needed, and could stay home if I liked, and I had to spill the fuck up cause the guilt was killing me. I was a young kid. That entire situation taught me how to own my mistakes. Talked to the mod, and no ramifications ever came back to me. Was out of that job a few months later for different reasons related to being a young kid and having an ashat of a manager. Not me, but I think the guy it happened to doesn't know I found out. This was maybe 30 years ago. We had 2 Unix machines. One had very little space on the hard drive. He gets the idea to run strip on the programs to get back some disk space. When a program is compiled, the compiler creates a symbol table as part of the result, which is useful for debugging. If you don't need it, you can strip it off. So far, so good. He's only stripping programs we have source for. If we need it back we can just recompile. At some point he notices that the OS kernel is pretty big, and so he strips off its symbol table. After which a bunch of things break. I come into the story because he's not answering his phone, so I go into his cubicle to ask him a question before I leave for the night, and I see what he's done on the screen. He's discovered that he can't run PS or anything. I take off before he gets back, wait by the break room, and when he returns, I'm guessing he went to the bathroom to try and calm himself down. I go by his cube again and say I'm leaving, and add and I was going to recompile such and so I need to run the debugger on it, and I'll need the symbol table, and then I decided it would just be quicker to copy it over from the developer machine. You didn't run strip on those, did you? He gets a look of immense relief and says no I didn't. I say it'll have to wait until tomorrow. I'm leaving. I hope he has a good rest of the day. The next morning, the machine has been rebooted. The kernel has a modification time of last night, and everything works fine. So far as I know, he believed, and maybe still does, that nobody ever found out. I make sandwiches for the local Italian deli. I'm in high school, so it's not like I have that much at stake, but it's still a big deal. We got a call in order for 2 sandwiches that were exactly the same as the pre-made sandwiches that we leave out for customers who want to skip the line. It was a busy day, and I felt lazy, so I decided to grab 2 pre-mades and put them in the bag. Unfortunately, my general manager saw me doing this and proceeded to give me and the entire staff a lecture about how this was not okay. I was a relatively new employee at the time, so I didn't know, so that's why he was easy on me about it. However, I was still feeling lazy, and I ripped the price tag off of the pre-made subs and put them in the bag anyway. What I had not caught on to was that since I was new, my boss wanted to test my sandwich making skills. So, he took the sandwiches that I made and called me into his office. At this point I was ready to accept that I was being let go on the spot. I actually liked this job, and the boss is a very intimidating Italian guy, so I thought I was gonna get it. Fortunately, he thought I wasn't stupid enough to not follow direct orders that he practically yelled at the staff, so he thought they were fresh. I guess it might say a bit about his competence if he can't tell a fresh sub from one that's been sitting for an hour, but that's another story. I hadn't made the pre-made subs that day, so of course the guy that did forgot the hot peppers and didn't put enough meat on it, so he grilled me a little bit for my mistake, but it was much better than him wising up to what I had done. It's been around 4 months, and I still work there, but every time I see an order for those 2 sandwiches, I'm sure to make them the best I possibly can. Only partially counts, because I'm stupidly honest. I ratted myself out to the boss. No real consequences besides a small amount of teasing me about it. Set a range top on fire once. I was the 3-man prep crew that day. I had some pasta boiling while I was prepping another dish on the other side of a wall. Timer goes off, so I come back and kill the gas. As I'm taking the pot to the back to ice bath the pasta, I notice that the range has still got a robust flame going. Go back to check the range after the noodles were cooling. Yup. Turned the flame off. Yup. This beach is burning. No idea where the fire extinguisher is. 10 years in this kitchen. No damn idea. Ran around the entire kitchen 3 times. Couldn't find it. Check on the range top. Can smell wiring melting in their sheet. That fire was going for 40 minutes before I thought to turn off the gas line leading to the oven. I'm pretty lucky that I didn't blow up the whole building. Adamant that I won't call the fire department because I didn't want to lose sales that day. Another 20 minutes later I mention it to the retired army dude who came in to clean the floors. I tell him that the oven is on fire and I don't know how to put it out. He just starts laughing at me, goes and looks at the burning oven, laughs at me some more, wanders off casually for about 10 minutes. Saunters back with an extinguisher and puts it out. Every time the guy sees me for the next hour as we both do our jobs, he chuckles to himself. I'm stuck between extraordinarily grateful that he saved my ass and annoyed that he won't stop laughing at me. Made him a breakfast burrito on the flat top grill after I turned the gas back on. Got all the prep done before the openers came in. Dude still laughed at me for like the next couple weeks whenever we ran into each other at work. Actively talked shit about my skinny ass running around not knowing where the extinguishers were. Turns out that we had 6 back there. I worked for a company that make wood chippers. I had some stuff that I needed to chip, so they let me take a chipper home. It was a prototype one that was MSRP around $130k. I borrowed my parents' truck to haul it and didn't realize that they held the hitch in with a bolt and the nut was finger tight. So I'm sure you see where this is going. The hitch came out and the chipper fell off the back of the truck and bounced all over the road. The safety chains kept it from going in the ditch, but I saw the tongue go in the air and slam on the ground a couple times and jam under the truck. I took a look at it and really the only thing messed up was the jack point. So I called my boss and said I didn't feel good and that I could bring the chipper if they needed, but said it would be cool if I could bring it back the next day. So I spent the day driving across the state and found a jack that was the same as the one I broke. I got a welder friend from a rival company to come weld it on for me, and I happened to have a can of spray paint that matched the chipper color. Once it was welded on, I painted it and took it to work the next day. I even went out to the chipper finishing area and got all the stickers I needed to replace. It looked like a new unit again. So they checked it in and said it was in good shape. I ended up feeling bad about lying to my boss, so I asked him to come out and look at it. He came out, I told him the whole story, and he looked around and said don't tell anyone else. So we talked a little more and he said they would have fixed it for me and I wouldn't have been in trouble. I never did end up borrowing anything again, fearing I would destroy it. People did find out, but somehow I got away with it. We are the English branch of an Irish company. The id support are all based in Ireland. We had a new starter and their wall ports weren't connected at the business end in the server room. So no phone and no internet for them. As the most technically savvy person in our company, as in I'm under 30 and can use Excel quite well, rather than any actual know how to do with computers. And this job literally entailing plugging some cables in. I get farmed out as a physical remote access for Mr. It in Ireland. He gives me the instruction to go to the server room, find the cable number that matches the wall port in our office, and then plug it in. Pretty easy, no risk involved. Then he asks, while I'm there, can I do general housekeeping and unplug any cable where the port isn't lit up, as they're dead and not connected to anything. Like a good little helper, I unplug every cable that isn't lit up. Maybe 35 cables or so. Go back to main office. All the phones are off and nobody has internet. Blind panic. Call back to it guy. He has no idea what's happened. We then spend 4 hours trying to fix this as various members of senior management come and stare at me asking what the fuck is going on. I'm there up to my elbows in a wall of 500 Ethernet cables, plugging and unplugging things, absolutely sheeting bricks. Eventually we find that one of the cables that wasn't lit up, and I was clearly told to unplug, was the cable data chaining two of the boards together. When I've taken that out, it's basically unplugged the router for half the building. TLDR, followed instructions exactly, knocked out half the company's internet and phone. A very literal example. I was parking a vehicle in the garage. Said vehicle had a trailer, so the assigned spot was actually two back spaces. These two spaces were not in a straight line, but rather in a sort of V shape, because they were between two adjacent one-way lanes that both went the same direction. On top of that there was a small structural post in between the two spaces to one side, inside the V if you will. In other words, a pain in the ass spot to pull a vehicle with a trailer into. So I was trying to get this vehicle parked correctly, because someone in the spot next to where it was meant to go had parked too close. I had it mostly right, but I wasn't sure if I could successfully pull the vehicle out by driving forward. I put the vehicle in park so I could get out and look, and I do that, staring at the trailer, until I remember thinking, wait, why does it look like the trailer is moving? Well, that was because the trailer was moving. I'd put the vehicle in park, confirmed I'd put the vehicle in park, but one of the lesser seen features of degrading Ford transmissions had manifested, and it had slipped out of park and back into reverse. I turned around just in time to see the open driver's door heading for me at a slow, but still probably gonna kill me rate of speed as the vehicle kept backing up. I managed to not only avoid getting bowled over by it, I also hopped into the cab and jammed it back into park, which didn't do anything, since Ford parking brakes suck, and then slammed on the actual brakes once I could get my feet to the pedals. Not only did I stop the vehicle before it ran me over, I stopped it before it or the trailer rammed into anything. That wasn't the end of my luck. When I pulled the vehicle forward and crammed it in park, a laugh at it. I'm not dealing with this shit anymore. It turned out that little half jackknife I made the trailer do had worked it over just enough so that I could pull through the spot cleanly and easily. I locked up and went back inside and said nothing for a while. Eventually I had to report the transmission was going bad. My client didn't want to pay a company to move about 100 computers along with the keyboard slash mice slash power bricks for them, and told us to just load it up in our car and bring it over to the site that was 5 miles away. My boss at the time and I wheeled a cart of the equipment outside to the curb and both grabbed a box of computers and started walking them to his car's trunk. Because the cart was so heavy and the curb was so high, we left the cart by the curb and just started walking the boxes of equipment down. It should be said, there was a very light mist going on at the time, and it had been all day with on and off showers, so the concrete had some puddles. We get to his car and we feel the wind pick up. We both turn around and see the cart ever so slowly moving toward the edge of the curb. Boss, UHHOHH. Oh, me, nah it shouldn't get off. Oh, OHH. Oh no, no no no. The next 3 seconds were in slow motion as we watched 30 to 40 computers tumble and bounce on the concrete and land in wet puddles. Same with the power bricks, as well as all our paperwork that told us specifically who was getting new boxes at this site. We walk into the site 15 minutes late, soaked at this point with a ton of equipment wet and more than a few computers scraped up looking like someone slid it back and forth on the ground a few times. Amazingly, only one of the devices didn't function. About a week later we came to the main office and there was a CD sitting on our desk. Written on it was dumbasses. Apparently security was watching us on the cameras rolling all of the equipment out the door and saw us on their parking lot cameras. We treated them well when we upgraded all their sheet a few months beforehand and constantly needed their help to unlock doors and sheet, so they were cool with us and never told anyone what happened, just wanted to bust our balls a bit. A very literal example. I was parking a vehicle in the garage. Said vehicle had a trailer, so the assigned spot was actually 2 back spaces. These 2 spaces were not in a straight line, but rather in a sort of V shape, because they were between 2 adjacent one-way lanes that both went the same direction. On top of that there was a small structural post in between the 2 spaces to one side, inside the V if you will. In other words, a pain in the ass spot to pull a vehicle with a trailer into. So I was trying to get this vehicle parked correctly, because someone in the spot next to where it was meant to go had parked too close. I had it mostly right, but I wasn't sure if I could successfully pull the vehicle out by driving forward. I put the vehicle in park so I could get out and look, and I do that, staring at the trailer, until I remember thinking, wait, why does it look like the trailer is moving? Well, that was because the trailer was moving. I'd put the vehicle in park, confirmed I'd put the vehicle in park, but one of the lesser seen features of degrading Ford transmissions had manifested, and it had slipped out of park and back into reverse. I turned around just in time to see the open driver's door heading for me at a slow, but still probably gonna kill me rate of speed as the vehicle kept backing up. I managed to not only avoid getting bowled over by it, I also hopped into the cab and jammed it back into park, which didn't do anything, since Ford parking brakes suck, and then slammed on the actual brakes once I could get my feet to the pedals. Not only did I stop the vehicle before it ran me over, I stopped it before it or the trailer rammed into anything. That wasn't the end of my luck. When I pulled the vehicle forward and crammed it in park, a laugh at it. I'm not dealing with this shit anymore. It turned out that little half jackknife I made the trailer do had worked it over just enough so that I could pull through the spot cleanly and easily. I locked up and went back inside and said nothing for a while. Eventually I had to report the transmission was going bad. This is going back a while before PowerPoint. We used a system called Inscriber to make slides for presentations, and it was really slow. We were working on our biggest ever job for a really big conference and had created around 3,000 slides for 20 or so presenters. It took 3 of us around 2 to 3 weeks to generate them all. Every slide was a separate image that had to be rendered out. The day before the conference, I was copying the 500 MB worth of slides between the 5 show computers via Windows 3.1, which was brand new to me, and the first time I'd transferred files via a network. Windows 3.1 File Explorer only showed you the folder name and not the PC, so when I deleted what I thought was an old backup, I actually deleted everything, and when you delete over a network there isn't a recycle bin. I literally couldn't breathe for about 2 minutes. About 5 minutes of major panic later I realized the backup from the first machine I just deleted the files off had just about finished copying all the work to another machine. I couldn't believe my luck. All the files were there apart from half a dozen. I didn't tell anyone for around 3 years about what had happened. TLDR, I accidentally deleted 2 to 3 weeks worth of slides that took 3 people to produce and was needed the next day by accidentally deleting the master folder instead of an old backup. Luckily, another backup copy I started before had just finished, so somehow I got away with it. I worked at a hotel as the front desk and some nights I would be alone completely running the hotel. Well, I had a special relationship with the maintenance manager and would sell him bud on the side. Well, this particular night he was gone and just asked me to hide it somewhere and tell him where. Well, dumb as me decides to put it all nicely in his mail tray inside his locked office. Well, I set it there, set down the keys and getting it out of my bag, I put it in the tray when the wireless phone rings. It could be someone at the front desk. So I quickly run out of his office to look down the hall and see if anyone is there. There isn't, but right when it's about to close I remember the keys and it's shut. I was just too late. I try to break in for an hour while running the front desk intermittently, fail. So I shamefully call the maintenance guy who understands the predicament and leaves the bar he was at the come-in. No dice, so he calls the GM to see where the spare is. No spare. My GM has it locked in his safe in his office and only he has the key. He is like, I'm coming in. We were like, no, it's no biggie, stay home. Thank God he listens and stays home. We ended up having to just hammer the door handle off and swap it with one in an area that gets no use. Nobody ever said a thing, but every 4 days I would have to go to the closet with the barely functioning door handle on the top floor to grab a mattress, and I would remember. In high school mechanics class, me and my buddy Dane were terrible students. For some reason, I guess portrayed confidence, the teacher, Mr. Hargraves, believed we were pretty good and gave us way too much autonomy. One day Hargraves calls us over and hands us this flashing strobe light, timing light, and shines it on part of the engine. He says, "What is this?" and walks away. Dane and I look out over another and say, "Who's going to poke it?" Luckily for me, Dane drew the short straw that day. Dane proceeds to poke what looked to be a solid piece of metal, but immediately retracts and gasps. He pulls back his hand, which is missing the tip of his pointy finger. Blood is flowing out of the nub of his digit. Shortly after, Hargraves walks back over. Hargraves was one grumpy as teacher that you didn't want to piss off. We both knew that chopping your finger off in his class would piss him off. Dane hid his dismembered hand behind his back while we enlightened Mr. Hargraves that the timing light was shining on the flywheel. At this point Dane's blood was dripping rapidly on the ground, which was rather audible on the shop floor, so I slid my foot underneath to prevent the noise. My shoe was soaked in under a minute. Hargraves, delighted with his 2 best students, walked away to the rest of class. Dane scurried away to the office, notified them he had crushed his finger in his locker, and was rushed to the hospital. No one ever found out what happened. It's not at work, but rather in my home. You see, about 4 or 5 years ago, when I was still in elementary, I break my house tablet. I rage cause I lost in a game. I'm pretty sure I'm dead at this point. So, I have a plan in mind to hid the tablet in the TV drawer, buried under all the other things. I'm planning to hide this forever, and if I got caught, just surrender to my mom and turn myself in. But holy crap, for almost a year, no one checking that drawer. I've been asked a couple of times, where is the tablet, since I'm the only that used it. The only things I've said was it was their last time in a location just as far away from that drawer. There's been a couple of intense moments where my mom was searching for something in that drawer. I shit you not, my heartbeat was through the roof. But my mom didn't find out. She didn't find it. Thank God. At this point, I think it's too risky to hide it there. So I was thinking of throwing away the tablet. Yes, I know, this is such a waste. But my 10-year-old ass don't want to get in trouble. And I had the chance to do it. My mum and bro was going to shopping for some stuff just a little while. Dad was at work, and I'm alone at home, but just for half an hour, probably more. So I don't have much time to waste. Mum and bro is gone. I start my mission, bringing that tablet from the drawer outside, into the nearest sewer stream. It was like one of those small stream that leads to the sewer. Once I'm there, I just yeeted the tablet into the sewer, go back home, and just relaxed. 5 years later, no one knows about it except me. As a 10-year-old, I just pulled out a Mission Impossible for myself. Haha. Yes. While I was at work on a night shift, the dishwasher stopped working and started to leak. I know a thing or two about dishwashers and how they work, so I pulled it out and had a little look at everything. From what I could tell, the water inlet pipe had worked itself loose. I tried tightening it, but for the life of me couldn't get it to turn more. Then I realized that whoever had installed it had fudged the angle a little bit and compensated by wrenching it super tight. My smartest thought, okay, I'll just unscrew it and redo the connection. So I'm unscrewing it using a wrench I found in the supply cupboard, and a little drip of water comes out. I think nothing of it. Oh, it just must be some water left in the tube. Nope. I turn it one last time and it's like I've struck oil. Water starts shooting out the tube, going everywhere, and the room is literally flooding. I panic and put the end of the tube into a mop bucket, but that fills up in less than 30 seconds. I get our second bucket and that fills up in 30 seconds. Then I stop being an idiot and put it back into the sink. The floor is covered in half a centimeter of water. The dishwasher is on its side and there's a tube pissing water into the sink. I think if anyone comes in now, I'm faked, instantly fired. The only solution I knew I had was to suck it up and screw the bloody pipe back into the machine and hope I got it tight enough with a poorly fitting wrench. Thankfully it worked, and I did actually fix it. What I learned that day is that you have to turn the water off before unscrewing a water supply to a machine. This one I should have been yelled at or fired, I don't know. I work shipping very expensive machine parts to online shoppers. We have a group who scraps old machines, and my department that cleans them, lists them and ships them. First week of my job, I'm doing my damnedest to be the best employee ever. Cleaning up, restocking, always on task. We sell this machine computer drive. Imagine a 22 inches long, 15 inches wide, 15 inches tall metal box with circuit boards inside worth about $5,800. I was told to be very careful with it and to not do anything to break it. It was going to a very important client. So while we're examining it, I decided to clean up some of the cans sitting around. Room with 2 bachelors in it, lot of soda, and one was still half full that had been there a week. I thought I'm super coordinated. I can do anything. Time to earn my paycheck. And tried to hold 7 cans at once. The full one in my left hand. I turned the wrong way and the can knocked out of my hand and onto the drive. More specially, into the drive. I panicked, looked around and found that nobody was around to see it. So I quickly opened up the drive and dried out off. It was everywhere. I wasn't thinking clearly, I was just thinking, fuck, they're gonna know what I did. Fuck. I hid in the bathroom while it was being packed and nobody said a thing. It was boxed up, sent away. And there days later we got a 5-star review from him saying quick delivery, exactly what I asked for, packaged properly and great value. Will shop them again. I was sweating bullets reading that. I once finished a late shift in an office validating some code. I'm a Southwestern dev. When I got home I discover that my roommates had taken LSD about 30 minutes before. I decided it was better late than never, so I took a hit of acid and went about my evening hanging out, staring at my cat. Well, after it kicked in, I realized that I'd never sent my boss the update he wanted about the code changes I'd just made, so I proceed to open up my work laptop and start typing up an email. Halfway through the email, I get an instant message from my boss via the company IM service. He wants to know about the validation. All I had to type was something to the effect of, I finished validating the code and everything looks good. When I start typing, all I get out is the letter I before accidentally hitting the enter key. At this point I get a little stressed, but figure I'll just try again. Second time I start, and I do the same thing, hit I then enter. I'm now a bit more stressed, but determined. I try a third and a fourth time, same result. I retrospect, it wasn't a big deal. But at the time my mind goes directly to, he knows, and I'm convinced that I'd lost my job at this point. In a visible panic, I get one of my roommates to type the message in for me, along with other quick follow-ups, and my boss responds with, "Okay." I spend the rest of the night convinced that I lost my job. The next morning, now sober, I realize I could probably pass it off as maybe a little post-work drunkenness, but it never comes up and everything turns out fine. TLDR, took LSD, faked up some workings, freaked out, but all was fine. I work in cell phone and small device repair. About a month ago, I was doing a iPhone 5C or just a regular 5, because 5s have that nice little pull tab, if I remember correctly. These are usually khaki done in like 15 minutes. It has stupid as adhesive strips that don't come out cleanly 90% of the time. This time was no different. For some reason, I didn't think about heating it the fuck up and prying it off. I just tried to pry it off, which I did. I got the new battery put in and noticed an out of place ribbon cable. I thought it was a little piece of garbage or something from the old battery until I lifted it up and found out I had completely severed the cable for the volume keys and I believe the mute switch. I was like, fuck. We don't usually stock parts like that for old phones, so I knew I wasn't going to be able to fix it. And I faked up a battery replacement. Total noob mistake. Whatever, I put it back together and didn't say anything. It was for an old lady that was doing it for her dad, and she specifically said he doesn't ice it that much, so I figured they probably won't ever notice, or if they do, they'll just think that's the way of the road. Been about a month and a half, and haven't heard anything about it, so I believe I was right. I felt so bad. She was such a nice lady too. I felt a little better knowing that their lack of technical experience means that they probably won't notice it. Cameras worked, phone calls worked, mix worked. That's all the old and senile really ask for. Not to mention it's not totally faked, cause you can control the volume from the CC. But yeah, whenever that happens now, I just eat the fuck out of the back to make sure that adhesive is nice and soft. I work at a car dealership, and about 8 months ago, when I was just a new salesperson, I decided I needed to buy a sportier car. I was driving an 05 Grand Marquis at the time, and I was tired of being a 23-year-old with a grandpa car. So someone traded in this 6-cylinder Genesis coupe and I decided that was the one. Well, on the test drive I decided that I knew how to handle my rear-wheel drive cars, so I smacked into second around a bend and tried to get the back wheels to break loose. I accomplished my goal, but what I didn't take into account was the fact that this Genesis had 100 more horsepower, weighed a literal half-ton less, and had a much shorter wheelbase than my Grand Marquis. So, the kick out of the end was much more aggressive than my grandpa car, which only ever got sideways in the snow. So I panicked, let off the gas, the back tires caught again, and whipped all the way around the other way. I end up on a curb 6 inches away from a sidewall on this back road and I have 2 completely blown tires on my passenger side. I'm very shook at this point and another salesman was with me trying to settle me down. I'm positive I'm going to get fired and have to pay for the wheels. Well, I walk in to explain to the managers what had happened, and my fellow salesman interrupts me, draw a diagram of an intersection I've never seen, and proceeds to tell them how I took evasive actions to avoid a head-on collision with some maniac driving a Ford Explorer. I almost gave myself away by how taken back I was that he was able to do that so convincingly, but they bought the story and replaced the wheels. 2 days later I bought the car and learned several lessons. Working a job while in university, had the occasional job of sending out gift cards for our science center, where people could put money on for relatives, especially for the holiday seasons. So Christmas is approaching, and we get a ton of calls for these cards, and we're processing them as quickly as possible. It was quite an archaic system. We took all the details in one sitting including payment, and basically relied on us remembering everything. Q1 customer who asked for a £75 card, no problem, done it 100 times, until I hung up after taking payment, and realizing I didn't have their address to send the card to. So I hurry into the office to see if there's a backlog of phone numbers, so I can recall. Nope, no record, and the number she provides says it's not in service. After asking, I get queries as to why I want it and quickly make up an excuse about a customer cutting out, so I wanted to recall to see if everything was okay. So basically months pass, and so does Christmas with no complaints, and I thought I dodged the bullet, until in January my manager brings it up. Oh fuck, they weren't very forgiving for this sort of thing, which was understandable. Luckily the person came in and inquired, and they were able to get the receipt for the transaction, and slating it as the Royal Mail's fault. Double luck, as she wanted it for a family outing in the Easter break, not Christmas. So yeah, no, I didn't ruin someone's holidays either. TLDR, almost cost a customer £75 and a ruined holiday visit. Boss and customer put it down to the Royal Mail. Back when I worked as a maintenance tech at an apartment complex, I was put on steam cleaning duty one day, which meant I had to drag this huge steam cleaner mounted on a single axle trailer around with the golf cart. I didn't mind the work other than getting the machine set up, because the hoses were a pain to deal with, so of course I found ways to make it easier that we really weren't supposed to do. We had this extra hose reel that was long enough to reach from the parking lot to the apartments toward the middle and back of buildings, but using that meant I'd have to deal with setting up and putting away all that extra hose, so instead I would just hop the curb with the golf cart and trailer and park right outside the unit, which we weren't supposed to do, mainly because they didn't want the grass to get all torn up by the tires. I had done this quite a bit and never got caught, and always made it up and down the curbs with no issue, except one time. Coming off the curb, I didn't come off at the right angle, which made the trailer come down at an odd angle and tip over. In the process the golf cart almost flipped, but luckily the trailer popped off the bull hitch and the cart just slammed back down on all four wheels, but the trailer was stuck laying on its side. I kinda stood there for a minute weighing my options on calling for help on the radio or trying to come up with a way to flip it back over myself and hoping nobody saw what happened. Luckily a couple of residents happened to be walking by and offered their help to try flipping back upright, and luckily it turned out to not be that hard with the three of us, so we got it upright and back on the hitch. Oddly enough, the only damage was the bracket for the battery was a little bent and there was a small nick in the paint on the side of the water tank. I thanked the residents, told them they had a couple of beers on me at the local bar, and took the cart and trailer back to the shop. Nobody found out that the trailer had flipped, but my boss did notice the bent battery bracket and asked about it, but I played dumb and he didn't seem to care enough to question it any further. TLDR, flipped a small trailer and nearly flipped a golf cart, got help from 2 residents to flip it back, and didn't get caught. For some reason, when I worked retail at a certain clothing store, they didn't give me formal training until like my 3rd shift. They just threw me onto the floor and had me shadow this one guy who didn't really make an effort to teach me anything. Anyway, this lady asks me on my first day if they have this jacket in a bigger size. I scan it on the computer to see if we have any in her size, hoping we don't cause that I have to go look for it, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I tell her I'll be back in a few minutes and I go into the back, armed only with my phone's flashlight. I check 20 faking boxes to see if they have the same serial number and I don't find it. There's stacks and stacks of boxes to check. I start panicking at this point, knowing myself, I'll be in here for another half hour. By some miracle, I finally find the box. It's under 4 other boxes. Instead of taking the 4 boxes on top of it and putting them down, I try to save time like the genius I'm by just pulling out the box I want directly. Then the 4 on top of it fall over into another stack of boxes, knock it down, and cause a huge domino effect, knocking the entire faking storage section over. It was a huge crash and bang, but I guess I was the only idiot in the back so no one else heard it. Clothing racks fell into shelves, the stuff on the shelves fell with it, and there was a loud sound of the metal hitting the floor. I hightailed it out of there with the jacket. In the end, that lady's face as she saw me with the jacket made it all worth it. She said something like, "You rock, dude." I felt like a dick for not owning up to it to my boss, but I didn't wanna get fired on my first day. But at the same time I was so proud of myself for finding it. I'm not normally the type of person with the presence of mind to carry out such a complicated task as finding a jacket in a storage section. Well, this is gonna be an example of your tax dollars at work. A few years ago, I was a cop in the Air Force. I was bored as shit at work Parked with my partner in the patrol car, I pitched the idea of us curing our boredom by sword fighting with our attracting police batons. He insinuated that he would wreck me, and I said WHHHAT as I pulled out my baton and whip extended it inside the patrol car. I thought it would be funny, and I tried to do a small notion so it wouldn't hit the dash. Well, it didn't. It hit the rear view mirror. Like, smashed a clearly baton tip sized hole into the mirror. Now, if anyone were to find out I was docking around with my baton and smashed this mirror, there are quite a list of things I would be getting in trouble for. I could have lost rank, or even been dishonorably discharged, if they wanted to push for the maximum punishments possible. So my partner laughs, and says I better come up with a convincing excuse to give them, because he's not going down with me. After much deliberation, I came up with a semi-plausible story to explain what happened. I went to the law enforcement desk and gave the story, and they actually accepted it. So there I was, in the patrol car. I had my M4 rifle tucked in between my seat and the middle console. This was common, with the barrel facing up. I went to leave the vehicle, but when I tried to pull out the rifle it was stuck. I tried to keep pulling it out, but it wouldn't budge. Finally I yanked as hard as I could and pulled it out, but with such force that the rifle went all the way to the rear view mirror and smashed it with the tip of the barrel. The guy at the desk was like, wow, thank you for actually taking responsibility and telling the truth about how you caused the damage. A lot of people just make up a story that makes it seem like a faultless accident. And I was like, you are welcome. Side note, this kind of thing is incredibly common. Cops lie about stuff they fuck up like 80-90% of the time, and other cops help them cover it up very frequently. That's my experience, and not just with stuff I faked up, but what I saw with everyone else in a 6-year span. It's not about the truth, it's about what story you can make up that hopefully can't be disproven, so they have to take you at your word. This just happened. My boss keeps the employees' tips, but I've been secretly keeping mine. When someone tips me, I take my tip from the tip jar, and I knew that my boss wouldn't check the cameras if there was no reason to. So a couple weeks ago now, a friend that she employed stole $45 from the jar, and my boss wanted to know who it was, so she looked at the cameras. She checked days that I worked, and I knew I was dead because she'd see that I'd been keeping my tips. For some reason though, no one got fired. She just changed the policy for the tip jar and said we have to put some money in a safe. Also, turns out her friend was trying to set me up and get me fired, but it didn't work. Now I just tell customers that I don't get to keep their tips, so they don't get ripped off. It's been 2 weeks now, and I'm scheduled to work with everyone else for the next 2 weeks too. Maybe my boss knows that she can't fire people from keeping their tips, but it's at will employment, which means she can fire you for pretty much anything. Anyways, yeah, I don't know why, but nothing happened, and she never brought it up to me. Unfortunately her friend still works there too, though. Her plan almost worked. TBH, I'm not sure why she did it, or why her plan didn't work. I do know now that she has it out for me though. Maybe she's pissed that she, a 50-something-year-old woman, has the same job as me, a 21-year-old who's about to graduate college and move on to broader horizons. Still though, what a shitty thing to do. I always thought she seemed untrustworthy. Fuck, I actually have a good one for this. It's not something nobody knows about, but my manager never found out, which is what matters. So my old manager was scary as fuck. He was a genuinely good person and cared about us, but he was kind of a dick and scary when mad, probably from the stress of the job. I was drinking the night before with another coworker and came to work super hungover. I'm not much of a drinker, so that probably did it. Obviously, I was terrified of my manager finding out, so I tried to play it cool all day. So I'm doing fine until around lunchtime. I felt sick, but also hungry, so I thought I really needed to eat something, so I tried. Big mistake. Took one bite and immediately threw up in a cardboard box behind me. We use the boxes our order comes in for trash when we empty them. It's a small store with a tiny back room, and I was standing by the opening, so this happened in the front of the store. Thankfully there were no customers. I look up and my coworker, the one I was drinking with, is just staring at me completely baffled. Then I realize my manager is up at the counter and somehow he didn't even notice he was just working on the order. I cleaned myself and felt better, so I headed back up front. My manager's now stocking some stuff in the middle of the store. I go behind the counter, which he can see easily from where he's at. Out of nowhere I throw up again in another box. Coworker sees this too and just starts laughing his ass off this time. My stomach just drops, because I know there's no way he didn't hear or see it this time. I was probably less than 5 feet away from him. I'm just ready to be torn in two. I get up, and he's still just stocking shelves. Doesn't even look at me. I grab the box and hand it to my coworker to take out, and go hide in the bathroom for a solid 10 minutes just in case I threw up again. This may not sound too bad, but if you knew my old manager, you'd be scared shitless too. He also wasn't the kind to miss things either, so it blew my mind that he never found out. Not sure if this is exactly it, but this is what came to mind. A few years ago we were having a pugil stick bout and martial arts training, and were set by weight class / who had beef with who with the heaviest going first. I didn't really have issues with anyone, but at the same time, was relatively light at only around 150 to 160 pounds. So instead of waiting my turn being towards the end or middle, I decided to weasel my way up front, so I could be done, and go get water. We couldn't get water until we were done, and it was very hot. So I get grabbed to go next and my opponent was already there. He was this biggest dude from Nebraska, of course, who easily had 50 pounds or more, won me from the rival platoon. The martial arts instructor obviously knows I'm smaller, but could care less, and asks if my opponent is ready, and what his weight is. Recruit. This recruit is 200 pounds, and is ready, sir. The instructor then looked at me, and asked if I was ready. Me. This recruit is 190 pounds, and is ready, sir. I shook my head yes rapidly, because for some reason I had this idea in my head, that I could somehow intimidate the other guy, and get in one good shot on him, and knock him off the platform. So I run as hard as I can, and catch his helmet with the end of the pugil stick, just to watch his head go sideways then snap right back, while his body doesn't budge. That was the moment I realized this dude was gonna clean my plow. So he proceeded to throw me off the platform. But hey, I got to go get some much desired hot water out of my canteen that got to bake in the sun for about an hour. Arranged a meeting with a big client, and I was just out of my probation period, so was the first meeting I was going to on my own. A lot of pressure. I completely forgot about the meeting, which was about 45 minutes travel time, and only reminded 10 minutes before when the owner of my company sees me and says, "Don't you have a meeting with insert big client name now?" Inside, I get the cold sweat, the chill down the spine. Fuck. I forgot. I'm toast. This isn't just a warning. This is one of their biggest clients. He's talked me up as the new account manager and I just faking forgot. But without flinching, and barely looking up from the computer, yeah, was meant to, but they cancelled this morning, so we'll postpone to this week. Boss says oh okay, leaves the room, and I immediately go on break, run outside, call the client and completely bullshit them as to why I've been held up. I looked up the tube map to see which had delays, and said I was coming from there, but could be there in 45 minutes. I knew they had tight time schedules, and wouldn't agree, so they said no worries, let's do it next week. Next week rolls around, getting ready to leave for the meeting, and my boss says my afternoon has cleared up, I'll come with you. Fuck. He's going to hear it from them that I was the one that didn't make the meeting and I bullshitted him, without flinching too. We leave, get on the train, exit the station, and right as we go to walk in, and the client walks towards us, he gets a text message and says, "I'm so sorry, I have to make a call." "Don't worry boss, I got this." I get into the meeting, profusely apologize for last week. They give me a bit of a hard time about wasting their time, but right as they finishing saying, "Don't mention it anymore." Absolutely fine. Apology accepted. Let's get on with business. My boss walks back in, and we have a good meeting. He would have fired me on the spot had he known. Instead I ended up getting promotion, or growing that account over the next few months. I used to work at Giant doing parcel pickup, pushing carts and stacking them near the store. It was a pain in the ass because I had to work outside whenever I'm scheduled, even when it's raining or hot as hell. Anyway, whenever we work outside, we have to bring a few tools with us. One of the tools is what we call a clicker, which unlocks the locking mechanism under the wheels of each carts that reach the parking lot limits. Why is it important? Stay tuned and find out. One night after my shift, I punched out and caught the bus home. I had to catch 3 buses. When I got off my first bus, I noticed an unusual bump in my jacket pocket. I quickly reached into my pocket and pulled out the clicker. It seems that I forgot to empty my pocket before leaving. I had made a row sheet I stole from the store face. I was too far away to go back, and I was panicking on the inside because my boss at the time doesn't condone stealing. I was afraid that the workers would count the clickers and realize that I stole it. I didn't know what to do, so I just went home and hoped for the best. The next day, I came back to work, bringing the clicker with me hidden in my pocket. I was afraid that they'll suspect me of stealing. But it turns out that the boss nor the employees noticed the thing missing. I was relieved, and I sneaked the clicker in the service desk where it belonged. I was smiling on the inside. Yay me. English isn't my first language, so sorry for any mistakes in advance. My first job was at a call center, 3rd day on the job or so. Handling prepaid users. It's a thing in my country and many people still use them. Whenever we refunded any credit to customers, we had to assort the reason from a list. I'm kind of struggling to handle all the systems, as we call them, and also the mute button. Learned the hard way. So, I had this thing that I sometimes think out loud while trying to concentrate. I couldn't find the proper reason on the list, so I just chose one randomly and said fuck it out loud. When I looked at the mute button and saw it was unmuted, I froze for a second and my heart skipped a beat. I talked to the customer pretending nothing had happened, but I know he heard it because his voice became suddenly deep and in a very serious tone. He simply asked, "Will I receive the protocol number from your call though SMS?" "Yes sir, anything else I can help?" He hung up. I got so scared of someone finding out or the customer filing a complaint, so I panicked and told everything that happened to the first supervisor I found. She tried to find the call, but fortunately for me she never did. Sometimes the calls aren't recorded at all, even though they should have. Also never heard anything from a customer complaint. Couple of years later I became friends with the supervisor, and we still laugh at it sometimes. The place I work at now, I'm 17, is pretty informal, so there's dozens I could name, but here is a good one. So I'm trusted with a key for the place, and also to lock up. Told you it was informal, and so I'm doing the normal thing, about to close, when I realize I forgot the key at home. Major problem is not only can I not leave the shop unlocked, I can't leave the front in case someone walks in while I'm washing dishes. Luckily I don't live too far away, but I still didn't want to leave the shop unattended, so I call a mate of mine and say I need a massive favor. All I say is that he will not be criminally liable for anything, so God know what he was thinking. For the record, this friend is a couple years younger than me and not exactly mature. I never told him this, but he was my last resort cause I just imagined he would fuck up somehow. In all fairness, it's less likely he would fuck up and more that I'm a control freak in denial, who would rather do everything myself than delegate and have to worry about stuff getting done. Anyway, once he gets here, I explain the situation and tell him to just pretend to sweep, and if anyone comes in, just say we are closed, then sprinted all the way home, grabbed the key and ran back. To my dismay, I notice that someone is walking into the shop as I am getting closer. I start freaking out cause a few customers would straight up expect us to unpack everything just for them, but I don't want my friend to appear rude and scare the customers off either. Luckily they weren't insistent and left without a fuss. No one found out, and I turned a blind eye to him taking a couple donuts. My boss still doesn't know, so let's pray here. Doesn't have a Reddit account and B, doesn't sort comments by new. TLDR left my key at home. Got a friend to watch the shop whilst I got it. Very stressful. Late to the party, but here we go. Second day volunteering at the local animal shelter. Hanging out with some cats in the cat room. There's a door at the end of the hallway That looks like it goes to some sort of covered walkway between two buildings, and I can see more doors on the other building. I open the door and pop outside quickly, just to see what's out there. Turns out it's employee only areas, so I go back to the cat room. Well, apparently that door hardly ever latches, unless you goddamn body slam it. So even though I had shut it all the way, one sly cat was able to still push it open cause it was unlatched. It takes a minute or two before I realize I'm down one cat, and another minute before I see the now ajar door. My heart seizes with panic. I run out the door to see the cat slowly slinking down the building towards the wooded area behind the shelter. Now, the entire shelter area is encased by a 11 feet high chain link fence, so it can't just run off. But at the same time I don't want to case the cat and spook it into scaling the fence. I run towards the main building, and luckily a staff member happens to be exiting just as I enter. She runs and grabs one of the animal control officer, who gets a catch pole. Then we all three go back outside. By now, the cat has slunk all the way to the fence line, which is about 100 foot from the main building. All three of us freeze, waiting to see if the cat is gonna try to scale the fence, or if it will chill long enough to let us catch it. The cat pauses just long enough to take a last glance at us, then faking swoops under the fence in one gracefully maneuver and disappears in the brush. Yeah. Apparently they paid a bunch of money to build a huge fence around the whole property to keep animals in, but didn't bury the chain link or even secure it to the ground or anything. You couldn't tell by looking at it though, as leaves had accumulated at the base and obscured it. That faking cat saw it, though. Once it was out of the fence the animal control guy just shrugged and was like it gone. RIP. They did set out traps around the shelter, but never did catch it. Sorry about that, cat. Surprisingly, they weren't super mad at me. They even still let me continue to volunteer and then hired me about a year later. Guess shit just happens sometimes, yo. I used to work in a lumber manufacturing and distribution company when I was around 19. Over the months I went from boring jobs like sorting wood planks, bundling them for transport, and moving them down the conveyor belt. After nearly a year, this old dude who rarely talks to anyone approached me. He saw that I was a hard worker and had learned all the belt positions so fast and suggested I learn the planer since he was retiring soon. For those who don't know, this was an industrial planer. Imagine a giant machine that sounds like a tornado 24/7 that cuts boards to just the right thickness. It's cut through wood like butter and the fans next to the planer were literally filled with razor blades to cut up whatever the planer shaved off. Safety was a big deal at this place, most like factory or industrial jobs. No gloves. Right up. No eye protection. Right up. No steel toe boots. Go home. My older coworker was showing me how everything works, what to do, and how you should never get close to the fans, as they had crazy suction and could suck you hand in. He proved this to me by placing a stick next to the fan, and bam, it's gone. Well, when he left for a few minutes my dumbass decided to test the fan myself. I put my hand up to the fan, little by little. I'll admit, it gave me a bit of an adrenaline rush. Next thing I know, my gloves is gone. My hand starts to get sucked near the fan. I had to pull it away, and it felt like trying to pull a magnet off another magnet, but much stronger. I barely managed to pull my hand out. My gloves was ripped into a million pieces and somehow I got incredibly lucky and only cut the tip of 2 of my fingernails. Old coworker came back, and I said nothing. He never knew. Thank God. Buckle boys, this one has a lot of explaining I need to do. I work at a summer camp based at a nature sanctuary, but is still directly next to urban areas. The area is protected and owned by a private corporation, but has a lot of nice, shorter trails that are free and open to the public. This camp is a day camp that focuses on nature. So we spend the majority of our day outside, doing games, hiking, canoeing, etc. The camp groups are organized in groups of about 30 with 3 paid staff and 2 volunteers per group. I was placed with a 6 and 7-year-old age group. I was in charge of leading the hike that day and took our kids on a very standard trail. Now I mentioned that these trails are open to the public, so it is very common that people come in to feed animals using peanuts and irresponsibly dump them on the ground when they are done. This can be problematic when 3 of your kids have peanut allergies, but there's nothing we can do other than politely asking them to stop. However, the day before I went on this hike, a 4-year-old girl in a separate group came into contact with peanuts on the trail and went into anaphylactic shock. Luckily, one of the staff noticed early, administered the EpiPen we have on our person, and got her to the ambulance with minutes to spare. After this, our management updated our hike protocol, requiring we send a volunteer ahead of the group to scan for the peanuts. I did this for nearly the entire hike, but then my 2 other staff had the outstanding idea of taking kids to the bathroom out in the woods instead of sending a volunteer with them, like we are instructed to. So I was left scrambling trying to manage a group of 30 kids with who I can safely say are 2 of the worst volunteers we had out of the 20 we get all summer. So I was basically managing this rowdy group on my own. I kept the hike going, trying to keep the kids preoccupied with walking. Now this is where I made the crucial mistake of not sending a volunteer forward to scout. I stopped the group in an area with a staircase in order to wait for the 2 other staff to catch up. So I'll let the kids explore around a bit within a close proximity. Then I look at the railing of the staircase. Absolutely covered in peanut shells. My heart sank to my stomach. Immediately, in a controlled panic, I order the kids to line up and yell at them not touch their face. I look at one of the only 3 kids with a peanut allergy, only to see him touching his face. Thank Lord that kid hadn't touched anything, so I think we both dodged a bullet there. By some miracle, I was able to get all 30 kids past that section without touching the railing, just in time for the other 2 staff to arrive. Just think for a second about how badly that could've gone. I had 3 kids with peanut allergies surrounded by peanuts in a section of wilderness 15 minutes away from the nearest road. Now, for those who don't know, that's exactly how long an EpiPen can hold your airway open before an EMT needs to intervene. All of this the day after we update our protocol specifically, so situations like this can never happen. Yikes. Thankfully nobody has ever found out, despite the select few people I've told. Now I still work there and absolutely love it, but there's situations like that where everything can very wrong, very fast, and minor mistakes can amplify to the point where you can say goodbye to ever working with children again. Don't worry, I have very much learned my lesson. Worked emergency assist for an auto response service. Think Onster, but it wasn't them. It was specific to one brand of car. Anyways, we outsourced our roadside assistance service to a third-party company, and they were the worst. They never took the info about the customer from us. They never used the auto-filled information for the customers. They only accepted the info directly from the customer. Everything from location and direction of travel to name and phone number and type of vehicle and color of vehicle. We as emergency assist agents had to stay on the line with these people while the customer is giving them all this information that I already proved I had. We put ourselves on mute though, so as to not fill the conversation with call floor background noise. Well, one particular bad day, with a particularly angry customer and a particularly hard of hearing agent. How did you get a job in a call center if you can't hear? I muttered out loud how I just want to fly over there and punch this agent in the face. I glanced down at my phone and I realized I was not on mute. I expected to be walked off out by security within the week after the agent reported it, and possibly files charged for threatening violence or something. I don't know. Nothing ever happened. Worked there for a couple more years till I moved on to better and greater things in life. Oh damn, this is gonna get buried, but whatever. When I was like 17, I worked for a local seafood restaurant. Our restaurant was in the same parking lot as a hotel that offered continental breakfast. Our baker would bake all of the pastries and muffins and baked goods for the hotel every day, put them on sheet pans on one of those tall metal racks with wheels, tied a trash bag around the top of it, and then we'd wheel it across the parking lot and deliver the goodies. I was asked to bring the goodies over a couple of times, and it was a quick and easy job. One day, the baker asked me to do it, and on my way out the door he said, "Don't tip the rack over in the parking lot," which I thought was strange because I had never had an issue and had never heard of anyone having an issue. So I start to head over. When about halfway there, one of the wheels hits a faking pothole in the parking lot and completely tips over. I almost died. I just stood there thinking, holy shit, what the fuck do I do? I took a quick look around and saw that there was no one outside, so no one had witnessed my massive fuck up. I quickly worked to upright this cart, which was taller than me, and could feel that all the pastries had fallen off their trays and were just hanging inside the trash bag. I wheeled it over to the hotel and brought it into the room we were to leave it in, which thankfully had no one in it at the time. As I peeled off the trash bag, I noticed that about 1/3 to 1/2 of the pastries had gotten kind of faked up. I was mortified, positive that I was going to be fired. I lined up all of the pastries that looked good enough and tossed the ones that looked like absolute shit. Left some in that were a little mangled and hoped that no one would notice or care. I went back to work and said nothing. Next day I walked into work expecting to be reamed out, and nothing. Literally nobody ever said a word about it. Either the hotel hadn't notified my boss of our shitty delivery, or he had never relayed the message to our baker. I never said anything about it, and I never offered to bring the breakfast over again. Not me but a coworker. I've already typed this, and realized not being found out was in the title. Still a good story, and he got to keep his job. Sorry though. I get to our warehouse on a Monday and my coworker is already there sitting at his desk. I have to load a truck with an order, so I go to pull it out. We keep our trucks in a totally separate part of the building. I opened the door and woof, immediately cannot breath. All the bay doors were shut, and said coworker's truck was running. After I was not suffocating and able to breathe again, I take a huge breath and run to the buttons to open all of bay doors to let it air out. I assume he got there early, had some paperwork to finish up, and started his truck to warm it up as it was winter and that part of the warehouse isn't heated. The fuck is wrong with you? Morning. We were pretty comfortable with each other by the way, so we spoke our minds. I'm not a complete asshole, haha. I almost just died from lack of oxygen because your dumbass is warming your truck up with all the doors shut. Did you think it'd warm faster? Because I think it worked. My truck's cranked. Yes. He looks puzzled for a second and gets up and fast walks to his truck. I see him peel out as everyone else shows up for work. Where the fuck is he going? I don't know, but he just almost killed me. Turns out, he got back late that Friday, was in a hurry to get home, and left his truck running all weekend. He peeled out because he was about to be completely out of gas, and I guess in his panic thought he wouldn't get caught if it wasn't out of gas. I work at Subway. I usually work with one other person. One night, it was just me and the other person. We'll call him Jeff. We had just ran out of cheddar. Jeff went to the back to grab more, but he also used the bathroom. So I was making someone's sandwich, and I put it in the toaster, and the person is on their phone. The toaster beeps, and I can't get the door open. It was like it was glued shut. I was freaking out, mainly because of fire and sheet, and it finally came open. But it broke off. I'm thinking to myself, a sheet. I'm so getting fired. The person on their phone was still just standing there, like nothing happened. So I finished their sandwich. Luckily they didn't get cheddar, cause I guess Jeff was taking a sheet or something, and after they leave, I get some scotch tape from my backpack and tape it back on. I did it really well though. We got off later. Nobody else that night got a toasted sandwich, luckily, and after about a month, it breaks again. Surprised it lasted that long, and they see the tape on it. I'm like about to die, and then the worker who saw it accuses the manager, and apparently this had happened before I worked here too, but they got a new toaster before I started working here, so the manager says it wasn't him, but they won't let up, so he just admits to it to get them to stop. Next day, there's a new toaster, and work resumes normally. Close street faking call I've ever had. Okay, so on throwaway account, because obviously so I work at a store where we sell pools and spas. One time I was left at the store alone, just for a few minutes, while my boss ran to the store or something. Normally never there by myself, so while I was alone one of our distributor's trucks pulled around back. He came inside saying we needed to move our spa trailer, a trailer for how we deliver spas, so he could use the forklift. I said we could move it just by picking it up and rolling it a little ways. To paint a better picture, we just had like 15 spars delivered at one time. We didn't have enough room in the store, so we stocked some outside the warehouse. All these spars are wrapped up for protection. They only get unwrapped when we bring them in anyways. So me, small 5'1" female, and this delivery truck driver, older Indian man, pick up the trailer and start to roll it. He's not really paying attention, but I am, because I see we were getting kinda close to one of the spars. Before I could get a word out of my mouth, the trailer rammed into the side panel of the spar and basically put a hole the size of my fist in it. We both look at each other like we would both die for damaging this $8,000 spar, and I just said, "SHHH, don't say anything, we didn't do this." Days later they bring the spar in, unwrap it and see that it's damaged. They were so confused on how it happened, and luckily didn't have security cameras back there at that time. I was so relieved I did not get caught. So my screw up isn't as big of a screw up compared to others. This happened when I worked for a local big chain grocery store. I had been working there for a couple of years at that point. I had started out as a bagger and I eventually became a checkout coach. Being a checkout coach meant I had to keep the lines down, help with customer service, and help the cashiers when they needed help. I also had to run the grocery pickup. Customers would pick up their groceries, and instead of actually having to shop themselves, I would load the car up for them. I had been a checkout coach for about a year, so I pretty much operated on autopilot. I was doing the grocery pickup, and I gave the first customer their order. I thought nothing out it until the last customer of the day for pickup came in. I went to get the containers, where his grocery should be, and I didn't see his last name. My heart sank as I realized that I gave this guy's order to someone else. I was panicking, thinking what was I going to do? I debated between telling the guy I messed up, telling his order never came in, or just giving this guy the wrong order. I didn't really feel like getting reamed out from this customer or management. I also knew that management would question me why this guy's order was still at the store. I chose option C. I gave this guy someone else's order. He signed the paperwork, I loaded up the car, and then I got the hell out of Dodge. It was the end of my shift anyway. Going to work the next day, I knew I was probably going to get it from management, but they never said a word to me. I was an assistant for a temperamental film producer. He had purchased a $5,000 piece of filmmaking equipment and had me ship it to a high-powered colleague overseas. Shipment was timely as colleague needed equipment for a shoot. So I pack it all up and set up a shipping label online, and I proceed to attach the label to the box with scotch tape. You know how you use packing tape to ship stuff, and not scotch tape, cause scotch tape is only meant for like scrapbooks and not shipping expensive equipment internationally. So obviously recipient never got package. My boss is livid and chewing me out. Find that package or you are paying for replacement. I'm making peanuts at this job and could not afford to replace, so I'm scrambling, calling the entire directory at the shipping company from the janitor to the seer. No one can find the package because obviously the shipping label fell off the box, because I had basically licked the back of the label and slapped it on the box with a prayer, i.e. scotch tape. Days pass and we are getting closer to the day of the colleague's shoot, and my boss is threatening to ship me in a box when out of the blue I get an email. Hello Mr. Ventura, we found your package in a lost and found at a receiving depot in West Nowhereville, New Hampshire. We have applied a new shipping label and your package will arrive on time for that super important shoot. In the future, please use packing tape instead of melted Swedish fish and paper clips to attach shipping labels to packages. So it all worked out, and to this day I probably use 3 times as much packing tape as necessary when shipping anything. Very early in my career as a mechanic I managed to make the jump to Porsche, working at the dealership on new cars. This was around 2002 or so. About 2 to 3 months and I was doing an oil change on a 911 Turbo. Its first oil change. It had about 10k miles on it and would have been a $110k car at the time. They are around $180k today. So after the oil change I idle across the dealership network of parking lots and take it on a short test drive. As soon as I drove out onto the road, the oil pressure warning blinked, and I realized instantly that the new oil was back in the workshop on my toolbox, not in the faking engine. So I switched the engine off, immediately coasted to the side of the road, and I walk back to the dealership, sneak around the back into the workshop, and as discreetly as I could, carry 10 quarts of oil back up the road to the car. This was a very busy 6-lane avenue, busiest shopping road in town. And there I am, middle of the day, in a Porsche uniform, pouring 10 quarts of oil into the engine of a shiny black 911 Turbo on the side of the road, literally 3 doors down from the dealership. I was sure someone would see me. A salesman on a test drive, another tech on a test drive, one of the guys at the Mercedes dealership that was owned by the same company and was between me and the Porsche dealership at this point. Nope. Nobody saw shit. Never heard a word. Worth mentioning, by the way, those things hold so much oil that when we drain them there is still a quart or so floating around in there. So when I started it without refilling and idled out, there was just enough to keep oil pressure. As soon as I accelerated out of the parking lot, it sloshed back and pressure fell away. So while it sure didn't do it any good, there was probably little to no damage done to the engine, as it was only at 0 oil pressure for about 4 to 5 seconds before I switched it off. Worked for a water utility. My job there at the time was as a supply truck driver. The supply truck was an old Sterling medium duty truck with a bunch of cabinets for repair clamps, lumber, tools and other shit. The truck was faking beat. Just done. I had 2 recent broken mirrors, 1.5 ton backing out of one of the work garages. The support beams in the garage make it a tight fit for parking, but it is fine if you aren't in a pissed off rush and driving like an ass. The other one, I just got too close to a tandem on a job site and broke the mirror. So, I was driving the old Sterling in the yard, past the other supply truck that we had as rental, as the other Sterling truck we had was in for major work. The rental was a flat deck that we had built a wooden box on to hold our assorted crap. It stuck out quite a bit, and as I have proven time and time again, I just have awesome depth perception. Broke my truck's mirror on the rental box. Pulled it out of the door right as my supervisor, who had done my previous 2 accident reports, walked out the door. He came and looked at it, and we both noted that it had been broken before. All I had done was pull the mirror out of the bondo that someone had thrown in there to hold the mirror in place. He said I needed to take it to one of our maintenance facilities to get a quote on whether it would be handled in-house or through insurance. My supervisor warned me that this would probably trigger a defensive driving course and possible further discipline. It was the last day of my shift, and I was quite busy dropping off and picking up signage and parts for our excavation crews. I didn't get to the maintenance yard until about 4:30. One of the guys there took a look and said it can't be repaired, and the truck needs a new door now. I just thought I couldn't be more faked here. This was going to get me in trouble. We already had one supply truck down. I went back to the shop and filled the bondo holes with some PVC epoxy because I was told it was faked anyway, and put the mirror back in with some duct tape to boot. I knew that the truck's government inspection was up in a couple days, so the repairs would be sorted out, and I went in to see my supervisor to do an accident report. He had gone home early. The report would have to wait until my next shift in 5 days. I came back in to start my next shift and my supply truck is gone. Turns out that government inspection that was due found 40k of repairs that needed to be done, and my company said fuck that noise, let's get new trucks. My supervisor never said anything about my mirror, and so far I have not hit anything since, but tomorrow is the start of a new shift. Luckily, I can usually make one of the new guys drive now. So, I guess people found out about it, but fuck it, I typed it all on a phone, and am posting it now. I was running the kitchen of a steakhouse in the early afternoon and had cut all of the staff to save on labor. At the time, our freezer was out, so we had a freezer truck parked out back with all of our frozen stuff in it. I had just started boiling out one of our 3 fryers, the one on the far right, when I needed to run out to the freezer truck to grab something. I had some difficulty opening the lock on the freezer truck and therefore took a bit longer than I had anticipated returning to the kitchen. I got back in the kitchen just in time to see the fryer I was cleaning boil over into the next one that still had hot grease, causing a chain reaction of that one boiling over into the next one. All 3 fryers were down for the count. Usually I'd dump the grease in the rightmost fryer, and then filter the other 2's grease into the fryer to their right, and fill up the leftmost fryer with new grease. I had to end up dumping the grease of the other 2 fryers, and give them a thorough detail as well due to the boil over, and a good rinsing out once I was done. Fortunately, it was the slow time of the day, and miraculously we didn't have any orders for fried food come in during that time. I also had to scrub the sheet out of the floor as there was a good bit of grease that had boiled over and out of the fryers onto the floor. There were only 4 servers in the restaurant at this time and none of them noticed. The other manager was out front shooting the sheet with some servers who had been cut. It took me about 30 to 40 minutes to dump all the grease, clean out all the fryers, and give them a thorough rinsing and then drying, fill them all up with new grease, and get the grease up to temp, and clean the floor. No one noticed my fuck up, though the PM crew was a bit curious why all 3 fryers had new grease. I have 2. I'm a high school teacher. The first is after Secret Santa my first year with my current district. We had a woman who came to our PD and was on campus every day who was essentially a parent volunteer. She participated in Secret Santa and had me. She gave me liquor, not a lot, but in small expensive bottle. This was at the conclusion of the last day of the semester, and I had set my gift down in my classroom before a teacher function that occurred at the school. After a good time at the party, I headed home, neglecting to gather my things from my classroom. I didn't even think about it until 3 days later, when I was several states away. It wasn't until over a week later that I was able to get back into my classroom. The bottle was gone. I instantly settled into one of the worst anxiety attacks of my life. I was sure I was fired. I had left alcohol in my classroom. Someone found it and reported it. A student, because there were students around at the time of the Secret Santa, had taken it, gotten drunk, gotten caught, and told his parents where he got it. I was faked. Never heard a word about it. It's been 5 years, and I work for the same district. The other was from later in the same year. It was a snow day. I was drunk. A student texted me asking whether there was school the next day. I told her I didn't know because central office hadn't made a call on it yet. At the same time, I was on Grindr. I told a guy to text me and gave him my number. Somehow, I got mixed up between text threads. I ended up telling my student that I was having some wine and inviting her over. She laughed her ass off and said she was underage, which was where I caught the error. I told her I texted the wrong number and that I was texting a friend from the local theater company that I belonged to and inadvertently sent it to her. As horrible as this situation was, I shudder to think how fake my life would have been if I had said some other shit I might have said to the person I thought I was texting. I thought for sure I was dead meat. Besides the girl teasing me a few times, nothing came of it. She graduated class of 2018, so I think I'm in the clear. So I work in sales in an office building. I had been working there for about a year and there was high turnover, so we'd always get new employees every couple of weeks. Started getting friendly, too friendly, with a new coworker who was into me. First mistake of being a 20-something in the business world. We would grab drinks after work and hang out, and didn't think much of it, because a whole group of us would usually decompress after a hard week, but I could tell she would hang around, just to get more time with me. A couple weeks pass, and things end up physical after a long happy hour after work. She was planning on decorating our boss's office for his 9th anniversary with our company after everyone left, and she asked if I'd help her. I kind of knew why she was asking, but also didn't read into it too much. I meet her back at the office building, and we start decorating his office and she's flirting and getting handsy. One thing leads to the next, and we're getting down to business. Not my brightest moment, but there you have it. Every alarm is going off in my head, because I know the cleaning crew usually comes in around 8 PM, because I've had a couple days in the office before where I'm trying to finish up work, and then they show up. There are a couple cameras over the main entrance and throughout the office, but I honestly didn't even think about this. Definitely should been smarter, but anyways, we finish up and finish decorating and get ready to leave. There's only 2 exits to the office building, and I suggest we leave separately to avoid any suspicion. She thinks I'm way too paranoid and scoffs at me, leaving out the main entrance. Next day I show up to our 8 AM meeting as normal, and we discover our office building was robbed the night before. Thousands of dollars of computer equipment and personal items were taken. One of my coworkers had jewelry taken from her, worth several thousand, that she forgot to take home from her desk that day. I'm literally sheeting bricks, because I realized how unfortunate I am, that I committed such an act in the office the same night, and I'm feeling so guilty, and then it dawns on me, that they will be reviewing video footage to discover what happened. I'm getting ready to go to my boss, to explain what he's about to see, when he calls me in. Says, "Hey, check this out." I meekishly walk in his office and close the door. He pulls up the footage, and I'm just about to speak up when he says, "The cleaning crew definitely broke in here and stole our equipment." I look at the footage and has fast forwarded to 8 PM, when they normally show up, and sure enough, very easy to see who caused this. I'm literally shaking when I realized he never saw anything else that happened mere minutes/hours before. I've never told anyone at work I was there or who I was with. I couldn't believe my dumb luck, because I easily could been fired, or worse, been blamed for robbing the office. TLDR, met up with a coworker after work to decorate boss's office. Things got sexual. Office was robbed the very same night. Boss reviewed camera footage, but never saw what happened. In college I worked as a waiter in a restaurant, frequented by businessmen schmoozing clients and ladies having lunch. Most of our guests ordered iced tea, so there were always lots of opportunities to approach the tables before, during, and after the meal. Anyone that drinks iced tea knows that there is a very narrow sweet spot where the tea to sweetener is just perfect. So, as a waiter there is both art and science as to when a refill should be offered. One day I had a table of ladies that had obviously been friends for many years. They were very nice and spent most of the meal gossiping and laughing. Several of them were pounding the iced tea and keeping me very busy with refills. They were friendly with me, male in my 20s, but it was clear they wanted invisible service. Towards the end of the meal I went up to the table and motioned towards the near empty glass of one of the more detailed iced tea/sweetener drinkers. She gave me a nod that said, "Fill we up." They were talking about one of their daughters and a new boyfriend, and for some reason I was interested in their conversation. So, while I was filling the glass I was also eavesdropping. I poured the tea and then went to put the glass back down. However, when I put it on the table it was nothing but ice. To my horror I looked down and directly under the pitcher in my hand was a large purse that was wide open. Fully understanding where the missing tea was, I casually pushed the side of the purse closed with my shin and actually filled her glass. I thought for sure the owner, who knew some of the women and had dropped by the table when then was sat, would be pulling me aside at some point after my shift. Surprisingly, I never heard a word. I still wonder what she thought when she eventually reached into her bag and found her Carmex floating in 10 ounces of unsweetened tea. I was a master control operator for a NBC. My job was to monitor our station broadcast for quality and record syndicated TV shows that got beamed down from various satellites. Nearly everything was automated. Easiest job I've ever worked. Pretty much watched TV for 10 hours a night. So it should come as no surprise that I would smoke weed a lot at work. My favorite spot was to climb the roof access and smoke a joint up there. This is where my fuck up began. I climbed down the ladder baked out of my gourd, and as the munches were hitting me hard I made straight for the employee kitchen area, where I knew there was a box of donuts waiting for me. Compliments of the day walkers. As I'm munching on stale donuts and pondering which fridge foods I could swipe, I glance at a TV screen, of which there are many placed around the building for monitoring. It's black. No video, no audio. Have an almighty or fuck moment and start sprinting back to the control room. Fuck the whole way. Once there I quickly ascertain that our automated system didn't switch the broadcast back after airing some local commercials during a break. Hit the big red master control button to switch the feed. Then Beckor's feed pops up, some nebulous amount of time into Conan O'Brien's late night show with Tenacious D as the guests. My smoke-addled brain was running a mile a minute. Someone had to notice. How long was I in black? Did my supervisor see fac? How was I going to explain this? And then the phone rang. The phone never rings. With all the sobriety I could muster, I picked it up, bracing for a tirade from an angry boss. It was a DirecTV control operator. Was just checking up on me because he noticed I was in black for 10 minutes and wanted to make sure we were okay. I hastily mumbled something about being in the bathroom, switching errors. All good here now. 10 solid minutes of dead air with Tenacious D on Conan and only one Nightbird MCO from DirecTV noticed. Needless to say, when morning shift was coming up, I was on pins and needles waiting for the other shoe to drop when everyone came in. Nothing. Nobody ever said anything. I stopped smoking weed on the roof and made sure I could see a TV when I was smoking from that day on. I was about 17 when this happened. I worked for a food distribution company, a pretty big one which sells chips. They have strict rules about who operates what machines. My job was to pick the product from around the warehouse in this huge rolling metal cart and bring it to the truck and fill the truck. This would take about 8 hours to finish 2 trucks. I was working early shift, 6 AM, when this happened. I'm not allowed to drive these trucks. They are huge, and I could barely drive a car. However, for some reason, the person who was supposed to move the trucks had disappeared, and there was no one else in the warehouse for me to ask. My manager had disappeared, and I seemed to be the only one working, which was quite strange. I waited over an hour but no one returned, so I decided it was enough and tried to move the truck by myself. It was fun at first. I could easily move forward, but when it came time to reverse the truck into the dock, I didn't make sure that the dock door was closed and the dock plate hadn't been lifted already. So I just reversed into the dock plate, this metal monstrosity, and heard a loud bang, followed by some crunching. I was dead. I knew I was going to get fired. I was so shocked at my own stupidity that I didn't pull out the truck. I left it there, and when I went inside I saw that the damage was awful. The dock plate had fallen off, which I didn't know was possible, and the truck seemed to be fine. There was still no one here, and I went outside once more and put the truck back into its place and waited there, pretending like nothing had happened. I waited until someone on a forklift showed up, because they are usually qualified to move trucks, and I asked them as best as I possibly could to get me a truck. He went outside, got me a truck, and pulled it into the exact same dock location, and I don't think he realized that it was broken, because when he crashed into the dock plate like I did, he quickly ran inside to check what happened and thought he broke it. He took the blame because he thought it was his fault, but didn't get any penalty because he had worked there for a long time and people trusted that it was an accident and nothing more. The company is big, so they didn't have an issue repairing it. I worked in lawn care, and one of our machines broke. We had 2, but the second one was small and not worth using without the other one. We called our manager to see if he wanted us to drive back an hour to get a part or buy another closer to our jobs. He said he would look to see if we had it, then he would call us back. So me and my partner parked in a Walgreens lot to wait for a response and take a nap. After about 30 minutes our manager calls us and rips us a new one for not working with the still functional equipment we had, even though only one of us could work and it would take 10x longer. So I hop out of the cab of the truck to wake up my coworker out of the bed of the truck and tell him we need to go now. He gets in the cab and is buckling his seatbelt when he says, "Oh shit, I gotta pee." So I take advantage of that and go into the Walgreens with him. On our way back from the bathroom we are confronted with an extremely angry police officer shooting, "Which one of you is driving that truck out there?" I said it was me. Apparently when I jumped into the truck I put it in reverse, and then after we went to pee I didn't park it again. We were pointed slightly downward, so it didn't roll back quickly, but in the time it took for us to pee it had rolled back and now rested against the pillar that blocked cars from smashing the front door. The cop made us to talk to the manager, who looked at what had happened and then shrugged that's here for, which made the cop more mad because no one was pressing anything on me. Then he demanded I called my manager. So I got back in the truck, still parked in the middle of the lot, and mimed like I was talking to somebody on the phone until the cop left. No one find out at my job. My boss was a complete control freak and terrible at her job. She would constantly be looking for something wrong. Instead of doing her work, she spent most of her time checking all the work of the girls in the office. My boss was also addicted to making copies in the office of everything. It was my job to order toner for the copy machine when we were out. It was a small medical office, 4 girls in close proximity, so everyone knew that they needed to tell me when they used the last one. In hindsight, I should have checked the stock regularly, but had never needed to do so in the past, and I guess I put my guard down. Needless to say, late one Friday afternoon, it was brought to my attention that the copier was out of toner and we were completely out. Of course, this wasn't a toner I could just run to an office supply store and pick up. I called our supplier and even some random mom and pop shops hoping I could get a new toner before the workday was over. I totally hit a dead end. After some thought, I ended up finding an old toner lying for a different model copier down in the bottom of the storage area. I took the used toner cartridge, pried that open, and ended up refilling it with the old toner. There was toner all over the place, including my lungs, I'm sure. She never found out that I dropped the bowl and the copier worked when she came in Monday morning. Needless to say, I left shortly after because we all forgot to wish her a happy birthday immediately upon her arrival one day, and she gave us all the silent treatment for weeks. Disclaimer, this happened literally faking today, so I can't be sure that no one was monitoring internet traffic, but here it is, at my desk on my work desktop. Was trying very hard for whatever reason to remember the name of the blonde woman who used to be on College Game Day. For non-sports people / non-Americans, this is like a 3-hour hype show that comes on ESPN every Saturday during college football season before the day's slate of games starts. It's kind of a silly show that mixes banter with analysis and fan gags, because every week they do the shoulder from a game site with thousands of fans in attendance. Anyways, I go on Wikipedia to find a list of female sports broadcasters, and this one, Sam Ryan, sounded super familiar. So I go to open another tab and open Google Images and search Samantha Ryan, thinking that would block out any dudes named Sam Ryan that I don't give two sheets about. Note, this is my work computer, but we use mostly Microsoft Sheet, so I'm signed into my personal Google account. This meant the safe search was off. Samantha Ryan is also the stage name of an accomplished porn star. Tags and spread eagles were all over my screen. A couple panic clicks later they were gone, but god, the thought of one of our ITMs going through my history and seeing that makes me pause at the thought of having to give this explanation to him and my boss. The name of the woman I was trying to remember was Sam Ponder, née Steele. When I was in military school, I started collecting spoons from the chow hall for the fact of it. One day, a new drill sergeant came in to watch us. Some of us were messing around, and we got in trouble, ending up being smoked for about 15 minutes straight right after dinner. As we hadn't gone back to the barracks yet, I still had the spoon in my pocket. We were doing the vent leg body twist, an exercise that requires us to lie on our backs. The spoon fell out of my pocket, and the interaction went something like this. DS, drill sergeant, a tall black man with an Alabama drawl. Me, a short white ginger girl with glasses that looks like a 14-year-old Irish boy. DS, notices the spoon on the concrete before I put it back in my pocket. Up, on your feet. Me, gets up. Yes, sergeant. DS, why do you have a spoon? Me, stuttering like a massive idiot. Sergeant, I found it on the floor, sergeant, and I didn't want it to be litter, sergeant. DS, holds his hand out. Give it to me. I reluctantly give him my baby. DS, next time you tell someone. Me, yes, sergeant. He never mentioned it again. The night before graduation from the academy, we had a sort of confession night. It was all in good fun. We weren't going to get in trouble for anything. I thought that, rather than just tell all the drill sergeants what I had been doing, I would show them. Witness me going to my locker and digging around for about 5 minutes and staggering out with 152 spoons clutched in my hands. The reactions were obvious, but then I told them about the 326 additional spoons still in my locker that I hadn't managed to grab. Thank you for your time. This will probably get buried, but here's my more literal I'm dead story. was rewiring a building's network, pulled in new Cat 6, and was actually removing the old horrible nest of Cat 3 and 5 from the building as well. To do this, I would find an old drop that had been pulled up from a wall jack, strip a pair of the wires with my teeth and huck up a tone generator to trace it to the other end. Nothing was labeled. Ugh. Then pull it back and out. The drops were still attached to a PoE switch, which for the non-ed people means it supplies power over the network cable to power things like phones or cameras through the same cable that connects them to the network. I knew there was 48V available to be sent down the cable, but figured its low wattage and amperage shouldn't be a big deal. Just don't let a circuit complete while you're stripping the wire by touching a pair of wires to my face. Well, it was after hours as I was finishing up late for the day. I'm standing on a 6-foot ladder, head in ceiling tile, stripping my next pair on a cable I was about to remove. One wire stripped, stick the next one in between my teeth and whoops, I lost my grip on the second wire. It touches my cheek. Switch detected resistance on the switch and says give it some juice, and wham. It lit me up. Shocked in the mouth. Zap. At that moment I had no clue what had happened. 48 VDC to the face. Teeth numb. Face contracted. All I saw was light. Next minute I'm on the ground, having fell off the ladder. Missed hitting my side on the edge of a countertop and breaking a rib. No injuries except a throbbing face and vibrating teeth. I finished that drop and went home. I don't do stupid stuff like that anymore. Wires don't go in your mouth. I used to work at a paper company, and because my dad was ours I was able to get it as my first job after HS. I played a ton of sports, so I never really had a summer job, and within the first 2 months the CEO, or the guy who was friends with the owner but did the day-to-day operations, thought I was doing such a good job he asked if I wanted to be trained to be the warehouse operator for all the paper supply, or co-operator, since the main guy was going to leave soon. I was nervous and mulled it over, but when I went to let him know I appreciated the offer and I won't accept it because I didn't feel confident in my ability to do it, plus I would have gotten paid the same, so it made no difference on my pay. I was planning to say that after work until he came around, and when I brought it up, he said I was gonna have you do it, but your dad doesn't think you have the ability to do it, so I'm gonna try to find someone else. Now my dad and I have a very strong bond and he's very supportive, but he is also brutally honest, and to be fair he was kinda right. Which is why I told my dad he was an idiot and told him I was accepting the position. The part where I was "oh fuck, I'm dead" was on the 4th day on the new position. I was being taught how to operate a forklift. I have absolutely no fucking idea how that sheet works, but the guy who worked in there was very helpful. As I'm learning the forklift one of those days he was called into another part of the warehouses, and I was left by myself to put the pallets of paper away. I put a couple away on my own, and I started to feel like I'm the sheet, that I knew this better than anyone. But this point I'm trying to move a pallet into a tight spot, and I thought I could get past it. So I try to squeeze in. Everything was going well. Until I was too close to a pallet and ripped the plastic wrap, marking the perfectly white paper with a huge black smudge. Now keep in mind that I'm freaking out because I tried to wipe the smear off and it only became bigger. Also imagine the fact that this is special paper that was going to be used for a specific order, and the cost of that entire order of paper, just for 3 pallets, was $3,000 plus. I'm in there freaking the fuck out. I had no idea what to say, and I was really worried I just lost my job and was going to make my dad look bad. That's when I see it was 30 minutes before my shift was done, so I went to another part of the warehouse and worked there until I was off. I was never brought in, I was never asked what happened, and I even worked in the exact same place and the pallet was still there. Nobody asked me what happened, and I was never asked about it. Eventually I quit to go to another job and school part-time, but I still haven't told my dad about it to this day. TLDR, I was working on a forklift at a job where my dad was ours and ruined roughly $1K worth of paper and was never asked about it. Ever. Yikes. To immediately come to mind from a long time ago, when I was about 20 and just started working at a big radio station. My dream come true. I was the young new guy doing all the crummy stuff and off hours grunt work that I could. Before technology caught up, radio stations were staffed 24/7 and needed at least one functional human. Early Sunday morning, 6 to 10 a.m. shift running board op for a pre-recorded Dick Clark Top 40 show. Was out too late the night before drinking, and the show ran for around 15 minutes before I needed to run a stop set and queue up the next show segment. I stayed awake and alert for about 45 minutes, but at one point put my head down at the console and fell asleep. Woke up to dead air, the studio hotline ringing, and in my stupor quickly hit play on the CD and reran the previous Dick Clark 15-minute segment. Sheet my pants, swore out loud, and answered the hotline. It was the chief engineer of the station asking if everything was okay. I bullshitted my way out, beat myself up for the rest of the shift, and never heard a word about it. A year later, I'm now on air overnights, and go out into the building fire stairs for a smoke around 2:30 a.m. The door locks behind me. I run down 5 flights of stairs to the outside of the building in the middle of the night, and somehow have change in my pocket for the payphone nearby. I call 411 and get the station general manager's number, call and wake him up, and 10 minutes later he shows up in his pajamas and lets me back into the friggin' building. A year later I was promoted to manager's sister station. Edit, typus. Worked at a place that sold ATVs, scooters, etc. We prepped them as part of the purchase, final assembly, fluid checks, etc. But we were strictly forbidden from driving them. One night after closing, I half-jokingly asked my manager if I could take one for a spin around our back driveway, which was not visible from anywhere except the backside of the store. He looked around and, satisfied that it was quiet enough, obliged. This was a little 250cc gasoline scooter, and I wanted to ride it more for the novelty than the thrill. I'm by no means an experienced rider, but I had driven motorcycles a few times with no issues. I still have no idea how the following chain of events took place. I gave it what I thought was light throttle, the scooter took off, and what little control I had was soon lost. I was frantically trying to regain control when the left side skidded on, and then over the curb, somersaulting me over the handlebars. I rolled a few times in the grass but was unscathed. The scooter, however, had about a foot-long scuff where it had dragged, and the right mirror busted when it hit the ground. We reappropriated a mirror from another scooter and attempted to apply touch-up paint to the damage. It certainly didn't look good, but it was an improvement. After going home, I realized my pocket knife had flown from my pocket during my tumble, and I returned to the scene like the amateur I was to remove any evidence of my presence. My manager was able to convince the customer that it was shipping damage, gave them the maximum discount he was authorized to, and nothing ever came of it. Not quite a nobody ever found out, but this is more of a no one ever found out, whether or not it was me. I was in charge of migrating our infrastructure from a server colocation site to Amazon Oz. One night, around 3 a.m., I get a call from the CTO. He's panicking. There was a power outage for a few minutes at the colocation site, and now the company website is down. But that's the least of my worries. The database cluster is also down, and it won't come up. This database houses all of the company's billable accounts and data. Without it, the company might as well file for bankruptcy. There are no backups. There's a specific order that the database cluster must come online, or it'll fail to start up. Whether through misconfiguration on my end, or because of the previous person who set it up, the database cluster came up in the wrong order and corrupted the data. Luckily, I had made a 15-step migration plan about a week earlier which allows a database slave to spin up on Oz and mirror all transactions without downtime. The remote database on Oz had just finished backing up all of the company's data a few days prior, and after several grueling hours I was able to get the company back up and running on the new infrastructure. This happened early in my corporate career, and it remains one of the most stressful days I've ever had. I don't think many of the people in that company realize how close they came to losing their. I was 18 working retail at a kind of major franchise convenience store as a cashier supervisor. I was set for the opening shift on a Sunday morning. They opened at 10 a.m. which isn't too bad, and I only sleep about 4 hours a night anyways. Well, I got called up by a girl I was interested in. I knew her 4 years through a friend from high school, but we never dated because she lived outside the city while we were in grade school, but she and her 2 guy friends just moved to the city I lived in. So it's Saturday night, she phones me up and asks if I wanted to hang out with her and some friends. It's my big chance, so of course I say yes. I get to her place and we start pounding some drinks, watching TV, and playing video games. Things are going well. I have my arm around her, and she is clearly into me. One of her friends then asks me, hey, I heard there's a good rave scene in. Know when the next party is? It was a total shot in the dark for him, but I actually did go to a few raves, with an entirely different set of friends, and knew there was a party that night. So we load up, and head to this rave. We get in and immediately the other guy pulls out a strip of acid and a bag pills. These guys were prepared, and don't fuck around. They each take a few strips and this girl grabs a baggie of pills. Huh, so do you ever do X? Me, sometimes. I've done ecstasy maybe 2 times before. Usually I just dance at raves, and pound energy drinks. Huh, how much do you want? Me, let me start with half. She pops one in her mouth and downs it, then takes a second pill, bites it in half, spits one half into her hand, eats the other half, then tosses the half in her hand back in her mouth, and proceeds to make out with me, and passes that half to me, and I down that. We continue to make out, and the rest of the night goes pretty good, but I don't really remember what happened after the ecstasy kicked in. I wake up the next day in her room. No idea what happened, but I look at the time and the store I worked at was opening in minutes. Remember? I was supposed to be opening that morning. I phone one of the cashiers, one I know who is the most likely not to rat me out, because I've said nothing when she has come in hungover herself. I tell her quickly that I got super drunk the night before and slept in. I'll be late, but won't be making it in time to open the safe to get cash for the tills. But if she can do me a solid, I'll tell her just enough to get the tills going, and I'll be in to do the rest. She agrees and I walk her over the phone on what to do. I tell her the safe code and where all the hidden stuff is that only supervisors are supposed to know. I rush to work. I don't have my uniform. Polo short with store name on it, black pants, dress shoes, but I found one of the woman's shirts, a button up, and just wear my jeans and skate shoes from the night. I mostly hid in the back that day. I thought for sure I was getting fired, but no one ever said anything. I used to bartend at a kitschy chain restaurant in Orlando, Florida. I was one of the bar trainers, so I was pretty much supposed to lead the shift and make sure everything was legit and went smoothly and by the book, especially on busy shifts. It was an insanely busy place, as in 1,500 covers, that is people/meals served, at lunch and 1,900 at dinner. The day in question we sold $80,000, so suffice it to say, we were slammed all day and poured hundreds, if not thousands of drinks. So, we had these signature cocktails that were peppermint flavored because it was around the holidays. We had an adult version and a kid's version of this peppermint smoothie. Both drinks were nearly identical, except one had peppermint simple syrup and the other had peppermint schnapps. If we ever cracked a bottle during service, which sometimes happens when you have bottles in the speedwell and you're tossing them around while banging out drinks, we strain the booze we can salvage into a store and pour, which is basically a plastic container that you can then pour out of so that you don't waste the booze. So, while in the midst of a shitstorm of tickets, a bottle of peppermint schnapps got broken, and I strained it into a store and pour, and then asked another bartender to label it and put it away, while I took care of some interaction with a drunk patron. Well, apparently I didn't explain well, or she was distracted by this crazy drunk guy and she ended up labeling the bottle peppermint simple syrup instead of peppermint schnapps. So, for when the next bartender went to grab the bottle of simple for the kids' drinks, she grabbed the bottle labeled incorrectly and proceeded to make about 100 kids' drinks with peppermint schnapps. We only realized it later, when I was in the well, and I ran out of schnapps, and I asked my coworker where the store and pour of peppermint schnapps went, and my homie was like, wait, that was schnapps. Only she and I knew what had happened and nothing ever came of it. Except, I'm sure a lot of kids got a nice midday nap. TLDR, Bartending at an incredibly busy chain restaurant at an internationally famous park in Orlando, my bar accidentally poured over 100 kids' drinks with peppermint schnapps instead of peppermint simple syrup. No one knows to this day and everything was fine. Back in 2010, I had just completed my freshman year of college, but didn't have enough money to continue my studies, so I decided to enlist in the Navy. Got held up at MEPS, and when the Navy recruiter decided to stop helping, I decided to join the Marines. After getting a visit to a doctor for acne, I was given a clean bill of health, given my contract, and had my ship out date for boot camp. Before I left, the recruiters constantly told me don't take what happens personally, and that the drill instructors can't put their hands on you, no matter what. Flash forward a few months later in the spring of 2011. I'm in my first week of basic training. We have a single drill instructor who guides us and tells us what we should and shouldn't do. At Paris Island, they have these annoying insects called sand fleas, which come out in full force during warm weather and they will constantly harass/bite you. The natural reaction is for you to swat them away. Me and the other recruits learned quickly that you do not do that. There were several guys who constantly swatted them away, while the drill instructor yelled and cursed them out constantly for doing so. This went on non-stop for the first few days until one day, the DI was fed up. While in the barracks, the DI catches a rocket break attention to scratch his arm. So he says, you guys think this is a MF joke? If I see another one of you MFs scratch again, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. Myself, being young and dumb, laughs in my head, thinking back on what my recruiters told me about the DI not being able to hit you. I remember thinking to myself, he's bluffing. If I get an itch, I'm gonna scratch it. 5 minutes go by, and I feel an itch on my right cheek. Moments before I move to scratch my face, I see another recruit across from me begins to scratch his face before me. The DI sees this, sprints, jumps over a footlocker, and gives him the hardest damn slap I've ever seen in my life. That was the first moment I thought, what the fuck? Oh fuck, I'm dead. Please excuse my English and grammar. I'm an American and English is my first language. Lol. When I was like 24, I was working as an IT consultant, and one of our clients was a municipality. I was a horrible driver as I was never taught how to drive. I just got a car at 18 and drove until I figured it out, which took forever because I was scared to drive, so drove as little as possible. So one day I went from City Hall to the police department for some break fix kinda thing. The parking lot was packed, and I was anxious and lightheaded, and ended up hitting a cop car doing a decent amount of damage to the bumper. I was freaking out. This was my first accident with another vehicle and it's a cop car. However, no one was in the lot and my car already had a damaged bumper, so you couldn't tell it had hit the car. I also was very aware of exactly where the blind spot for the security cameras were. I feel ashamed to this day that I didn't simply tell them and have insurance take care of everything, but I freaked out, moved my car to another spot and said nothing. No one ever found out it was me, and they were so pissed off about not capturing it on video we sold them a new more expensive camera setup, and I got a decent commission off of it. These days I'm ashamed of my actions, however it feels kinda good knowing I screwed the cops out of some money, as that's usually what they do to us. Edit. I wanted to mention this was for a decent sized city, so it wasn't like I was screwing over some tiny underfunded village police station. They had plenty of money. On mobile, sorry for format. So that's not bad at all compared to other posts here, but in the context of being a high school student working his first job in a new department, this was a no-fac moment for me. This story takes place about 8 months ago. I had recently moved apartments at the local grocery store from bagger to grocery personnel. I only work part-time, just enough to be able to afford things a high schooler needs like gasoline for the family car and money to go hang out with my friends. I was still pretty new to the store and very new to the grocery department. I was stocking the shelves with gallons of water when one of them slipped out of my hands. The gallon slams on the tile floor with a thud, and the plastic breaks. An entire gallon, 3.79 L, of water is now flowing down the aisle. All I was thinking about was, how do I clean this up? Am I going to be promoted to customer today? I don't know where any of the cleaning supplies are. If I go to find someone and a customer slips, the store is liable. At this point I'm freaking out. I take the U-boat I had put the empty boxes on and place it across the aisle to block it off, and try to go find someone to help me. The first person I found was my co-worker I had talked to a few times. We were friendly to each other, had some common interests. Let's call him B. B, I said, stammering over my words. A gallon of water slipped out of my hands and is all in the aisle. B responded, oh geez games. At this moment he takes the broken water container from my hands and continues, the mops and buckets are in that little room across from the men's break room. He pointed. I'll take care of this, you grab a mop. I scurry over to the buckets and mops, grab one hanging from the hooks, and head back to aisle 8. Luckily, no one seemed to have slipped or critically injured themselves, so I started mopping. Another co-worker overheard the entire situation and ran to the front of the store to grab a wet floor sign. I mopped up as much as I could with a mop and those buckets with the handles that squeeze the water out. I don't know the name. Then B passed me a roll of paper towels. It only took about 15 to 20 minutes to clean up the aisle and management never found out, except for the broken gallon sitting in the damaged cart. I have been working there for around 10 months, and now I realize it takes a lot more than dropping a gallon to get fired from this place. TLDR, high schooler working first job drops gallon, 3.79 L, of water. It spills. I think I'm about to be promoted to customer. Finds coworker to show me to cleaning supplies. Management doesn't find out. In my teenage years I used to work over the summer breaks at the golf course, where my dad also was working. Due to safety regulations, if you were under 16 you were not allowed to drive any of the big machines to mow the grass, so we youngsters were put on all the annoying jobs that the year-round employees didn't have time or energy to do. The funny thing was that, in order to do these jobs me and the other summer workers drove around in an old Subaru pickup truck. Yes, an actual car. No idea how that was allowed. No one of us knew how to drive. We just got a crash course in the parking lot and strict instructions to always use four-wheel drive and never go higher than the second gear. Anyway, my boss would usually snap his finger at some spot on the very detailed big map we had on the wall in the coffee room and say things like, see that tree there between the 8th and the 11th fairway? I need you to dig a 2-meter deep hole directly southwest of that. I still don't know if all those holes were necessary or if he was just a sadistic bastard, but anyway. There are probably a few stories from that time that would fit here, but one in particular comes to mind. One day it was raining like crazy and there were no players out on the course. I was going to dig a hole relatively far away, so I decided to drive just a little faster this one time. I disengaged the four-wheel drive and entered the forbidden land of gear number 3. Now, I had heard my dad talk about water planing before, but I didn't really know how it worked. But boy did I discover what it meant that day. The clubhouse and restaurant of this particular course is situated on a hill, and from there you overlook 5 of the holes, which are laid out parallel to each other going back and forth, so that their fairways are basically connected with narrow stretches of rough between them, a huge flat area, and on this particular day, covered with a couple of centimeters of water. I was going right across these at about 60 km per hour, and was going to make a slight turn, when the Subaru lost all traction. What I didn't mention yet is that this golf course is kind of known in Sweden for having a ridiculous amount of creeks and ponds, all of the holes of some kind of water hazard. The area I was in is literally riddled with deep ponds with meticulously kept sharp edges. You'll never see that ball again kind of ponds. I was completely mortified as the car just continued on the given course, slowly rotating and sliding past 4 ponds, sliding into pond number 5, and stopping with the front wheels hanging just over the edge. A tiny bit more, and the car would have fallen in front first, had no seat belt on. I just sat there completely still, breathing for a good minute, before I slowly moved my hand to engage the four-wheel drive and reverse out of there. I was 100% sure that several people must have seen me from the restaurant windows and was prepared for a royal treatment from my boss when I drove back for my lunch break, but no one ever mentioned anything. I think about this every time I drive in heavy rain. I stole from work. Okay, so I was working for Securitas, that cheap security company, and a newly built light and water office out in the middle of feckle nowhere needed temporary security personnel because they were laying off a bunch of employees and didn't want anyone sneaking back during the day to steal stuff. Nobody did, but I can guarantee you, it wasn't because I was there. Every single person hated me. I was the guy sent there to watch them. Everybody watched me at all times looking for anything to snitch on. Like, come on, I'm just as lazy as you assholes. Let me play on my 3DS in faking peace. Anyways, after 2 weeks of doing that for 10 hours a day, it was nearing the end of the contract and I decided to steal some signs with surveillance warnings on them to decorate my yard/garden along with other stuff. They had cubicles full of storage boxes and desks with this stuff in it. Signs, various electronics, etc. I figured fuck these people. Getting yelled at for taking too long on a perimeter check was the peak of the bullshit mountain that lead to this, and decided to take some stuff with me. They had no security cameras, and I was always the last person to leave. So one day I brought an empty bag with me and left with a not empty bag. When I got home I realized that, in my fury, I might have done faked up. If anyone noticed that stuff was missing and tied it back to me, my life was going to become far more difficult. But this happened over 2 years ago, and I now work a different, more rewarding job, so I guess I got away with it. I still use the stuff I took. It was all pretty legit. Ended up with some industrial grade walkie-talkies, some rad security warning signs, and other stuff. I should feel bad. And the idea of stealing from people like my friends or strangers does make me feel bad. But for some reason I felt fine about this. Only concern was getting caught, but it feels like that window has passed without incident. I was in the military, and it was time to run preventive maintenance on the heavy equipment that we had on our lot. So after a few checks on some gear I make my way to our air compressor trailers. These trailers are about 6 feet tall and open on both sides, but on one side is the battery. So I start doing the battery checks and checking things around it. I noticed something needs to be tightened near the thingamajig above the battery, so I grab a wrench and go to fix it. As I go to tighten the part, a huge spark ignited, and I jump back out of fear that I'm going to explode or something. I leave the wrench as I don't want to get electrocuted and it combusts. So my dang darn wrench is on fire and stuck to the battery and another piece of metal, so I'm freaking out. So the first thing I do is grab the most rubberized tool in the toolbox and whack it out. The fire stops and I calm down a bit. I then go to assess the damage. The terminal is melted, a piece of the other part the wrench attached to is melted, and the wrench is melted. Oh. Being the turt of a marine, that I just closed it, put the tools back, and said everything was good. We have to turn in the sheet with all the discrepancies on it, so I figured I was screwed one way or another. No one ever said anything though. I probably could have been gypped. Oh well. My first job was working as a concierge in a Marriott hotel near where I live. It was also a country club, so was full of snooty asshole golfers 24/7. My first day on the job I was putting a barrier across the main drive entrance and redirecting parking while the wedding party had pictures on the lawn. I had to stand about 30 to 40 yards away from the barrier, so I was in a constant state of alert for people driving up and just hopping out of their cars to move it. This actually happened every faking time I put the barriers out. I learned quickly. Anyway, first day is going well. I'm handling the traffic like a boss, putting on my "oh I'm so sorry you're going to have to walk an extra 20 yards to the hotel" voice when I see a golfer walk up from the car park to my left and he starts to move the barrier. I bolt over to him to let him know that the barrier has to stay there for the wedding party. He snapped back that he wanted it moved immediately. This really pissed me off, but I managed to keep my composure. I was only 19 and a bit of a sheethead as most 19-year-olds are. I repeated that it was for the wedding guest photos and that it wasn't being moved. He literally snatched it out of my hands and stormed off to the side with them to let this fancy car through. I stormed after him to get them back, and I got a little sassy with him. He asked who's your manager, and I told him. He stormed off towards the hotel, and I'm shaking a little from the adrenaline, but was gutted I didn't manage to keep a car out and potentially ruin someone's wedding photos. I get a call on the radio. "Can you come back to the office?" I shit my pants thinking he's lied about something I said or didn't, imagining all the scenarios possible. I get back to the office and the guy's in the back office with my boss. I thought this was a bit odd. Then the guy says I'm the general manager of this hotel, and if I tell you to move a faking barrier, then move it. Turns out the people wanting to drive around and save the small extra walk were close personal friends of this asshole, and he disturbed a wedding in the process. I tried to explain my side of the story, but neither of them were having any of it. The general manager of the hotel then made me go out to the car park and pick up rubbish without any gloves or a thing to pick it up off the floor for the rest of the day. That guy faking had it in for me, and he tortured at every opportunity he had for the next few years of working there. I left a whole bunch of group isolation keys just sitting out in the open for 2 hours. Isolation is our term for lockout/tag out and can be individual or in groups. I was taking over a whole bunch of group isolations and needed to verify the isolations by going around to every single equipment lock in the various groups and ensuring that they were on the isolators correctly and the gauges, indicators ECT point that verified that the equipment was off were correct. During this, I had to carry all the keys for the group isolation locks, a good double handful, all the way around with me, then go back to the central group isolation board where all the paperwork was, check off the paperwork, and then take the keys back to my office, where there was a special lockbox I had to put them in. A key part of isolation is ensuring the keys for the locks are secure as well. Well, one day I was doing this and getting a whole bunch of phone and radio calls for assistance in other areas of the plant, so I finished off the paperwork as quick as I could and then headed off to help. It was only after about 2 hours later that I was walking past the group isolation board and saw all the keys sitting in a neat pile below the board. If one of the managers had walked by and noticed them there, I would have been immediately suspended at a minimum. I had what felt like a near heart attack, grabbed the keys with trembling hands, and walked back to the lockbox as quick as I could, then spent the rest of the day horribly anxious that my boss would walk into my office at any point and casually ask me a leading question about securing isolation keys. Thankfully, that never happened. Edit: I was getting minor tremors as I wrote this. In college I worked in the master control room of a small town TV network affiliate during the evening. Pretty easy job for the most part. The job basically involved pressing specific buttons at certain times to make sure stuff was recorded, local ads played, and so forth. Well, one night during an ad break on Grey's Anatomy, I pressed the button to make the local ad override the national one. Nothing happened. I pressed again. Nothing happened. I was pretty new to the job, so I started questioning if I was hitting the right button. I hit another one and suddenly the ad break switched to an entirely different show that was supposed to play later. I hit another one to go back to the main programming, and the ads had already ended, so the show came back in the middle of a surgery scene. At this point I was like, fuck, people paid a lot for these ads, I need to fix this. So I took a look at the playlist on the computer screen and figured with a little rearrangement, I could cut some of the nationally broadcasted ads short and put the local ones in their places. This was a really small town. A big network wouldn't have noticed or cared if we skipped a couple of Burger King spots. So I shuffled some things around, set the next ads to play automatically, clicked save, and was very proud of myself for being so clever. Then the next break came. Nothing. I thought, shit, I need to call someone who knows what they're doing. So I got on the phone. The engineer went to bed hours ago and shut his phone off. Fuck. The stoner bro with the shift after mine hadn't paid his phone bill. Fuck. The only guy left was the quiet redneck bro who worked first thing in the morning and I almost never saw. I was making all these calls and basically pressing every button on the console and butchering what was left of Grey's Anatomy. I called quiet redneck bro about 6 times before I woke him up and groggily answered the phone. I explained everything that was going on and he basically said, don't touch anything. I'll be over as soon as I can. He got there about a half hour later, looked at the computer screen and said something about the playlist not being exported properly. He got everything back on track and sent me home. I was sure I would get fired the next day, seeing as I chopped up a hit show and caused the station to breach its contracts with advertisers, but nobody brought it up. I suppose it helped that it was a rerun and it happened to be on the 4th of July. I guess no one was watching. Never got the chance to properly thank Quiet Redneck Bro since I left the company shortly afterward. So I worked at a retail store, hint, where you buy the best, until recently, and if you have the closing shift, you have to downstock everything needing to be replaced in the sales floor. One night when a buddy and I were downstocking, I had to grab printers from the warehouse, which for some bizarre reason in our store was upstocked. Imagine climbing up into the nailed-in shelves to grab giant 70-pound laser printers and drag them down with one arm till the person below grabs it before you let go. I said fuck that and got a machine that lifts me up, lets me drag cargo into the lifted pallet, and goes back down. He agreed and went off to downstock laptops/tablets. As I was lifting the pallet up, made of steel by the way, it snagged on one of the pieces of metal that suspend the nailed-in shelves, and it snapped right off, causing the shelves to slide right down, which then caused the products to slide down with it. It turned into a domino effect, and about 3/4s of the products just came crashing down about 8 feet below. Obviously panicked, I put the machine away and tried to fix the shelves, but then got radioed by my fellow closer, grabbing laptops in the sales floor, to help him after I grabbed the printers. So I grabbed what I could and nervously helped him out. Wasn't until the store closed that the manager angrily stormed out of the warehouse, explaining how the printers were all scattered everywhere on the floor. Before I even got the courage to admit that it was my fault, he brushed it off as overstocking of the shelves and blamed it on the warehouse team, which in reality, they do tend to upstock products out of reach, even with the lifter. Next day I was scared that I'd be called into admin, having to pay for damages, or get fired or something. But they never bothered to watch the warehouse footage. In my 5.5 years working there, I never did anything as remotely stupid as that. TLDR, I may be to blame for your malfunctioning printer. I worked backstage at a theater, several, actually, in the US. I was the weight loader for a restore. Basically, we were returning the space's light plot and other things back to normal after a roadshow came through. I was 80 feet in the air, loading and unloading weight from arbors. Live Theater uses a counterweight system for flying things in and out, down, and up. We had moved a traveling curtain from about mid-stage to 12 to 15 feet downstage. We needed to move it back. It weighed somewhere between 400 and 600 pounds including the steel track and traveling mechanism. RTD, technical director, the person in charge and responsible for the space, was trying to do too many things at the same time. She walked away from the rail, series of counterweight pulley systems in most theaters, when we were grossly out of weight. We at the grid, 80-ish feet, did not know she had walked away. We had received our instructions and were following orders. There were two of us. He was unloading, I was loading. It was supposed to be a direct transfer from one arbor to the other. Something between 400 and 600 pounds. The TD walked away. Her safety at the rail broke. I had placed the last weight on the arbor a few seconds before it ran away. It ran 80 feet. It weighed 500-ish pounds. My hands had been tied into it a few seconds before it ran. My wife was on the floor where the arbor landed, and the pipe hit the grid not 10 feet from my face. Scariest sheet ever. I still get shaky when I have to work at height. I had just started my training to be a chef in one of the best hotels in town. We are situated right next to the Danube, close to the city center. Every year there is a big music event, hosted by the city, and they always do a fireworks show over the river. Our hotel and also the restaurant have a full glass front facing the water, so for this night people always make reservations a year in advance, and we host a gala dinner. As I said, I was super new. Like this was still during my first month. I was sent into the freezer to search for something when my fuck up happened. See, the patisserie was making really elaborate dessert with a water and fireworks theme, and also, she was ridiculously talented, so people would book a 7-course meal just to have one of her dessert creations. In the freezer, she had granite for 120 people, all ready to go for her course. I lost my balance and tipped over the entire tray, spilling all of the content onto the super grimy and gross freezer floor. I just stood there, shocked. There was no way she had the time to remake it, and leaving it off the plate would have ruined the whole theme. So I got on my knees and started scooping the frozen granite back onto the tray using my bare hands, floor gunk and all. Anyway, I went back to work with a really bad ice burn on my hands and played it cool, pun intended, for the rest of my shift and pushed through the pain of my blistering hands for another 7 hours. Didn't tell anyone, nobody noticed, no complaints from the guests, still would not recommend. So my friends always call my luck bull and this story seems to be the peak of that. So I had just started working at a phone store that I had left previously, but being 19 and needing money I asked the manager if I could work there again and got hired soon after. Now the store had moved locations recently, so I did not know anything about the new location, so on my first day I was just looking around seeing all that there was to see, touching all that there was to touch, and soon got bored and went on my phone. My manager was on her phone too, and we weren't getting many customers. Well, my phone was dying, so I was looking for a place to plug in my phone and feel under the computer this thing that felt like an extension cord. I was feeling all around it, pulled on something, but when I found nothing I was like damn, and plugged my phone into the back and just stood up front. Well, after a couple hours of just standing around and talking to my manager, we look up and just see these policemen aiming their guns at us. My first thought is, oh damn, I guess my manager is really close to the police and they like playing jokes. It becomes apparent that this is not the case as my manager screams, and I'm now slightly freaked out. They come in and ask where the danger is. My manager and I are both confused, to which the police say, you set off the panic alarm, what's wrong? And at that moment I nearly shit my pants. First day back on the job, and I set off the faking panic alarm. I play it cool and let my manager do the talking, though saying that we never touched the alarm. They check it out and they can't figure out how to reset it, so they assume it just malfunctioned. So they tell us to call the security company. I'm still just quiet, or nodding to what seems to make sense to them. My manager calls the security company. They say that either we had to physically pull on that alarm button, or it could have been a slim chance that the battery shorted out, and in that moment of shorting it released a pulse that could have triggered the alarm. Well, they send a technician to check it out. He comes and opens up the box, then checks the battery level. All my anxiety goes away when he says, yup, battery level is way too low on this and must have been what set off the alarm. He then sells us a new battery for the alarm. My manager calls the owner to let him know what happened, and I did not get in any trouble whatsoever. TLDR at the bottom. Once upon a time I worked for a credit card company handling disputed charges. I don't remember the exact reason for this dispute, because there were 1000 of them over the years. This person had disputed a charge over 10k, and I worked the back end, basically last resort area. When we'd already gotten the back and forth between the merchant and the customer, with us being the mediator, I would review everything and decide who was in the wrong. If the customer was 100% due a refund and the merchant just said nope, fuck it, not happening, I could submit the request to Visa for review. This had a fee of $500. The side that lost the case would pay the fee, and if Visa said it was a split decision, then the fee was split. Company policy was, before taking any action on charges over 10k, be it taking it to Visa or telling the customer too bad, so sad you lost, a manager had to sign off on approval. This was to make sure you'd done everything possible so it didn't come back on us and we'd not end up with a loss. If you were the reason for a loss, it was put on your record, and high dollar losses quite often resulted in termination, especially if there was no manager sign off point. I faked up majorly, of course. My manager was behind on approvals by over a week. The case was hitting the cut-off time for sending it to arbitration with Visa. I had roughly 24 hours to make a decision, and I felt reading into it that the merchant had faked up majorly, rather than do the smart thing and tell my manager, hey, I have to know today what to do with this. I figured I'd been in the department long enough and knew what I was doing to justify sending it off without asking. I was a dumbass. The customer 100% had documentation to support the case, so how could I lose? Well, a few weeks later Visa replied and pointed out something I'd overlooked. The merchant had covered their own as in their policy. So now the company had a $500 fee, and I have a $10k plus charge to rebill to a customer. I figured at that point I'm not going to tell my manager what happened, because I was not going to lose my job. so I just send a letter and rebill it. I save the case number because I'm scared AF and I need to keep an eye on it. A few weeks later I see it's been submitted to someone's manager for a review of a potential lose to the credit card company due to the customer supporting paperwork. I'm sitting there sweating thinking FML, this is it, I'm dead. They're going to see I was the one who worked the case. They're going to tag the loss to me and they'll see I didn't follow procedures. The loss gets approved and the customer gets their money, but instead of tagging me, the last person to work the case, they tagged it to the first person to touch it, claiming they didn't ask enough questions up front. That person never fought it. I was shocked. No one faking knew how badly I'd faked up. I don't know who the person was because it was just their employee ID and there was no way to trace those as a standard employee. TLDR, didn't follow policies, cost the company $10k, and it got blamed on someone else who for some reason or another never bothered to argue it. I had no idea who that person was, I just saw their employee ID. A few months ago in the summer at my job at Subway, we have received a big catering order for a canoeing event. The order was due by 11 AM, so I started work at 7 to prepare the amount of sandwiches and cookies needed. At 11 AM, a middle-aged man shows up to pick up the order and told me that he will be paying via check, yet he has to deliver the order to the site first and will come back to give us the payment. Me being naive, I gave him the order and trusted that he will be back soon. Now commencing the hours of pure panic, 1 PM rolls by and no one has gave us the payment. At that point, I began to get slightly concerned, but brushed it off. 2 more hours passed and I'm in full panic mode. My brain began to play the worst scenarios, and that because of my stupid mistake, our store has been robbed of $300 worth of food. My coworker, who had started an hour after I effed up, and I tried calling the man multiple times, and yet no answer. Yep, I have defiantly screwed up. 7 PM rolls by. After many hours of sheer panic, a woman finally shows up with the payment and told us that the man basically assigned her to deliver the check to us because he was too busy. She had to drive an hour to our city, so we gave her a cookie for her troubles. Finally, I sighed a big sigh of relief. I was pretty lucky, but if it turned out badly, I would have to either pay $300 out of my pocket or possibly lose my job. My coworker and I kept what happened between us ever since. Moral of the story, never sell anyone anything without an immediate guaranteed form of payment. So I used to work for a car rental company, and in the evenings we'd deliver cars to the corporate customers at their homes. My branch was in a very affluent area with lots of middle class folks. So one Friday me and my colleague are buzzing around with brand new cars, absolutely flooring the cars along country roads, when in the middle of nowhere there's a group of around 50 kids, 15 over 16-year-old, in the middle of the road. I slammed my brakes on and stopped. A lot of these kids were pissed and hyper, so me being me winds the window down and start giving them shit. They were angry at me as it is for scaring the crap out of them. So we start with the verbals, and it gets heavy. A few of the kids whip out their cameras and start taking pics of the car. So I start the car and drive off. Moments after, my colleague drives the same route at similar speeds and does the same. He's got a brand new Ford Mondeo, a top line spec. One of the kids boots the side door and ends it. He drives off in a panic, not knowing what happened earlier. He flashes me later down the road and shows me the dent. Straight away he phones the police, and I'm thinking shit, they're gonna come down, and it's gonna come out that I was arguing with them, etc. So the cops come and some of the kids have scattered. However, the ones who haven't, name the kicker. Weeks later he's given a caution and a fine. The cops said we were extremely calm under such situation. What's more messed up is that the kids who never ran were the middle class kids, and they gave the kid's name who was from a lower class family, and they didn't like him hanging around with them. This will probably get buried, but whatever. I worked at McDonald's for a while, and one day 2 women came through the drive Thursday. I was the presenter, which means I was the person who hands the food out the window to the customer. At this particular location, the first window was where someone took your money, and then you would drive up to the second window to pick up your order. The first woman came through the drive-thru and orders almost $50 worth of food, including 4 Happy Meals, but says she needs to use the bathroom and she will pick up her food inside instead of at my window. That's fine, actually makes my life easier, so whatever. At this point I should mention we ran out of Happy Meal boxes, so we were packing them in normal bags instead. The woman behind her orders almost $40 worth of food, so both large orders, and comes to my window. I grab her bags and hand them to her. The woman who had come inside to use the bathroom is also back at this point, and leaving with the food she had ordered in the drive Thursday. As she's leaving I realize I had given both women each other's orders by mistake. I didn't notice at first, because the Happy Meals weren't in their usual boxes, so I couldn't differentiate the orders easily. I'm sheeting my pants, because if both of them come back to complain, it's literally $90 of food that will have to be replaced and remade. But then I see both women pull into the parking lot, open the trunks of their cars, they were like SUVs, and have a picnic style lunch sitting in the backs of the cars together. I still think about how fucking lucky I got with that one. I was an under the table laborer making 10-hours at 26 years old. I'd been working on my resume for hours one night and got so frustrated with it, I just started throwing curse words in all through it. For example, the objective part read to find a badass motherfucking job at a badass motherfucking company. One of my strengths was I'll eat anything, I don't give a shit. I saved as and started over a few days later and got it done. When I went applying to jobs, one of my previous co-workers told me to apply for a position where he works because I was the only person he trusted to not make him look bad by vouching for me. So I applied online and didn't hear anything back for a few days. I logged back into their careers site to make sure I attached a resume. Well, I'd attached the resume with all the curse words throughout it and instantly felt like such a fuck up. I wasn't able to do anything with my current submission, so I replied to the confirmation email with the other resume and named it Mike Smith's resume with no curse words in it. Name changed. They called me back a week or so later. I got hired a few weeks after that. The job gave me good office/customer service/call center experience, which helped me transition into an ad help desk job a few years later, which helped me transition into an ad security career with only an associate's degree. Never heard about the curse words resume. They either didn't read the curse word version, didn't read the file name of the better version, or didn't read them at all, even though it looked they were in the interview. When I was in college I worked in the service department of a boat dealer. Think water ski and pontoon boats. The company bought a few older boats and would fix them up for sale. I spent a week scrubbing the interior, buffing the exterior, repairing vinyl trim, and generally fixing up the cosmetics of a boat. It was from the 70s. This was early 2000s, and it had a ton of teakwood trim pieces and accents. I refinished it all. The transformation was amazing. I loved that week. I went to the office to tell the supervisor I was all finished. He asked me to grab a fire extinguisher from the back and mount it in. Boats have their steering wheel on the right. Normally the fire extinguisher goes just left of the driver. I lay down under the steering wheel to mount it, and there is something in the way of the normal mounting point. No problem, there is plenty of room on the right. I throw the screws into the mounting ring and it's done. Feeling accomplished, I remember that a brand new $80,000 boat needs a fire extinguisher too. Being proactive, I go and grab one. I get into that boat and there is a giant subwoofer blocking the normal mounting spot. No problem, I'll just mount it on the right side like the last boat. These two boats were probably 100 feet apart. Sometime later I go back to the 70s boat to admire my week's worth of work. Then I see it. The tips of two screws sticking out of the side of the boat. Oh no. I didn't realize when I drilled into the carpeted side of the interior how thin a fiberglass boat is. Then a rush of panic comes over me. This is an old imperfect boat, but I just mounted a fire extinguisher in the same spot on a brand new, already sold, $80K boat. I ran over to the other one, and about 2mm of screw is sticking out the side of that boat too. The problem is, when the screw breaks, the gel coat it causes a much bigger imperfection than the size of a screw. I immediately told one of the mechanics I trusted that I messed up the old boat to see what the reaction would be. He was pretty calm about it until I told him about the new boat. He covered for me. He mixed up a color match for the old boat and showed me how to patch the hole. The boatyard was a few acres, so we moved them to where we could work on them without being seen and the owner drive up. That repair turned out perfect on the old boat. He repaired the new boat, but the side of that boat was white and the quarter size repairs turned out slightly yellow. The owner never found out. He would have flipped out. It was close enough that you really had to look for it, so I doubt the new owner was any wiser, but it was obvious to me. I felt so bad, but I learned to wet sand that day. I'm late to this, but couldn't pass this up. I have never told anyone this besides my wife. We had one specific customer that would basically extort free sheet from us a cost of doing business. Vacations to Mexican beach resorts, New Year's Eve in New York City, etc. A total of about $25k per year we spent on this prick to keep him happy. I would save receipts for all this on a thumb drive with a folder labeled John G. Trip Receipts. A year goes by, and I get an upgraded laptop with more storage and quit using the thumb drive with 3 years worth of John G receipts on it. Here's where the fuck up comes in. About a year later I'm on site at John G's site doing a project and need some blueprints from his second in command guy. You can see where this is going. I reach in my center console and find a thumb drive and give it to #2 guy and tell him just put the prints on this since they are too big to email. It wasn't until I pick up the thumb drive the next day and start looking for the prints that I realize there amongst a handful of other files is the John G Trips Receipts folder. I panic but decide to never mention it. Less than a year later John G gets fired for other sheets supposedly. He was a prick anyway and everyone hated him. But I basically put my account in jeopardy if all these expensive trips had been exposed. Would have looked like we were bribing him, which I guess we basically were, even though it was closer to extortion. Could have cost the company several million in annual revenue if it had gone south. But I never told anyone except my wife. Had a few panic-stricken hours over that one. I worked in a massive paint booth at an industrial steel fabrication shop. Sometimes, very frequently, the guys who grind down the weld spray on the massive steel housings before I paint them would do a piss poor job, and so I'd have to finish grinding them down myself before painting. On occasions like this, I'd typically grind them down outside of the booth and then bring them in to be sprayed. On this particular occasion the housing had been brought into my paint booth by a fork truck, and since you have to be certified to drive one in the shop, I decided to leave the housing in the paint booth and grind it down in there. For anyone who has used a grinder on steel, you know that it creates a lot of sparks. Additionally, for anyone who has worked in a paint booth, especially industrial, you know that we work with some extremely flammable substances, the main one being acetone. Inside the booth we have a 55-gallon drum full of waste product that we use to empty our paint guns into after we clean them. This thing is full of all kinds of different solvents, but again, primarily acetone. Additionally, it was common to test spray your gun into the side of the drum until it ran clear to ensure you had cleaned all the prior paint out of the guns. This is not OSHA encouraged. Due to this, there were occasionally puddles of acetone on the floor around the barrel. So anyway, I'm on top of the thing grinding away when my co-painter starts jumping up and down screaming at me and has a very frightened look on his face. I turn around and see that some of the sparks had ignited the acetone on the floor. Suddenly there's a raging fire in the booth and it's all happening right next to this 55-gallon drum full nearly to the top with some of the most flammable solvents known to man. Just as this is happening, the shop lunch bell rings. So hundreds of steel workers are walking past the open doors of the paint booth. My co-painter, seeing this, rushes to the 2 main doors of the paint booth and shuts them, essentially locking me in the death inferno, and flips the exhaust fans on. Before I can get down to the top of this steel housing, about 14 feet off the ground, and try to get out of there before the whole building explodes, my co-worker busts in the side door of the booth with a chemical extinguisher and puts out the flames. Amazingly, not a single employee or foreman walking past the booth to lunch saw the flames and we never heard a word about it. Little did they know they all could have been seriously injured or killed in a massive explosion. I spent the entire lunch break shaking from the adrenaline while cleaning up white chemical dust from the extinguisher. One of my throwaways. I worked in a seasonal retail job. I applied for a cashier job, and through a series of events involving a manager who was getting handsy with an underage girl, I ended up being put in the management position with a choice of no job or management. I needed the money, so I went with it. My district manager was an absolute ass and insisted I spend open to close at the store 7 days a week for 2 months. No other manager in the district was required to work a schedule like that, but because the last manager didn't work hard enough, it was my job to fix his mess. There are plenty more reasons I will try to justify what I did, but I'm going to save you the reading, because it was wrong. One day my DM came in throwing one of her usual fits. She started lining things up on the sidewalk in front of the store and telling me she'd rather see people stealing merchandise than know it has to be repacked at the end of the season. I argued that a large loss would cut into my bonus, and she said, well, old manager already stole a bunch of sheet, so your bonus is faked anyways. I argued about how my bonus should not be dependent on him, but that fell on deaf ears. She then told me I needed to fire the girl who was the victim of Mr. Hansey because she was a liability and they already got her to sign documents saying she wouldn't press charges, but if there were other victims, her talking might bring them forward. Fuck that. I told her I'd see what I could do. I'd had enough. That place pissed me off so bad. The victim was working that night, as was my assistant manager, who I already had a feeling was stealing. I called him out on it. He was ready to turn in his name badge, but I told him don't worry about it. I told him and the victim about the DM's discussion with me that day, everything from stolen merch to wanting me to fire the girl. After close we pulled our cars around back. The camera at the dock didn't work, and the back was surrounded by woods, so there was no way we'd be seen. We loaded up with one of everything we could possibly want from that store. We broke so many rules after that I just ran out of facts to give. I know not all the theft was from us, but I know a big chunk of it was. I was nervous as fuck the next few weeks until we closed. A few months later I got a call from my DM. I was sure the audit results had come back, and she was calling to tell me I had been caught. I was right. Over $15,000 in lost merchandise. She told me she thought we barely had any customers, but she guessed it was more, like we didn't have sales. They offered me the job the next year, but I felt like it was a trap, so I turned it down. I don't know how the fuck I got away with that. Well, there was a time that I was an assistant manager at a bridal store. Our store manager was a beach to our staff. This has no relevance. I just want to put it out there that she sucked big time. I loved our staff and would typically buy bangles, donuts, etc. point for everyone. I'd also organize our potlucks during our busy season so that our staff would not worry about having to go buy lunch and hurry back from their 30-minute meal. Fun, right? Not this time. Our receiver, who was a skinny smoking loud plain Jane Italian, brought in cupcakes. I was busy working, so as she walked by me, she showed me them, and because there were only 6, said to hurry back to get one. I was working with one of our bridal consultants and couldn't just up and leave. But guess who did leave? The front CSR on morning shift. Let me just back up for a second. This girl called ours to report me for causing her to have a miscarriage because I'd have her mop the break room on closing nights. Needless to say, we didn't have a good rapport. I was always professional, she was emotional. So, CSR runs back to shove a cupcake down and walks back to the floor to finish steaming a gown. About an hour later my little loud Italian comes up and says she needs to talk to me. I literally just help a consultant sell $1,200 worth of bridal armor and tell her to give me a second. She yanks me in the closet because despite being petite, she is ridiculously strong, and tells me the cupcakes she brought had pot in them. I told her to go shove them in her locker before anyone eats one, but guess what? CSR girl has already had one and is as high as Snoop Dogg at his peak of being Snoop Lion. So, now I have to deal with that BS. I asked her to call her husband to pick her up. She kept insisting that she was fine. She clearly wasn't. She was clearly on another plane. I had her sit in our alterations room to work on basically nothing until her 6-hour shift ended. I thought, man, we dodged a bullet. I didn't want to reprehend Little Italy because, despite her fuck up, she worked hard. A couple of weeks later, CSR comes in to tell me she interviewed W/Z's company and the pay starts at $18/HR. I said that was awesome, because I wanted her out of the store due to her bad attitude and laziness. She then told me that she put my name down as a reference. I get a call in the next day or two from Zizco. I gave her a good referral because I want her gone. Later that day she says, if they ask me to take a drug test, I'll need you guys to write a formal letter explaining how I was drugged at work. My eyes nearly fell out of my head. I said, we can't do that, and I don't know what you're talking about. She calls ours and reports the incident. Someone from San Francisco flies down to interview all the parties involved. I thought for sure I was faked. Luckily, due to conflicting stories nothing ever happened. CSR left us for the other job, and never again did I allow cupcakes at our potlucks. After I graduated high school I got a job with a rock supply store. This place sold all of the stuff landscapers would need to do work like end caps, cements, boulders, rock slabs, sand, compost, ECT etc. Well, for this job I had to operate a forklift, and after a 3-hour video and a test I'm pretty sure a second grader could pass I was certified. Well, as an 18-year-old who didn't have a driver's license, but now had to operate this vehicle all day, it was pretty intimidating at first, but I quickly picked it up and became very good. I went from taking 5 minutes to pull product to 30 seconds. As I found out everyone makes mistakes. I saw many of the vets break pallets and puncture boxes / product, and it wasn't a big deal. One of our money products was this fake rock that went on the side of columns or houses, so it looks like it is layered rock when in fact it's just concrete made to look like rocks. Well, we kept all of that in the back of the yard stacked super high, stacked in their boxes. Well, near the end of the day one time I was asked to get some for a customer, so I went and got what they wanted, no big deal. Well, when I went to put the products back I had my forks too far out, they went past the back of the pallet box, so when I stacked the box back I hit the stack behind where I was stacked, which hit the row behind it, and they were stacked like 5 or 6 rows deep. So I knocked over to stack way in the back next to the fence of the property. I just destroyed like $20,000 in that moment and my heart sank. I immediately looked around and no one was around. I drove back out to the front and everyone was getting ready to close up shop, so they were securing the trucks doing minor cleanup, so I acted like nothing happened. We finished locking up, and we all left for the day. It had been really windy that night, and so when I got in the next day the manager and the foreman were talking, and they called me over, and I got really freaked out. The foreman said, hey, it looks like the wind blew over a bunch of the boxes in the back, so we need you to clean it up and salvage what can still be sold. It was never brought up again. I'm not sure if they know it was me or they really just chalked it up to the wind, but that is by far my biggest fuck up. Not a job, but I was in a state-level student organization in the early 2000s, similar to Model UN, and the guy running the journalism section decided to try and jump from solely doing things in print to actually shooting video. He's got something like 4 journalists and 2 cameras to catch the day's proceedings. My night job, because I was familiar with Final Cut Pro and had little interest in partying with other legislators, was to help cut the footage into something relatively news-like. So, about 8 o'clock at night, 2 of the journalists get back, which is an hour later than we wanted. They're the biggest idiots on the staff, and their job was to point the camera at things and maybe cut an interview or 2. We watch the tape, and there's some parts that can be salvaged. And then we get to the end of the tape, which is shot outside the governor's office. The actual governor, not my organization's fake one. The office is separated from the walkway by nothing but a cordon. And then he steps over the cordon. This is not where we thought. Oh, shit. Of course, because stepping over a cordon is nothing. If you do it in a museum and stand next to a monument for a picture, the security guard will ask you to step back or eject you. At this point, watching the video, we merely have this impending sense of dread, having sent Dumb and Dumber to sick journalism upon the world, or a couple of 100 people, of which only about 70 saw the final cut. He steps over the cordon, sits at the governor's desk. More dread does the spin thing you do when you feel a sense of unadulterated power. And he goes to the Rolodex. Oh, fuck, no. Now we see where this is going. He flips through it until he finds the home phone number for what we soon found out to be his state representative. Then he picks up the phone, and I'm thinking, please don't let it be back quote 9 feet to dial out. Journalist, 9. Hey, I got a dial tone. Camera, sweet. Journalist, says the numbers one by one as he presses them all of US in the editing room. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Journalist, it's ringing. The cameraman's thumbs up briefly moves into and out of the left side of the frame. The journalist now does the rest of this in a pitch perfect impersonation of the governor. Journalist, Steve. Yes, this is the governor. Sorry about the late hour, but I wanted to talk to you about something. Yeah, I want those tax cuts now, all of US tax cuts. Journalist, so, when you come in on Monday morning and you see that guy from the paper, I want you to talk to him about tax cuts. Nothing specific. American families, middle class, you know, all of US. What the fuck? Journalist, yeah, thanks, Steve. If you could pass that around. Yeah. You have a good night, Steve. Give my love to Stella and the kids. The journalist hangs up. The tape goes black. By the time my brain is even back to reality, the editor-in-chief is slapping the eject button on the camcorder, as though sheer will could make the gears move faster. When he finally gets it out, he throws it on the floor, stomps on it about a dozen times, and then pulls the innards out and deposits them in a trash can, which is conveniently metal. He picks up the trash can and stuffs a bunch of the previous day's paper into it, saying, "Nobody ever saw this video." We take the trash can and a bottle of Jack Daniels to the lobby of the hotel and go around the corner where we light the paper on fire, hoping it will destroy the tape. We pour some of the bottle on it, expecting the sort of result we've seen in movies, but it basically does nothing. So we just start drinking from the bottle, assuming that we, the other journalists, and the entire organization are going to be ejected for life from the state capitol in the morning. When the fire burns down, we dump the remains into a trash can yet further down the street and go back to the hotel room where we are cutting video. 2 hours later, we have a cut that barely borders on presentable, and we commandeer a meeting room in the hotel that we didn't pay for and were expelled from after viewing and run the tape. No one, except for about 8 people in the room, know that a crime was probably committed in the making of this video. The next day, we are not ejected from the Capitol building, and I never hear anything of it, but I visited the building several years later, and there is a plexiglass door separating the hallway from the governor's office. Was it us? Was it safety concerns? We don't know. To this day, though, I wonder how many policies are passed as the result of people who decided to crank call politicians. Mobile disclaimer here. TLDR at the bottom, our office is pretty slow during the winter, since we work in the construction field. In an effort to keep me chargeable to a job, my boss began talking about sending me out to different job sites as a superintendent, so that people we brought in from other offices from around the country could go home. My boss put me under someone about my age, and said that I would be doing a huge favor by helping this guy out. Since I was doing a favor and really had no experience in this sort of stuff, me and this guy worked out some compensation over the phone. You see, we get about $150 per diem if we stay in a hotel, but only about $50 for travel. But if I drive, I get $0.50 per mile. I talked with this guy over the phone, and he said that he would approve all of my timesheets with the mileage and the full $150 per diem, whether or not I decided to commute 1.5 to 2.5 hours a day, or get a hotel. Many days, I would wake up at 4 AM, drive 2 hours to a site, work 8 to 12 hours, drive 2 hours back, and rack up an extra $150. I was making $2,000 a week out there compared to the $500 to $600 in the office. Unfortunately, he called me up about 2 weeks before I was to start working from the office again to tell me that they are starting to ask questions. I flipped out and started charging only $40 per day and checked my email for proof of our conversation so I could say that he approved it. Nothing. I worked for 2 weeks before I got a call from my boss saying that I needed to see him as soon as possible. I thought this was it. I'm going to lose a job that I actually really like for a couple $1,000. I walk in on Monday and he hands me a card thanking me for all the help I had given him and that I need to see him next week to discuss my performance review. Turns out they were underpaying me by a lot. Purely by accident, but still an issue. My office negotiated with corporate and allowed me the largest raise in the eastern region. I'm still making less than what I'm worth, but I'm not upset. The fact that my office did this for me was proof enough that I needed to stay with this company and not dick them over again. My boss told me to expect another sizable raise next year, so there's that too. TLDR, I charged my company for per diem and mileage, made 4x what I normally make, nearly got busted, then got a massive raise with another big one on the books for next year because they were underpaying me. Not at work, but I did narrowly miss faking up my life when I was in my earlier 20s. This was about 3 to 4 years ago. I had just got through hotboxing in my car, lived with family and I didn't have anywhere else to smoke. A cop pulls me over because my license plate lights were out. I had no idea. He obviously can smell it and asks if I've been smoking marijuana. I was stunned and didn't know what to do, so I defaulted to lying. He called back up and they searched my car. At this time I was a straighter, awkward, nerdy college student and the idea of going to jail was just the worst possible thing that could ever happen in my mind at that moment. So I was just sobbing behind my car while they were searching it, boo-hooing to them that I wasn't a real criminal and I made good grades in college and I have an anxiety problem, just carrying on. Then they find it. Well, actually they found a half gram of the worst weed money could buy that I had dropped in my floorboard and forgotten about. My real stash, not much bigger, and all my paraphernalia was hidden under my built-in ashtray. The officer was like, is this it? Not. He takes out this little test tube and starts testing it for THC I guess. I'm over at my car thinking about what I'm going to tell my parents, and he comes over to talk to me. He says, first of all, never lie to a police officer. Second of all, do you see this? He holds up the test tube looking thing. It's like half of that half gram floating in liquid. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking at. I don't know where you got this, but it's not even reading positive. I don't know what made me think that this was the right time for a joke, but of course I was like, oh, well in that case, it's oregano. There were 4 or 5 cops I think. Dead silence. Literal crickets. I clarified I was joking, and one of them let out a big ha. Oh god, it was so painful. They let me go. I was so grateful for their mercy. I drove immediately over to my friend's house, smoked him out with the rest of my stash, and told him the whole story. I was so incredibly dumb. This was back a few years when I was working retail. I was covering customer service for a lunch when a customer walks up with stacks of PlayStation cards. I mean, it was a stupid amount. He says that he wants to buy all of them, so I say, okay, as so far nothing seemed out of the ordinary besides the amount of cards. As I start scanning them, his girlfriend or something comes up and he has her go to every checkout lane to grab more of them. I started to suspect something but kept going. I got to almost $15k in cards and he says that he wants to do multiple transactions. So I hit total and he pulls out a faking stack of gift cards for the store, each with $300 on it, and I just went on autopilot and scanned them all. Once I finished with them, he asks to keep the gift cards, which is a huge no-no, but nevertheless I said okay. I started scanning more when my manager came up cause they saw the girlfriend grabbing more cards. She starts to say that they can't do any more because of some law that I've forgotten, and the guy starts to get angry. Eventually he just grabs the ones he paid for already and leaves, but not before telling my manager to fuck off. After he left I learned that he was probably a scammer or something, and that's why he was doing that. All I could think of for the next 2 weeks was being pulled into the store manager's office and being fired for selling PlayStation cards to a guy using stolen money. Worst mistake I've ever made. TLDR, sold a Russian guy almost $15k in PlayStation cards that he paid for with $300 gift cards. Summer job, working at a golf driving range. The job is at night. I was in a Gator 6X4 at the far back of the land. I had to go back to the front, so I'm driving toward the building. Now, you need some context. The windshield is a plexiglass. That idiot's washed the mud dry, so very scratched. There is 43,000 W of spotlights at the front. Scratched plexi plus light equals you just see white, can't see anything. But it's not too bad, because I'm alone, and I can see the path on the side, so I know where I'm and all. On the side there is some net fence, to hopefully catch the balls, that go sideways toward the neighbor. The pole has some guy wires on the side. See where I'm going now? Yup, right in that cable. I must be close, better check, put hand on door handle, bang, oh fuck. Can't open the driver side door, had to go on the passenger side. Now, surprise. The cable is on the front of the front wheel. It go behind the door handle and pass just in front of the cab roof corner. Yes, that big of a zigzag. Oh, also the gator did a 90 degrees turn. I ended up succeeding to slide the cable off the roof. Then I could back up a bit and turn the wheel and free it. Then go forward to free the door. Nobody saw, and beside the roof plastic being a bit crunched, there was no damage somehow. Also, had I decided to look 2 seconds earlier, I could have been killed by that cable. Edit. Seeing how much of an impact it got, and there was no damage, I still wonders what the idiots of the day shifted with it. They succeeded to bend the 1-inch steel bar for the direction, and make a huge dent under the gator in the bottom plate, a nice 1/4 inches thick steel plate. Back about 4 years ago I worked at a pretty popular tool store for cheap tools. Around this time I had a crippling drug addiction nobody seemed to bat an eye at. One day on my lunch I'm turning left at an intersection that I will then turn right into the side of the plaza my building was located. I'm nodding out from a heavy bout of Dilaudid and morphine when the light turns green, left turn. The only car in front of me is a newer 2010s model Mercedes SUV. I let my foot off the gas and kind of zone out, proceeding to roll into this woman's vehicle at about 3 or so miles per hour because she was not paying attention to the light and I wasn't paying attention to her. We proceed to get out and exchange information, but not before I remove my name tag and throw it under my seat. I know the shirt I'm wearing matches a competitor down the street's same color. I calmly tell her I work at this store and let her know we don't need to involve insurance or law enforcement as my car has zero damage and hers only a small scuff in the paint, because I can fix it back to looking brand new. She agrees and we exchange names and phone numbers. I wrote a fake name and number, along with ensuring her that I work at a store I didn't work at, and you can find me there tomorrow. I'm on my way home now. We leave the scene and I go back to work, and don't tell a soul. The next day I shaved my face and got a haircut I had never had before and drove a different car for a few weeks. Sober now and still makes me hate myself to this day for the awful things drugs made me okay with doing. I was a canoe guide at a Boy Scout camp and got outrageously drunk on whiskey the night before our new participants showed up. The next morning after feeling fine, when I wake up and start my day, I realize I'm still plastered from the night before and a massive hangover is imminent. I reek of booze. A few hours later I'm addressing the group of parents and youth participants that I'm about to take out for a week-long excursion. Every few minutes I'm sure I'm going to puke in front of them, and it takes all my willpower to keep it together. Right as I'm picturing running into the bushes and vomiting everywhere, a youth staffer runs toward me. I've got a call on the walkie-talkie. I turn away from my group, take a few steps toward him, and he hands me the walkie-talkie. I then immediately in a single violent heave vomit everything inside of me directly between our feet. I look up at him and say, "Must have been the sloppy joes." The kid runs off. I return to my group, and the participants are also busy packing in a circle that nobody noticed what just happened. I never hear anything about that incident again. TLDR, Boy Scout leader drunk pukes on his shoes with his back to the parents and kids, and nobody notices. My first time ever getting high on weed happened while I was at work, and so I was constantly terrified that I was going to make a fool of myself in front of a customer, or so something that out myself, or my coworkers in physical danger. My brother had recently gotten back from a trip to Colorado and brought back some souvenirs in the form of edibles. One Saturday evening, I tried one. Went to bed high as a kite, woke up Sunday morning feeling fine. As the day went on, it began to kick in again, and pretty soon I was right back to how I was Saturday evening, struggling to remember if things that had occurred just minutes before had indeed happened. Monday morning I woke up for work feeling fine. So I bike to work, still feeling okay. Most of my work day goes fairly uneventfully, up until the last hour or two, when I start feeling it again. Now, I work retail, and my specific job involves interacting with customers, but I was also back in the warehouse, where I regularly with a forklift and push big stacks of boxes around on a pallet jack. I'm often juggling half a dozen different tasks at once, and need to be prepared to drop any one of them on a moment's notice to help customers. At one point, a coworker who I'm particularly friendly with, and who served time in prison for selling weed, was helping me take out the trash, and I quietly filled him in on what had happened that weekend, and how I was feeling it again. I told him I wasn't totally sure that I was even going my job right, and that if he could keep an eye on me, especially when I was helping customers and using the forklift, it would be much appreciated. He assured me that he didn't notice anything weird before I mentioned it, but promised to keep an eye on me just in case. I ended up making it through the day okay, and by the time I was biking home, it had mostly worked itself out of my system. But even so, that was not a particularly fun experience. I don't smoke weed. I don't do any drugs actually, and I barely ever drink. So I was a manager at a buffet that had just opened. I was very close with my crew and I always accommodated their needs and tried to relieve stress as much as possible however I could, jumping on stations giving extra breaks etc. Anyway, I had my right hand man, and he was an excellent worker, but he grew his own weed and sold. I'm pretty convinced he just worked there to show the government something. He would often need additional smoke breaks or whatever, and I would cover his station and give him a lot of leeway because he was worth it. Anyway, one day I had not eaten anything before work or during and it was slammed. He saw I wasn't looking good and he asked if I had eaten anything. I told him no, I just don't have time and can't break away. He said no worries, he had a Rice Krispie treat he made and I could just sneak around the corner and shove it in my mouth. I decided this was better than fainting and took him up on the offer. So about 20 minutes goes by and I start feeling weird and I ask him if there was something in the treat he gave me. He checks his bag and has this oh shit look on his face, tells me he gave me the wrong one. As you can imagine, it was the worst high and most paranoid I have ever been. But damn if I didn't clean some of the equipment like it was brand new, albeit slowly. I had this one guy who was always high at work, who I always teased about being high, and he would deny it. Come up to me and start talking, and it must have been obvious because he chuckled and called me out, which I promptly denied. Mind you man, it was crazy. I cannot believe I wasn't fired. I was about 18 and working part-time as a car detailer at a car dealership during first year university. On a Saturday shift it had snowed, and so things were pretty slow except for the service washes. We washed and vacuumed cars after they had oil changes and whatnot. Because it was so slow, we decided to go smoke a joint on our break and grab some burgers. Well, by the time we got to the park, smoked a few joints, got our food, and got back to the dealership, it was like a good hour and a half. No one knew when exactly we left, but they had been looking for us because a customer needed to get going, and apparently we had the keys, or more specifically I had the keys in my pocket. Well, I did have them, but they weren't in my pocket anymore. I had dropped them somewhere along the line during the long break. Well, I super quickly had to go retrace my footsteps, and being pretty high was not exactly a good headspace to be in to do this sort of quick thinking. Thank God I found them sitting in the snow and raced back to the dealership. I handed them off to the customer and went back to the little shed out back where we detailed the cars to finally eat my burger with the others, and just as I was biting into it, the general manager came back in. He's like, what the fuck is going on back here? You guys have been gone for like 2 fucking hours. I remember being so stoned and bummed and thinking, oh shit, jig's up. Well, we just sat there staring at him for an awkwardly long silence, and then he just shook his head and said something like get back to work or something to that effect and walked away. I remember taking like another half hour to enjoy that Wendy's burger. Not quite that nobody ever found out, but definitely didn't have the consequences I thought it would. In high school, my first job was as a hostess at a popular pizza chain. We got really busy on weekends, so usually there were 2 hostesses for dinner shifts. One night things got really busy, the seating order was all messed up, and I had been running myself ragged for about an hour. At one point, while my fellow hostess was talking to a customer, one of the waiters, who I already wasn't a fan of, walked past our station in a huff and snapped angrily at me for double seating his section or something. That was the last straw for me, and I snapped back at him and slammed my fist into the counter. The customer looked nervous, and the other hostess looked at me with wide eyes. I immediately apologized to the customer, who seemed sympathetic, if a bit thrown off. She left to go sit down, and the other hostess, who had been working there for years, said to me, "You cannot do that." That broke me. I started crying and had to run back to the kitchen because I couldn't stop. I was back there for the better part of 20 minutes. Eventually I walked back out and saw that another waiter had seen me go by him crying and had taken over my position as host. I thanked him and got back to work. I figured I would absolutely be fired. At one of my later shifts, my manager came up to talk to me, which he never does. He asked me about what had happened, and I told him the truth. He asked me what shifts I preferred working, and I told him I liked working the lunch shifts. Then he gave me $15 store credit, and I only worked lunch shifts from then on. This was at my first job after my college. I was 19 years old. My job was in a networking company who make firmware for switches and routers. So we had this really expensive routers. It is the router which I have in-house that connect to backbone networks in fiber-based internet. These are common now, but it was very experimental at that time. I'm supposed to do testing on these routers, and I went into lab to set up the environment. Now these labs are dead cold, like 125 degrees Celsius cause the hardware was still not mature and generated sheet load of heat. On top of such a cold lab, they kept a table fan for each router. The router was the size of a large size cereal box to keep it further cool. I was not aware of all these preventive measures for overheating. I went inside the lab, started setting up my connections. Now all the wiring are fiber. And when setting them, due to tight space, the fans were really making it difficult to set up wires. One small area touches the fan blade and you can throw that fiber in garbage. So I turned them off and was going on with setting up my connection. So even though the room's in less than 5 degrees C, roughly 5 minutes later I smell something burning. And I turned to check, and one of the router was smoking slowly. Immediately I turned them off, turned on fans, did my connections and silently came back to my seat. After an hour someone else wanted to work on the router I just baked, and they couldn't bring it up. Then the whole team was looking at it, and after couple days of trying to fix it by advice from OEM and some experts on our side they finally brought it up. I was lucky cause the cameras in the lab were removed for a few hours for maintenance and this happened exactly at that time. Also things burning up was common there as it was experimental at that time so no one suspected. But I was sheeting my pants for 2 days thinking I'm gonna go to jail cause I faked up a $10,000 router. When I was a teen I worked in a science lab over the summer doing research on bacteria, site-directed mutagenesis of Bacillus subtilis, if anyone gives a flying fig. So, we hand funding to mutate the bacteria and measure its growth in different mediums. One day, I was supposed to check the amount of bacteria every hour. I decided to take a lunch break and hang out with my first ever boyfriend. We were all excited and wide-eyed and I drove out to the country. We were recklessly speeding, going up the hills, stopping and walking on people's private property, just to get a better view of the town etc. Then at some point I realized nearly an hour had passed, and I was running late. I hopped in my car, and began booking it back through the windy country roads. At one point I'm fidgeting with the radio and my boyfriend then said, "You shouldn't play with the radio, it's dangerous." Which then turns into an argument about the danger of the radio. Which then ironically turns into an oh fuck moment as I look ahead to see a huge curve in the road and a 25 miles per hour caution sign. I calmly say oh fuck and slam on my brakes. We go skidding in a zigzag shape and stop right on the edge of the cliff like drop off. teetering and then sliding back about 5 feet just inches from a huge tree. But now the car is stuck. Meanwhile bacteria are still at work. I end up calling a tow, rushing back to work, getting there after about 2 hours later. I charted the bacterial growth, and it looked roughly linear, but I was missing a data point. I fudged it in between the before and after data points. Boss never found it. Obligatory, this will probably get buried. I used to work at a mature startup under a workaholic SVP. She never took vacation, so I never took vacation. I racked up over a month of PTO, but never felt like I could take planned time off. For my boyfriend's birthday, I decided to buy us a weekend trip to New Orleans and fly out on a Friday. This was planned months in advance, and yet, I was too chicken shit to ask for a single day off. So, the morning of our flight I call in sick, no questions asked, and I was relieved. We get to the airport, and I'm having a YOLO moment like never before, drinking a beer before noon, watch out, world. Gassing it up and just LIVIN. As we board our flight, we are laughing, and are so excited for this little weekend adventure. I'm in front of my boyfriend, and just as I turn to pass the very first row of business class, I feel someone slap my thigh, in a friendly way, and hear, "Hey, what are you doing here?" It's my CEO and his wife. The CEO who promoted me to my then current role. My boyfriend said he had never seen anyone actually turn white before. I don't even know what I said, but apparently I fumbled through some quick, seemingly cheerful explanation. He said one of our product dudes was getting married in Nala that weekend, and a handful of folks from our team were attending. I look up and see a few familiar workplace faces already in their seats. I wish my CEO a fun visit and move on to my seat. I was sick with anxiety the entire flight. It took me several hours, to not mention the experience every few minutes. For months after, I panicked every time I saw my SVP and CEO chatting. I just knew they just have been dishing about that one time I played hooky. And, because why not, he was also on my return flight. I worked for several years at a major electronics retailer. Hint if you're in the US, we killed Radio Shack in a number of positions. For most of my stint I worked in operations, which was an inventory / warehouse / merchandising kind of gig. It was nice, because I worked in a small location, so I didn't have insurmountable job duties like in a big box store, and we had a lot of freedom when it came to displays and things. Well, we'd gotten in a huge shipment of toy helicopters and drones, and by virtue of a combination of a damaged box from the shipping process and a section of empty shelving that corporate didn't have a plan for, called a flex area, I asked if I could make a demo for the helicopters. This particular chain is known as a showroom for electronics, and demos are a major part of the business structure. So this was a typical sort of thing we did. Enter the technical difficulty of creating a demo area for a flying toy in such a way that some Yahoo customer couldn't hurt themselves or anybody else. I tried various tethers, weights, ECT point to make an R/C helicopter fly, but not too well that it would end up in the ceiling, but well enough that some kid would find it super cool and ask mom or dad to buy one. As I was experimenting, the cashier got bored and came over to chat and see what I was doing. I was between attempts, so the chopper was sitting on the shelf near me. The cashier grabbed the remote and started playing with the unfettered helicopter, and before I could really even react, she'd sent it rocketing towards the nearby customer service desk, where it honed like a laser directly at the noggin of an already dissatisfied old man waiting in line. The cashier handed me the remote and bounced back to the registers, so when the customer angrily turned around he saw me holding the smoking gun. All I could do was apologize profusely as he ranted and raved, and eventually stormed out. Luckily this customer had caused problems before, so the rather chill general manager was mostly just thankful he'd been effectively chased out of the store. I did have to abandon my little project and go do real work for the rest of the day though. This is kind of me, but more so my friend who was with me. I worked at a super expensive outdoor furniture store where people with sheet loads of money would pay for a new set and have it delivered, unpacked, and assembled at their house, usually in their newly finished multi-million-dollar home. I worked there with a friend for a while. One day, this lady wants us to deliver her 2-person love chair to her mansion, but we didn't have it in the building. There were a few in inventory in the company's storage unit, so we had to go there and get it to deliver it. On we go to the storage unit. There were a few there, but it was a mess in the unit. We grabbed one, put it in the truck bed, and left. Everything is fine until we head up the freeway on-ramp. My friend is driving the truck, and he takes off. I look in the rearview mirror to see the entire piece of metal furniture in its box go flying off the back end and slam into the road going at least 60 miles per hour. We pull over and see semi-trucks trying to avoid the box, and we were scared shitless someone was going to hit it and completely fuck up their car and the already damaged furniture. We got it out of the road and see a corner had torn through and shaved away a good portion of the chair. We were faked. I came up with the bright idea for him to take it home and we go get another one from their storage unit. It took some time, but he decided it was the only way. It was too expensive to just go back and say we faked it up completely. No one ever said anything, and a few years later he told me he sold the damn thing. It was my boss's last day at work. He lived in Phoenix, but was staying in town as a short-term consultant engineer. The entire time he was here, he complained about the rednecks, the Mormons, and the awful beer selection in our small town. You could tell he was joking about everything, except that last part. The guy loved his Sam Adams cherry wheat. I really liked working for the guy, because he was intent on training me to be a good technician and eventually a good engineer. So, the night before he left, I hunted through every seedy liquor store in town, until I found one with cherry wheat. That afternoon, after the office tattletales had left, I brought out the beer. The guy couldn't believe I'd found it, and we had a little mini office party. But, no sooner had we said salad, and cracked the first cold ones, the district engineer showed up. He had come to say his goodbyes as well. I quickly stashed the open beer in a desk drawer, but didn't have time to do anything about the remaining beer in the fridge before the boss walked straight to the fridge and grabbed a water bottle. The water was right next to the beer. There was no way he didn't see it. He just paused for a second that felt like a century and then went on like nothing happened. As he left the building, I thought I could hear him muttering, "That would be way too much paperwork." New lady started at the office. She was super nice and loved to tell stories about her kids. She had 3 kids, and one of them was clearly her favorite. He had just graduated college and had apparently been a stud baseball player from Little League all the way through college. It was in short time beyond annoying how she'd parade that kid's success in every conversation. She was in ours and only had one coworker in the same secluded section of the building. This is important. One day, the only other rare person called me to see if I was in my office. I answered on speakerphone and responded that yes, I was, and 10 seconds later she's in my office. We spent the next 15 minutes laughing about how the new lady was so obsessed about her successful child and how awkward it must be to be one of her other, also successful, kids. At the end of our conversation I looked down at my phone to see that neither of us ever disconnected our lines. There was an extremely good chance that the new lady heard every single thing we said. My heart sank, and so did hers. We'll never know if she heard or not, but it's likely she did, as they were the only 2 with offices in that closed off area of the building. Either way, I made a serious effort to not be such a piece of shit. To talk about people behind their backs. Actually became pretty good buddies with the new our lady and have always felt like a piece of shit since. 3 months into my first full-time gig, I was visiting our manufacturing facility in China and my boss asked me to charge up some drill batteries for him. I go back into the tool room and find the battery charger in the original box for the drill set. I thought it was strange that it wasn't already set up, since the drill didn't look all that new, but just figured they had more chargers somewhere else. I go to plug in the new charger, but the outlet is giving me some resistance. It's one of those international outlets that has like a dozen socket configurations overlaid on each other. I assume it's just a piece of sheet Chinese outlet and really give it the beans until the plug forces its weight in with loud snap point. The charger lights up and I throw in the dead batteries. As I'm leaving the room I hear a high pitch whine start to develop. I look back and realize several things all at once. 1. It's definitely coming from the charger. 2. Chinese mains run 240V, not 120V3. That charger is about to pop smoke. This is when my boss walks through the door wondering how long it takes to put a couple batteries on a charger. He looks at me, we both look at the charger and the thing unleashes a van-sized cloud of thick cancer smoke. I managed to rip the plug from the socket, but by then the damage was done. We both start trying to air out this tool room and manage to spread the smoke out enough to prevent the factory fire alarm from tripping and soaking millions of dollars worth of equipment. After things calmed down, my boss asks if I'm okay and says I probably should have told you where the 240V chargers were. The one you found shouldn't have been in here. Let's keep this between us. And walks out of the room. I always laugh at the memory, but in the moment I was convinced he was going to be pissed enough to fire me, or at least put me on a different project. TLDR, I almost shut down a factory and increased my risk of lung cancer when I forced a plug somewhere it shouldn't go. TLDR, backed my boss's truck into a tree. I used to work at a drugstore with a photo center. There was a great sale on 8x10 collages and I wanted to get some printed up of my deceased mother to give as gifts to other family members, but I was working a double and would have no time to order it and come back and get it after leaving. The sale ended that night, plus my car was getting worked on. Also I was like 17. For some godforsaken reason my boss let me borrow her truck. I lived about a mile away, if that, so I could drive home on my lunch break, upload the photos, and then come back with no issue. She said make sure you use the parking brake, but also don't park it on a hill. I don't trust that brake. Okay. I never realized, until that day, that there was a slight slope on the driveway. I parked, set the brake, went inside, began uploading the photos, made a sandwich, and from the kitchen window I thought I saw the truck moving. It was going so slowly backwards I thought I was imagining it. Nope. I ran faster than I ever have in my life, hopped up in that front seat, and slammed the brakes just in time for it to complete its journey backing into a tree at what had to be 5 miles per hour tops. No problem, just gotta start it up and drive it forward, no biggie. Except it was stuck. I got out and pushed, still stuck. Thank God I have an uncle with every tool known to man, including a winch. Is that the name for it? A spool of steel with a motor to tow things on his truck. I called him and he came to the rescue. He didn't ask how it happened or where the truck came from or anything, just pulled it out and went along with his day. I got back to work and apologized for the delay. I was 20 minutes late from lunch, making up a story about how my grandmother needed help and wouldn't take no for an answer. As far as I know she never found out. It was a bit of a beater, so I couldn't actually tell if there was a dent or anything, so. Not at work, but got to tell it anyway. I got pulled over for going in excess of 120 miles per hour. Cop says congratulations, you're going to jail, as he pulls up to my car. To top it off, my car had bumper stickers on it protesting red light cameras and speed traps. Dude had some young blonde in a ride along with him. Apparently he chased me for miles down the highway and I didn't know it. Guy has me sit in his car with him and the blonde while he writes up the ticket. Luckily he gives me only one, and to my surprise, does not send me to jail, but gives me a huge ticket and a court date. Well, long story short, I go get a bunch of books on how to beat a ticket. It tells me many things to do. One of them is to show up on the court date and do not bring my ticket with me. I show up, check in, I sit through the various cases and my name is never called. I leave the courtroom and go check the front office and I'm not on the list. Apparently this cop didn't do the paperwork right or something. I tell the assistant DA that I know I had a ticket, but didn't remember the details of what it was, the date, or anything else, just that I was supposed to show up today. I get the guy's name and move on, thinking I'm hugely lucky. 6 months or so later, I get a notice to appear in court for that issue. Apparently the paperwork had been found well after the fact. Wadayak now, the adder still worked there, and I reminded him that I had indeed showed up for court. Anyway, after wasting a day in court, the case was dismissed, and the errant failure to appear deal was expunged altogether. And my current attorney tells me that if I'd brought the ticket into the office with me when I showed up in court, they'd have entered it into the system then and there. Thank God, I got off with basically nothing. I was an IT guy for a company that had hundreds of thousands of employees with email addresses. Someone had screwed up something somewhere and wanted me to send an email out to the employees with the affected records. I had EBA access to the database and I could send out emails to any employee. One bad query later, and I'm sitting waiting for it to send out the emails. As I wait for it to run, I realize I misquoted something, and half of the code is not running, but being sent in the email. Worse still, it's now a bad query that's going to send thousands of emails to every employee in the database. I try to cancel the query, but it's busy chugging away queuing up the emails to send out, and likely sending them as well. It will not cancel. In a panic, I run out to the main DB server and simply pull the cords from every one of the power supplies until that behemoth goes silent. Was a rather large Sun Microsystems server. Everyone in it obviously found out, and luckily for me, they were thankful that I'd actually prevented it from being sent out. Would have been a huge deal unfortunately. Anyway, at the end of the day, nothing happened but a few laughs and an hour of downtime while the database rolled back, booted back up, and we checked the system out before re-enabling it.